Right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to TSCA Reform 7 years later. My name is Madison Calhoun, and I'm the Senior Manager of Educational Programs at the Environmental Law Institute. I'll be introducing each session of today's conference. This conference marks the 7th Toxic Substances Control Act annual conference hosted by ELI. Throughout our program today, leading panelists will reflect on the challenges and accomplishments since the implementation of the 2016 Lautenberg Amendments and where the Toxic Substances Control Act, otherwise known as TSCA, stands today. I'm going to outline today's programming for you. After that, I'll also explain a little bit about continuing legal education credit before turning things over to our first set of speakers. We have a packed schedule today. You can find the full agenda on the event webpage for today's event, as well as written materials we've prepared for you. We'll also drop that link in the chat. While we encourage you to watch as much of the conference as possible, we understand that you may need to come and go. You're welcome to use the same link that you were emailed all day to enter and exit the event as you wish. Starting off, we will have some reflections on the current state of TSCA by Lynn Bergeson and Robert Sussman. Following that, at 8:25 a.m., Dr. Lynn Goldman will introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Friedoff. Dr. Friedoff's keynote discussion will go until approximately 9 a.m. or so. Following that, we will have 4 panel discussions: risk evaluation at 9:15 a.m., risk management at 11 a.m., new chemical review at 2 p.m., and PFAS at 3:45 p.m. All of those times are in Eastern. We also have a special lunchtime discussion with former toxic assistant administrators scheduled for 12:45 p.m. There will be 15-minute breaks between each of the panels, as well as before and after the lunchtime discussion. We encourage you to use those breaks to stand up, stretch, get some water, and otherwise take a break from the program. We will still be live on Zoom during the breaks, but we will be using that time to get our next round of speakers set up. So if you're still tuning in, you will hear ELI staff members conducting quick webcam and microphone tests during each break. We're offering CLE credit in Pennsylvania and Vermont for all 4 of our substantive panels today. Continuing legal education is professional education for attorneys that's often required after their admission into a state bar. The information about CLE only applies to active attorneys who are attending the event. If you're not an attorney, you don't need to worry about CLE. While this event is designed as an opportunity for attorneys to participate in continuing legal education, ELI makes no guarantee that the course will be accredited for CLE in any particular state. ELI is an accredited CLE provider in Vermont and Pennsylvania, so the course is automatically approved for CLE credit in those 2 states. ELI will not be applying for CLE accreditation in any other states for this program. Many states offer reciprocity with the states in which we are pre-approved. Please check to see if your state offers CLE reciprocity with Vermont or Pennsylvania. If your state offers CLE reciprocity, you may be able to automatically receive CLE credit without filling out an application. If your state requires CLE and your state does not offer CLE reciprocity with Vermont or Pennsylvania, you will need to apply individually with your state bar to receive CLE credit for attending this course. The applications are typically short and require a minimal fee. If you're solely attending this conference to obtain CLE credit, please check to ensure that you'll be able to submit an individual attorney application in your state and that you understand the application process, requirements, and deadlines. You should have received a link via email to a CLE form from ELI to obtain a certificate of attendance. If you're seeking CLE credit, please wait to fill out the form until after the program, because it will ask you to certify the amount of time that you attended the program for, and it will also ask for codes that we give during each panel. Participants seeking CLE credit will be expected to input the codes into this form after the event in order to verify that they were attentive. After we verify with our software that a virtual participant was logged into the webinar for the duration of the event, or for the duration of the time that they reported attending if they did not attend for the full program, and that they provided accurate codes, we will provide them with a certificate of attendance via email. This will come from the email address cle@eli.org. These certificates can be used to verify attendance and in many cases to apply for CLE credit individually in states. There will be 90 minutes of general CLE credit available in Pennsylvania and Vermont for Panel 1, Risk Evaluation, Panel 2, Risk Management, Panel 3, New Chemical Review, and for Panel 4, PFAS. This totals 360 total minutes of general CLE credit for attorneys who attend the entire program. There will be no CLE credit available for the welcome, the reflections on the current state of TSCA implementation, the morning keynote discussion, the special lunch discussion, or the concluding remarks. Again, we make no guarantee that the course will be accredited for CLE in any particular state outside of Pennsylvania or Vermont. Should you have any questions at all about CLE, please email us at cle@eli.org. If you have any questions about the event in general, please email us at events@eli.org. Thank you for sticking with me through all of that CLE information. As you heard, we have quite a busy event today, so let's get started. We will have the chat open, so please feel free to chat with one another through that, but we do request that you please put any questions you would like our speakers to address throughout the program in Zoom's Q&A box. It's at the very bottom of your screen. I'm now going to hand things over to Lynn Bergeson and Bob Sussman for some reflections on the current state of TSCA implementation. Bob and Lynn reflect differing perspectives, but a shared love of the law and TSCA. They are representatives of the steering committee that organized today's conference and wish to open the conference with their personal views and not necessarily those of the clients they represent. Full speaker biographies are included in the written materials for today's conference, but Lynn Bergeson is a managing partner at Bergeson Campbell and Bob Sussman is a principal at Sussman and Associates. I'm going to hand things over to you, Lynn. Thank you so much for being here today, everyone.
Thank you, Madison, for that wonderful welcome, and a warm welcome to all of you who have registered for this program. Bob and I are delighted to give our personal views on the state of play with regard to TSCA implementation. 7 years ago, EPA was tasked with a very big job. It was essentially asked to reimagine chemical safety in the United States, to engage in and complete complex rulemakings in impossibly short timeframes, and to do so in a way that enabled it to leverage its limited resources and staff. This is indisputable. These challenges, of course, are not necessarily unique to EPA or to Lautenberg implementation. The literature, as many of you know, is replete with urgent calls for implementation analyses to avoid the inevitable resource and organizational capacity limitations, timeline pressures, and what are known as political interferences that issuance and implementation of a major federal law inevitably invite. Lautenberg's implementation, if you look over the past 7 years, may be uniquely amenable and susceptible to these types of challenges, recognizing that 3 separate administrations have all had a hand in the implementation of this vast and complicated new law. It is also indisputable that EPA leadership and staff have worked tirelessly, relentlessly, and to a very extraordinary degree to effectuate Congress's bipartisan goals in amending TSCA. And regardless of your particular point of view or perspective on the merits, EPA staff and leadership deserve our collective thanks and heartfelt appreciation for all of their effort. My own view on the merits has really not changed much from 2 years ago when I wrote in a debate for the ELI Environmental Forum, in which Bob Sussman also participated, as did Eve Gartner, who is a member of our steering committee and moderating one of the panel sessions today. My bottom line then and now is that on the whole, public health is better served by Lautenberg's implementation, but that challenges remain and that we can all do better. To me, given my work in TSCA, particularly in the new chemicals area, I think this is especially true. The lack of clarity in defining reasonably foreseen, those 2 very special words in the law, conditions of use, has impeded chemical innovation. Since June 22nd, 2016, 1,905 PMNs have been submitted. 25% of those remain pending. 13% of those have been withdrawn. And, some sustainable technologies inevitably have been compromised as a consequence of what I regard as EPA's more hazard-based as opposed to risk-based approach to new chemical review. And this is happening at a time in our country and on planet Earth when we can least afford to be denied chemical innovations that are more sustainable and perhaps better than the incumbents that they are replacing. Innovation is in the DNA of the domestic chemical industry, and EPA section policies, in my view, need to evolve to foster innovation and incentivize research and development and to allow more new chemicals to enter the market at a faster pace. EPA has made considerable progress in better assessing aggregate exposures to existing chemicals, even though the reevaluation of the first 10 chemicals was time-consuming and difficult. TSCA, unlike other federal environmental statutes, is in a unique position to prevent pollution. And this administration's revised risk assessment measures better optimize this unique aspect of TSCA and offer a lot of promise in achieving Congress's goal in enacting Lautenberg. That said, I remain concerned that some of the risk management proposals seek to ban chemicals, even though EPA has concluded that risk can be adequately managed. Another aspect of the new law and EPA's implementation relates to collection information and generating testing. I think EPA has made considerable progress in this regard. While that new authority under TSCA Section 4 was not immediately deployed by the agency, it has really picked up steam in the recent past. I think we in industry were a little frustrated early on with the limited opportunities to engage meaningfully with EPA in defining what are true data gaps, how best to develop test protocols, and how to negotiate effectively the terms of these test orders. EPA is now more receptive to interactive collaboration with industry and has exhibited, I think, a very collaborative approach to determining which data are needed and how best to align the development of the test data in a way that aligns with the risk evaluation timeframes. We welcome and appreciate EPA's change in this regard. EPA's use of systematic review to evaluate evidence objectively and transparently used in risk evaluation is commendable. Its work in this space, to me, demonstrates EPA's commitment to the scientific standards of TSCA Section 26I. As many of you know, the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine reviewed EPA's 2018 document on systematic review, had some issues with it. EPA went back to the drawing board, reconsidered its approach, and the agency issued a new version 1.0 document in 2021. It was peer reviewed by the SAC in April of 2022. You know, all of these efforts are an amazingly time-consuming initiative for the agency, and the agency's diligence and commitment in this regard demonstrate its commitment to the highest scientific standards, which I'm sure Congress intended in passing Lautenberg. We appreciate EPA's diligence and commitment to scientific integrity. Finally, EPA is doing much to protect marginalized communities disproportionately impacted by chemical exposures. EPA still lacks, in some respects, clear and consistent criteria for identifying qualifying populations believed to be at risk and how to assess risk with respect to those populations. These matters need to be addressed, and EPA is continuing to do so to ensure environmental justice. And we applaud and support EPA's commitment in this regard. Bottom line, to me, TSCA continues to be a work in progress and will be for the foreseeable future. But EPA is on the right trajectory. My personal view is I just wish the process were more efficient and less contentious. I renew my belief, as I have for the past 7 years, that it would be great to stand up a TSCA implementation advisory committee. You know, the absence of a collaborative discussion venue to share ideas, float policy positions, and hear from stakeholders in real time has confounded TSCA implementation. To me, magic happens when people engage, which is one of the reasons why the steering committee of these TSCA conferences work as hard as we do on these one-day conferences on TSCA implementation. They are one and done, to be sure, but they offer a glimpse of what an advisory committee on policy issues can consider and produce. So Bob, I will turn it over to you to give your remarks.
Yeah, thanks, Lynn. It's great to be here today, and I should say at the outset that I subscribe to many of the things you said, but I also wanted to offer a somewhat different perspective, and to start with a look back, a historical look back on where TSCA has been and where it is now. TSCA was enacted during the remarkable surge of legislative activity in the 1970s that established our modern environmental protection system. Like other laws enacted during this period, TSCA had startup problems, but I think it's fair to say that they were more severe and protracted than those of other EPA programs from that era. Despite some accomplishments, the TSCA program went through several cycles of reinvention without finding a durable formula for success. As a result, EPA was increasingly perceived as failing to manage an ever-growing list of chemical threats. By 2010, there was a crisis of confidence in the US system of chemical regulation and an erosion of public trust in our collective ability to protect against unsafe chemicals. This produced a unique moment of agreement between the chemical industry and NGOs that a stronger, more credible chemicals program was needed. And that set the stage for the bipartisan TSCA amendments of 2016. Although many aspects of the amendments were a compromise, their central premise, accepted by all stakeholders, was that public confidence could only be restored by accelerating the pace of activity under all provisions of TSCA and making demonstrable progress in protecting health and the environment. Thus, the pillars of the new law were prioritizing the chemicals of greatest concern, using the best available science to conduct authoritative determinations of risk, eliminating unreasonable risk by restricting chemicals without regard to economic trade-offs, identifying and addressing risks to subpopulations with greater susceptibility or exposure, and most importantly, setting enforceable deadlines for each step in the process. 7 years later, no one, including EPA itself, would say that TSCA implementation is on track. While 9 of the first 10 risk evaluations have been completed, no risk management rules for these chemicals have been finalized. In 2019, EPA designated 20 additional substances as high priority, but nearly 4 years later, no draft evaluations have been published for peer review and public comment. If the measure of success for the new TSCA program is tangible improvements in public health protection on the ground by specific deadlines, we are falling far short of the benchmarks Congress set for a successful program. This lack of progress is doubly frustrating because EPA is focusing on substances with well-established toxicity profiles and extensive use and exposure, such as asbestos, methylene chloride, TCE, PERC, phthalate esters, formaldehyde, and butadiene. These substances have been the subject of many previous assessments by EPA and other bodies. We were waiting for action on them long before TSCA was amended, and unfortunately, we're still waiting to close the books on hazards that we've been studying for decades. Perhaps EPA could have been more efficient in implementing the law, but the biggest obstacle facing the program has been inadequate funding. The Biden administration proposed a significant funding increase for FY24, but Congress delivered only a small portion of the resources needed. It is deeply troubling that members of Congress who backed strong and enforceable deadlines for EPA in 2016 are now withholding the tools that EPA needs to fulfill these very requirements. That EPA has not interpreted the law to the satisfaction of all stakeholders should not be an excuse for paralyzing the program. The shared interest we all have in a functioning chemical management law should transcend differences of opinion over particular decisions and policies. We also need to stop refighting battles that were resolved in the 2016 amendments. For example, it should now be a given that EPA's responsibilities include protection of workers against unreasonable risks, and that TSCA risk determinations will often warrant more stringent worker controls than outdated OSHA standards. We should also accept that releases of chemical to air, water, and soil contribute to the overall risks to fence line communities, workers, consumers, and the general population, and can't be walled off from TSCA evaluations on the premise that they are being addressed under other environmental laws. It's clear that TSCA requires a comprehensive accounting of pathways and sources of exposure, and that other laws addressing one aspect of exposure don't eliminate the need to understand the overall risk. If we are looking at specific sources of exposure in isolation, we will miss risks to the more susceptible and exposed population the new law explicitly protects. It may be that certain risks can be better managed under other laws, but we should have a complete picture of the risk before we make these choices. Today's discussions may well highlight sharply different perspectives on the TSCA program strengths and weaknesses, and that's as it should be. But let's not forget that a failed TSCA does not benefit anyone, and we will all be losers if the new TSCA suffers the same fate as the old law. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. That was terrific. Not that I necessarily agree with everything you said, but I always appreciate your perspective. Now it is my distinct pleasure to introduce Dean Goldman. As many of you know, Dean Goldman needs absolutely no introduction. Lynn Goldman is the Michael and Lori Milken Dean and Professor of Environmental and Occupational Health at the Milken Institute School of Public Health at GW University. And of course, Dr. Goldman will be rejoining us at 12:45 today as part of our luncheon discussion with former assistant administrators of the Toxics Division at EPA. Dean Goldman's extended bio is in your materials, and I don't have time to go through all of the things Dr. Goldman has accomplished and her many, many epic contributions to public health and safety, not the least of which was her tenure as AA at EPA. So with that, Dr. Goldman, I will turn it over to you to introduce Dr. Friedoff.
And thank you so much for that introduction, Lynn. And thank you so much for your partnership to the George Washington University in hosting this conference. It is an honor to serve as your co-host. So 7 years after the passage of the Toxic Substances Control Act, the Frank R. Lautenberg Chemical Safety for the 21st Century Act, as we call it, we are again marking a time when much progress is underway and the challenges of implementing this groundbreaking law are continuing to be obvious. I'm thrilled to remember the day these amendments were signed into law and the wonderful celebrations that we had, whether in the White House or elsewhere. Originally enacted in 1976, as Sussman well described, TSCA had failed to provide EPA with the tools it needed to manage the risks of existing chemicals and to bring newer, greener alternatives onto the market. I specifically had been concerned about the failure to protect children, pregnant women, and the most vulnerable, as well as the irreversible harm to health and the environment from toxic, persistent pollutants. And I was concerned about the lack of coordination across EPA's media statutes and with OSHA, Consumer Product Safety, and other agencies that regulate chemicals. In short, the lack of pollution prevention in the former law. My involvement with TSCA reform was to do all I could to ensure that the members of Congress and their staff would understand which tools needed to be added to EPA's toolbox to do this work effectively. I believe that the law achieved that, and I am energized by many of the actions now underway by the good people at EPA. They're playing catch up after an era of constrained resources and very little political will for either funding or action during the last administration. If we want to see science-based and sound and predictable regulatory action by EPA for TSCA, we need to support EPA's efforts to modernize and update its processes and, of course, to protect public health and the environment. That means funding these efforts. We have an exciting day ahead. Many thanks to the Environmental Law Institute and ELI for doing really all of the work to put together the wonderful planning committee that in turn has developed a wonderful day-long program to discuss these issues. I am now deeply honored to introduce Dr. Mikhail Ilana Friedhoff, the Assistant Administrator for the Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Dr. Friedhoff is a true public servant, steeped in the risks of chemicals and what it takes to police them. Before joining the EPA in 2021, Dr. Friedhoff served as the Minority Director of Oversight at the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee. She has more than 20 years of government experience, beginning in 1996, and then Congressman Ed Markey's office as a Congressional Science and Engineering Fellow after receiving a PhD in physical chemistry at the University of Rochester. She has served on the staffs of the House Science Committee, the House Select Committee on Energy Independence and Global Warming, the House Energy and Commerce Committee, and the House Natural Resources Committee. Vital to today's conversation, her legislative work includes the 2016 reauthorization of the Toxic Substances Control Act and 2019 legislation to address PFAS contamination, as well as the fuel economy provisions in the 2007 Energy Independence and Security Act, a law requiring the creation of an online database of dangerous consumer product safety defects. Dr. Friedhoff is a relentless advocate, a passionate problem solver, and an incredible voice. We are honored to have her join us today and hear from someone who has had a front row seat for many years. Welcome, Dr. Friedhoff.
Good morning, everyone. I'm excited to join you today. And thank you so much to Dr. Goldman for that kind introduction. And thanks to Lynn Bergeson and her colleagues for helping to organize this conference. You know, though I'm not a dad, I can still work in some cringy dad humor from time to time and say that the two incredible women named Lynn working in the chemical regulation space truly do Lynn valuable work. When I talked to you last year on TSCA's 6th anniversary, I talked a lot about money and how we didn't have enough of it. The fact that we were so underfunded was delaying essential protections, chemical reviews, and modernization of our program. Now that problem hasn't really been fixed. We're still underfunded, and that lack of funding is still impacting the speed of our work. But thanks to a modest increase in our FY23 budget, as well as a lot of hard work from our staff over the past year, I'm proud to say we've come a long way. And TSCA's come a long way too. At 7 years old, it's definitely out of its preschool years. According to what we know about child development, at 7 years old, kids become a lot more independent. They start asking questions and making sense out of the world around them, and they show the ability to understand more nuanced information. This pretty much applies to TSCA at 7 too. Our activities under the law are becoming more sustainable and self-sufficient, and hopefully better able to adapt to new issues. We've accomplished so much in the past year, it's a bit dizzying. We've proposed rules on asbestos, methylene chloride, perchloroethylene, and soon carbon tetrachloride that will help keep people safe from these chemicals. We'll soon be submitting our next planned proposed rule for trichloroethylene to OMB. We've got an update to the risk evaluation framework rule on its way to OMB as well, which would codify many of the improvements we've made in existing chemical reviews over the past 2 years. We also finalized new procedures for claiming confidential business information that'll make chemical health and safety information more transparent and the process for submitting it more efficient. On the risk evaluation side, we've developed an approach for looking at the cumulative risks posed by the phthalates, an important step in ensuring we're thoroughly examining the risks people face from chemical exposures. Over the next couple of years, we're going to reimagine our existing chemical risk evaluations and start to find ways to speed up that process. We aren't going to get the funding we need to keep doing things the way we've been doing them, missing just about every deadline. We'll need to make some changes. After all, the point of the risk evaluations isn't just to do science, but to use it to get those chemical safety protections on the books as quickly as possible. For example, we're going to change our prioritization process so that we're onboarding 5 or 6 chemicals for risk evaluation each year, which will ultimately mean that we'll have 5 or 6 risk evaluations to finalize each year rather than having 20 to finish all at once. We think the workload across the entire TSCA life cycle will benefit from this more staggered approach. We think this will help us meet our deadlines and in turn create a more sustainable rule writing pipeline that will also put only 5 or 6 new rules out each year. We're also using our resources more strategically during risk evaluations, doing our deepest scientific dives on uses of a chemical that we think are likely to contribute to unreasonable risk, and less time on uses we think are probably not so risky. An imminent example of this work should come out next week when we put out our draft supplement to the risk evaluation for 1,4-dioxane for public comment and peer review. This draft supplement will include a consideration of exposure pathways like drinking water and ambient air that were excluded from the previous administration's risk evaluation, as well as conditions of use where 1,4-dioxane is generated as a byproduct. To evaluate these exposure pathways, we've built on our fence line screening approach and incorporated feedback on that approach from our advisory committee. For example, they recommended we look at aggregate exposures, and we've done just that. We're looking at aggregate risks for communities relying on drinking water that's sourced from surface water that has been contaminated with 1,4-dioxane from multiple sources. We're also looking at risks for communities relying on drinking water sourced from groundwater and aggregate risks for communities exposed to 1,4-dioxane air pollution from more than one facility. Turning to new chemicals, we found ways to make our new chemical reviews more efficient, which have already borne fruit. As you all know, the 2016 amendments to TSCA dramatically increased EPA's workload when it comes to the review of new chemicals. Yet the budget requests coming out of the EPA for each year of the previous administration remained flat, and that pressure led them to move 15% of the new chemical program staff to the existing chemicals program. And that left staff even less equipped to meet the 90-day deadline for reviewing new chemicals. We got a very modest budget increase in FY22 and a slightly larger, though still modest one in FY23. But to be honest, it still doesn't fully meet our resource needs to review new chemicals the way that law requires. Still, we've been able to hire more staff, and I have to say the results have been striking. In October 22, we had a backlog of 454 submittals that were submitted in FY22 or earlier. By May of this year, we had closed out 148 of those cases, a third of all the outstanding older cases. And from December to May, we completed over 220 risk assessments and increased monthly throughput by more than 50% when compared to monthly rates from the fourth quarter of FY22. As it turns out, giving us more money to implement TSCA works. Here's why. Last year, the new chemicals program only had 2 or 3 human health risk assessors to review the hundreds of new chemical submissions that come in every year. Now, between new hires and detailees, we have almost a dozen of them. It's still not enough, but it's a start. And we aren't done yet. In all, we expect the FY23 budget increase to let us make 11 new hires in the new chemicals program. And beyond hiring, we've taken innovative steps to improve new chemical reviews, like developing a streamlined approach for reviewing mixed metal oxides, chemicals that are a key component in electric vehicle batteries and can also be used in semiconductors, solar panels, and wind turbines. We proposed amendments to the regulations that govern new chemical reviews, changes that would align with amended TSCA and make the review process more efficient and consistent. And if we continue to get the additional resources we need, I think the speed of new chemical reviews will continue to improve as well. I know there have been some bumps in the road for EPA and TSCA implementation in the last 7 years. In the words of Shakespeare, the course of true love never did run smooth. But on this anniversary, we at EPA aren't feeling a 7-year itch. Instead, we're renewing our vows and recommitting to the important work that is yet to come. I want to spend the rest of my time here talking about 2 different issues, PFAS and risk management for existing chemicals. One of the reasons TSCA was amended in the first place was to make sure that EPA had the authority it needed to address its decades-long inability to comprehensively regulate tens of thousands of existing chemicals and to ensure the safety of new ones. And for some of these chemistries, the decades of unaddressed risks have caused urgent and extensive risks to human health and the environment. And few urgent challenges exemplify the importance of the new law more than PFAS. PFAS have changed our lives in many ways. They've been a part of many of the modern day conveniences, from nonstick pans to waterproof or stain-resistant materials. They've also gotten into our bodies and our waterways and can be dangerous. And as you all know, they're called forever chemicals because once they're in the environment, they pretty much stay there forever. And part of the reason that PFAS became such a problem was because of the failure of old TSCA. We wouldn't be in this position today if old TSCA hadn't grandfathered in thousands of existing chemicals with no requirement that EPA evaluate and regulate them when it was first enacted in 1976. We also wouldn't have gotten here if old TSCA had required EPA to review 100% of new chemicals before they could be made or used, instead of allowing about 80% of new chemicals to go right into commerce for 40 years until the new law was enacted, even when EPA didn't know what harm those chemicals might pose. Of course, if we'd also done some of what in hindsight seems so simple, like maybe only use the PFAS foam when there's an actual fire instead of endlessly training with it, we could have avoided a great deal of contamination and exposure. And as we all know, if some companies had not deliberately hidden information about the harmful effects of PFAS from their workers, the public and the EPA, the entire story could also have been a very different one. But none of those things happened. And now EPA, the whole federal government, and most importantly, the American people are paying for it. We have an opportunity to learn from and correct the mistakes of the past. And thanks to new TSCA, we also have the authority and the obligation to prevent them from happening again in the future. I'm going to focus on our approach to new PFAS chemicals in particular today. As part of Administrator Regan's PFAS strategic roadmap, we've used every tool in our toolbox to address PFAS pollution over the past 2 years. Part of the strategy is about learning more about PFAS, which we're doing with our testing strategy and a reporting rule under TSCA Section 8, which we'll be finalizing soon. But we're also examining all of the ways in which we regulate the use of new PFAS and significant new uses of existing PFAS to make sure that we're not letting harmful PFAS enter commerce. Previously, some PFAS were allowed to enter the market through low volume exemptions and low release and exposure exemptions, meaning that they didn't go through the full pre-manufactured review process. Generally, we don't think that was the right approach, which is why we propose to deny those exemptions going forward in our new chemicals framework rule. Last year, we also proposed the first batch of approximately 150 significant new use rules for PFAS that in the past were allowed in commerce with restrictions and a consent order that applied only to a single manufacturer. When final, these rules will extend the protections in the orders to anyone else intending to make these substances. Earlier this year, we also proposed a significant new use rule that would prevent abandoned or inactive PFAS from being made or used again without EPA's full safety review. So we've already taken steps to protect human health and the environment from some existing PFAS, but there's still a question out there for how we plan to handle significant new use notices for new uses of existing PFAS, as well as submittals that come in for entirely new PFAS. I come with answers to that question. Assessing new PFAS is a difficult proposition. On the one hand, we know that PFAS are important for some critical industries like semiconductors. Semiconductors are a critical part of our supply chain and are used in all of the technological products that power our world, from cell phones to cars. Last year's CHIPS Act made a $53 billion investment to strengthen and revitalize America's semiconductor industry. In the less than a year since the law was passed, companies have announced another $140 billion in investments that will create thousands of jobs in communities across America. But if the sector is going to reshore jobs back to America, they're also going to need PFAS. That's why we already have testing requirements in place to handle pre-manufacture notices for photoacid generators or PAGs. PAGs are chemicals primarily used in the manufacture of semiconductors. One of the processes involved in making semiconductors is photolithography, the chemical printing process, basically. Manufacturers use photolithography to take highly complex circuit patterns and transfer them to a silicon substrate. The process is repeated over and over to create a microchip. To print the patterns, you need light and a photoresist, a chemical that reacts to the light and helps transfer the pattern. Photoacid generators, or PAGs, are a component of these photoresists, and some PAGs are also PFAS. We have an agreement with a consortium of producers and users of PAGs that specifies the required testing and risk mitigation for these substances. We've negotiated consent orders with the consortium for 65 PAGs, of which 11 are PFAS. The consortium is currently in the process of testing representative PAGs to confirm how they can be used safely. In the meantime, companies in the consortium can import limited quantities of the covered PAGs in sealed containers or in solution and use them only in certain ways. This approach is working and strikes the balance between our role fostering innovation and our role protecting human health and the environment. But we also need an approach for PFAS that are not photoacid generators. And that's why today we're releasing our newly developed framework for assessing new PFAS and new uses of PFAS. People living in communities that have been exposed to PFAS contamination are right to be frustrated and angry. This shouldn't have happened. We owe it to them to make sure the same mistakes won't be made again. This time we have the authority and the obligation to put rules of the road in place for companies who want to make or use new PFAS that will ensure that human health and the environment will be protected. In putting this framework together, we're doing exactly what Congress asked us to do in amended TSCA. Review 100% of new chemical submissions and make formal affirmative determinations about the risks they might pose. For PFAS that are persistent, bioaccumulative, and toxic, PBT chemicals, which we expect most of them to be, one of the very first questions the framework asks our risk assessors to get the answer to is, will the thing the company wants to do with the new PFAS result in releases to the environment? If the answer to that question is no, that the new PFAS or new use is not expected to result in releases to the environment, and the controls EPA can put on the company result in protections to workers, the general population, and the environment from the manufacture, processing, distribution, and disposal of PFAS, we're likely to allow the chemical to be made or used after we get basic information like physical chemical properties about the chemical. Of course, if the initial test results are concerning, then we'll require additional testing and could also do more to restrict its use. If the answer to that question is that a new PFAS or new use is expected to have a low potential for releases, but not a negligible potential for releases, we generally expect to require test data in addition to physical chemical properties, like toxicokinetic data, before allowing manufacturing to begin. And again, if the initial test results are concerning, we'll require additional testing and could also do more to restrict its use. But if the answer to that question is yes, that the new PFAS or new use is expected or intended to result in environmental releases or consumer exposure, our answer is likely to be no. Since we now understand that when persistent bioaccumulative and toxic PFAS are released into the environment, they end up in our bodies through our water and our food chain. In these cases, we're generally going to require extensive testing on physical properties, toxicity, and fate before the chemical can enter commerce. And depending on the results of the testing, they may never be allowed into commerce at all. I say generally because there may be some uses, like those that support critical uses or essential military operations, where EPA may allow some limited manufacture while testing is ongoing, as long as we believe that allowing manufacture during this period is protective. It's important to reiterate that for most new PFAS or new uses of PFAS, we'll now be requiring upfront test data. Part of the reason why EPA allowed 80% of new chemicals into commerce without a formal review before the law was changed in 2016 was because EPA had no way to get test data about new chemicals it didn't know a lot about in order to make a determination of risk before the 90-day clock told. And that's why there are more than 1,400 PFAS that we know have been made or used in this country that we largely lack information about. And that's also why we've struggled as a country to regulate more than a handful of PFAS. Because if you don't know how bad something is for you, how can you figure out how much of it has to be taken out of the drinking water or how much decontamination makes a site clean? Now, with the new law, we can require data to be provided to us if the information reasonably available to the agency is insufficient for us to be sure about risk before a new chemical can be made and used. We haven't used that data gathering much in the new chemicals program, but we plan to start now with PFAS. The data we'll be asking for will be largely aligned with what we've been requesting under the National PFAS Testing Strategy. We'll be able to use the data about a new PFAS's physical chemical properties, toxicity, and environmental fate to ensure people and the environment are sufficiently protected. And we'll also be able to use the data to advance the agency's understanding of the health and environmental risks associated with broader categories of PFAS, which will in turn help us better address the potential risk they pose. Now, I want to acknowledge it's a nuanced issue, and there won't always be unambiguous yes or no answers to every question. Every chemical is going to continue to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis as the law requires, and we're going to make our decisions in accordance with the law and best available science. But I think if you read through the framework, you'll get a pretty good idea of how we'll be making those decisions. And it should give some pretty strong hints on outcomes to companies who have PFAS submittals pending at the agency or are planning on submitting one in the future. And I want to further illustrate our decision-making process with some hypothetical examples. Let's say we have a submittal for a PFAS that's used to make semiconductors or other electronic components and articles. It's going to be used in a controlled closed-loop environment with workers who use proper PPE. It's going to be disposed of correctly. In a case like this, we generally expect to approve manufacture of this chemical with upfront testing for physical chemical properties, and then include any needed health and safety requirements to follow from that testing. But if we were looking at a PFAS that's used in cleaning products, for example, a use that would clearly result in releases to the environment and likely consumer exposure, it would be a different story. In that case, we wouldn't allow manufacture to begin until the chemical goes through more fulsome, longer-term testing. And depending on the testing results, we may never allow manufacturing to begin at all. Framework's an example of amended TSCA working the way it's supposed to work. We're using our authority to address an urgent problem, keep people safe, and avoid the mistakes of years past, while at the same time helping to promote innovation. So finally today, I want to spend a bit of time talking about risk management for existing chemicals. We've proposed 3 rules for asbestos, methylene chloride, and perchloroethylene, with carbon tetrachloride and TCE up next. These proposed risk management rules will provide protections from chemicals that have been known for decades to kill people. Everyone who supported the law 7 years ago was committed to finally getting those vital protections on the books. And I feel a strong sense of urgency and responsibility to make sure we get the job done. But I know this is new. I know there are concerns, and I'm here today to tell you we want to hear from you. Comments and early engagement are so important because they allow us to propose and finalize protective regulations that take into consideration how these chemicals are actually being used. Now, when you read the proposed methylene chloride rule, you'll see that it's not a blanket prohibition. Rather, the rule would prohibit all industrial commercial use except. That except is important. And that except is what we're looking for when we say, please send us your comments. Where EPA has specific technical information on use and exposure, enough to give us confidence that companies would be able to protect their workforce and the general population, those are generally the uses that would be allowed to continue. We need to have confidence that companies have or will have in place proper equipment, training, engineering controls, and procedures so that when methylene chloride or PCE is used, that the robust proposed worker protections can be successfully met. And the more information we have to support that conclusion, the more likely that we can finalize rules that are not only legally defensible, but also provide the chemical sector with the regulatory certainty they sought under amended TSCA. Our proposals demonstrate this position clearly. For example, for methylene chloride, the proposal identifies 10 conditions of use that we have confidence could continue with workplace protections, and 8 additional uses, including uses of processing aid, where the agency's on the fence and needs more information. How we finalize these rules will depend on public input. For each proposal, we've indicated our interest in comments that identify any additional uses that may be a good fit for safe continued use. We're laying it all on the table. And now it's up to the regulated community to show us what they can do if they think we got it wrong. My staff and I have had an open door policy. We've repeatedly told industry stakeholders that we need specific information about how they make or use these chemicals, how their workers may be exposed, and the practices they have in place to keep workers and the public safe. My staff and I have also been repeatedly told that many companies don't want to come talk to us because they hope we just won't notice their use exists. I'm not making that up. Even though the first 10 chemicals were listed for risk evaluation 6.5 years ago, even though the conditions of use were listed for public comment in both the draft scope and draft risk evaluation, and even though we're past the statutory deadline for all of the first 10 final rules, there apparently are still companies out there who don't think it's time to talk to us yet. To those companies who don't want to meet with the agency, I have a few words to share. The clock's ticking. We're doing what Congress told us to do, which is to write rules to address the risks we found. We're late already. So if there are things about your company's practices that you think might help us finalize a rule without including a ban on your uses, you really need to pick up the phone or send us some specific written comments. I promise you we'll consider and use them. And so to close out, I'm happy to report that 7 years in, TSCA is continuing to mature as a law. A 7-year-old child is exploring the world around them, starting to see it with nuance, and ultimately developing ways to engage with us. They're creating a framework for themselves, and so are we. We're confident that our approaches for new PFAS reviews, risk evaluations, and risk management are significantly more mature than they were a couple of years ago. What keeps us committed to this regulatory regime or any relationship after 7 years, other than the legal obligation, of course? What's giving me energy about this work right now is the fact that after 7 years, we're really starting to get our feet under us. Rather than just trying to build the plane while we're flying it, we've actually built key parts of the plane and are taking off. And after years of work, we're finally starting to implement protections that the American people deserve and expect from dangerous chemicals. This is the goal that all of us, Republicans, Democrats, advocates, attorneys, policy walks, and both Lynn's had in mind when we hashed out this landmark law. There's still lots of exciting work to be done, so please stay involved. I remain committed to an open and collaborative approach so that we can continue to improve. And I look forward to working with you to realize the promise of TSCA. Thank you so much, and I'll be happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Dr. Friedhoff. As always, your remarks were excellent, informative, and you never disappoint when it comes to making big announcements during these TSCA at conferences. And the PFAS significant use restriction framework is intriguing. So thank you for that. And while I have you, just a very personal thank you for your leadership, for exhibiting the energy and the relentless pursuit of implementing the law that you and your staff have during your tenure as AA. We very much appreciate your contributions. So let me get to the questions. Unsurprisingly, there are many related to PFAS.
Okay.
So can we expect more specific tests, including animal tests, to be identified in consent or unilateral orders for new PFAS? And then there's a follow-up question relating to, will in vitro test batteries be developed under EPA's partnership with the DNTP and be considered in tiered testing strategies? That might be too granular, but with regard to animal testing and PFAS, what can you tell us?
I mean, until you sort of see PMN or SNN come out with testing requirements, it's hard to answer the question with specificity, but we're looking at all the test options, not opposed to animal testing, not opposed to, NAMs, and certainly looking forward to using all the tools that we have at our disposal.
This one relates a more 5,000 foot above. What are you most proud of over the past year with regard to advancing implementation of TSCA, and what continues to give you the most frustration?
I mean, I'll start with frustration. Honestly, it's resources. It takes, in addition to sort of not having what we need, it also takes 4 to 6 months minimum to bring someone new into the agency.
Mhm.
And, you know, that's in part just because of the processes that are required for advertising, recruiting, and interviewing. It's also the security clearance that you need to go through at the end. So sometimes you can go through, you know, a 4-month process, find someone fantastic, and then can't bring them in and have to start all over again. And so I think really, you know, I really wish we'd gotten more of a running start with this law generally and started to build up the workforce, which in turn lets you build up the science policies and processes. In terms of what I'm most proud of, I mean, it's definitely the kind of whole of TSCA approach that I feel we're taking. Not just focusing on writing rules to ban things or, you know, really, or regulate them stringently, also really focused on building the infrastructure for a new chemicals program that gets innovative new chemistries into the market more efficiently than it has since the law was first enacted. And so I'm really proud of the staff. I'm really proud of everything they've done to sort of lean into the need to create sustainable approaches and not treat every new chemical or every new risk evaluation as a one-off. And we're really building a law here, and it's been great to see and really an honor to be a part of.
Another question relating to one of your primary frustrations is, how can we get more funding for TSCA? Do you have any thoughts with regard to our listening audience to assist in that regard? Because there seems to be a shared view that TSCA is underfunded. So what can we do to help that along?
Hard for me to answer that question, given that I can't ask people to go lobby Congress. I'm certainly not doing that here. I'm just noting it's a shared priority, and I try to be as noisy as I can in all possible venues, to the point of being obnoxious, I'm sure. And that's all that I can do as an agency, and as representative of the agency. I will add that I have been, so happy and gratified that the priority is shared at all levels within the agency. And I really do get from the administrator on down, as all the support that I could possibly ask for, making sure these budget requests come out the way they do, and, making sure the message to Congress and here in testimony and in the request itself is what it needs to be.
Another question on PFAS, and it relates to the proposed 8A7 reporting rule. Do you have any sense of when we might see that, where it's at, and how EPA intends to utilize the data that are derivative of that new reporting obligation?
I mean, I think it's should be pretty soon. It's been an OMB for a while. Hard to always predict once it's there, how long it takes before it comes out, but it felt like, it feels like it's reasonably close. I think, in terms of how we'll use the data, it depends on what the data is. I think, part of our issue with PFAS is that there is a diversity of chemistries that exist across the class. And our PFAS testing strategy was intended to sort of simplify the one by one approach that had previously been used, and group, bunches of them, hundreds of them in some cases, into categories. And I'm hoping that some of the information that we get will start to fill in gaps in those categories and start to let us refine them, start to let us think about how we might do read across within a category, might inform our next test orders for PFAS under TSCA, and certainly from an environmental perspective might also give us some clues about where we might focus monitoring efforts in terms of drinking water and other things.
Another question with regard to your big news, will the new framework apply to significant new uses in addition to new chemical substances?
Yes.
All right. We have an abundance of PFAS issues here. So one more, some have suggested that the current definition of PFAS for EPA purposes is perhaps under-inclusive. And I've heard some thought regarding the current definition might be moving to a more fit-for-purpose approach. Is that to suggest that the EPA might be considering broadening the definition of PFAS to perhaps align better with the OECD definition, which of course is significantly broader? Can you offer any views on that?
Sure. I mean, I can say that in the agency's CCL rule, and also in, I forget which of our PFAS SNR rules, one or the other, we have included a broader definition that wasn't the OECD definition, but did kind of expand to include some chemistries that stakeholders, noted were missing from that much earlier, TSCA working definition. I think you'll see in the PFAS 8A rule, that we've looked at some of the comments that we got and have made some adjustments, but until that rule comes out, it's can't really share the specifics.
Sure, understood. You had noted the work the semiconductor industry is up to. Will EPA be sharing information about the work that is ongoing with regard to semiconductor and related industry groups and best practices data that those groups are generating?
I think we generally post our new chemicals decisions, minus the CBI. It's hard to answer the question in a specific way without knowing which things CBI and which isn't. But we are sort of striving to make more information about our PMNs and our consent orders public faster, and we'll continue to do that.
Question from one of our Department of Health state representatives. How is EPA using information and experience from states in managing chemical risk? As we all know, one of the primary goals of Lautenberg was to try to avoid a patchwork approach to chemical regulation. And I know there's a good deal of interaction between EPA and the states, but is there anything more specific that you can share on how all of these data endpoints are being addressed and managed by EPA to avoid regrettable and perhaps avoidable inconsistencies?
I mean, we obviously can't tell states what laws to write, what regulations to write. I will say that I've started a quarterly meeting with state and local government representatives who are engaged in toxics issues. Some of that's just is sort of quarterly check-ins with me, but I know that some of the do outs from those meetings have involved more technical meetings between the technical staffs to get information, exchange information, and I know, and we try to tee up topics for discussion with that group as well. So we're certainly trying to do that more than had been done before.
Thank you. A question on just litigation generally, recognizing that you absolutely cannot comment on any aspect of specific litigation, but is the level of litigation ongoing with respect to the Section 6 issues, Section 4 testing and related TSCA litigation more or less aligned with what your expectations were or are they? Is this more or less what you expected, or are you astonished there isn't more, or what?
I mean, I sort of assume that we're going to get sued on everything we do by like everyone. So I suppose those expectations have been met. Every so often something surprises me, that there's an argument that someone's making on a test order doesn't track to me, an argument that someone's making on, wanting us to do a rule that we literally have said we're going to do faster.
Right.
That surprises me too. And so, I mean, I will say it does take, it does take a lot of resources, both at the general counsel level and among the same staff who are working on these policies to support whatever the filings are. And so we, on the one, so, and it does sort of detract from our ability to continue to move things forward. But I don't think that I'm surprised that it exists.
Indeed.
Or they don't keep coming. So
I know I've expressed a lot of caution with my clients on requesting extensions of comment periods There's been some grousing about, well, we need more time on methylene chloride risk management practices. I want to give you this opportunity to explain why sometimes extensions of comment periods are not possible or just infeasible for any number of reasons that you experience from your side. So what do you say to people who would really, really like more time on the methylene chloride comments?
I mean, it's a great question. And honestly, I've been telling people for 2 years that we're not going to be providing comment extensions on these Section 6 rules, once we, got past a certain point in time. And, we simply can't. We're vulnerable to deadline suits on the final rules. We're almost a year past those final deadlines for most of those risk evaluations, because the law says that we have to do a proposed rule a year after the risk evaluation published and a final a year after that. And the truth is that I've been asking industry to come in and talk to us about concerns for 2.5 years now. And I honestly feel like some companies have chosen not to do that until now, and that they've now turned to, we need more time. And so so really, these statutory deadlines were what we all signed up for, industry too. And if we have a year between proposal and final, and 4 months of that is 4 or 5 months of that is comments, and another 3 months is OMB review, we're never going to meet those deadlines. So we are, going to try hard to change the way we engage with the industry early in the risk evaluation process. I think we're talking about trying to do some pre-prioritization meetings with a wide range of to, and continue to try to work with industry and others to frame out the conditions of use in a way that's understood by everyone early in risk evaluation. And so I'm hoping that we avoid, that we make the learning curve better. And we know we have a role to play in making it better too. But at this point, we're late, we gotta go. And I'm sorry that there's no more time, but there's no more time.
Last question, Dr. Friedoff, and this relates to state OSHA programs that operate their own programs as opposed to federal OSHA. Is OCSPP reaching out to these programs in a way that helps those state programs better align their goals with TSCA implementation, particularly as it relates to worker health and safety? Is there a formal mechanism for that, or is it more episodic?
I think it's more episodic on the state level. I will say that my staff's been meeting at least a couple times a month with OSHA for 2.5 years. And we're working on an MOU with OSHA that will sort of describe respective roles and responsibilities and, enforcement of, and streamlining and things like that. So I think we are trying to formalize it, but I don't know that the state OSHA programs are part of that conversation right now. I have to get back to you.
All right. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have. I want to thank you, Dr. Friedoff, for being so generous with your time, for not disappointing us on a big development today. I'm tempted to go back to my office and read whatever might be online with regard to PFAS and SNRS.
I'm gonna get that. Yeah.
Thank you and your staff for your relentlessly hard work these years in implementing TSCA. We are grateful. We don't always agree, but we certainly appreciate the sincerity of your efforts and how hard you and your team work. And thank you for being here with us today and for allowing so many of your staff to participate in our substantive panels later on today. So thank you so much.
Thanks so much. It's great to be here, Lynn. Appreciate it.
So I think we're going to go to break now. Unless I'm mistaken, Madison, so we'll be back by
9:15.
9:15. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you all, and I echo Lynn's thank you. Thank you so much to Dr. Friedoff for speaking at today's event. We're so appreciative of her time, her thoughtful commentary, and her willingness to answer audience questions. So for our online audience, we will take a break until 9:15 a.m., at which time we will start panel 1, risk evaluation. All right, welcome back everyone to panel 1 of today's conference, which is on risk evaluation. We encourage attendees to participate in today's event by commenting observations in the chat. We will also save some time at the end of the panel for audience Q&A. Please submit your questions as soon as you think of them in Zoom's Q&A box. Again, you're welcome to use the chat to converse with one another, but please submit your questions in the Q&A box rather than the chat. Should you have any logistical questions, please feel free to message ELI on Zoom or email events@eli.org. There will be CLE available in Vermont and Pennsylvania for the 4 substantive panels, and we'll be giving you a CLE code that's unique to each panel. We'll audibly state the CLE code at some point during each panel, as well as put it in the chat. So keep your eyes open for that if you're seeking CLE. I will now hand things over to our wonderful moderator for the first panel, Eve Gartner. Eve is the Director of Cross-Cutting Toxic Strategies at Earth Justice. You can find her full biography in the event's written materials. I'll hand things over to you, Eve. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Madison, and welcome everyone. I'm honored to be here today with several experts in the TSCA risk evaluation process. So I'll just quickly introduce David Fisher, counsel at Keller and Heckman, Dr. Rashmi Joglaker, the Associate Director for Science and Policy at the Program on Reproductive Health and the Environment at University of California, San Francisco, Dr. Jeffrey Morris, who's the Director of Existing Chemicals Risk Assessment Division at the EPA's Office of Pollution Prevention and Toxics. And finally, Dr. Jennifer Sass, a senior scientist at the Natural Resources Defense Council. All of their bios are available on the website. So I won't take any additional time to introduce them, other than to say that we could not be in better hands to talk about how EPA has been doing with implementation of risk evaluations under the reformed TSCA. So just for a bit of context on this, one of the key mandates in the new law is the Section 6 requirement that EPA conduct risk evaluations of high priority chemicals without consideration of cost or non-risk factors, and with special consideration of risk to potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations, which are populations at greater risk of harm than the general population, including workers, fence-line communities, children, and others. So EPA has now completed 10 risk evaluations under the new TSCA. It's redoing one of them, the 1,4-dioxane risk evaluation, and it's in the process of evaluating 24 additional chemicals, though EPA has already missed the deadline for completing most of those, and it will soon miss all of those deadlines. So I'm excited to hear from everyone about the TSCA implementation process. So just to get us off, wake us up in the morning, I thought we could start with a kind of lightning round to get your very quick response to this question. And I'm going to ask each of you to respond. Now that we've been through the first set of TSCA risk evaluations and risk determinations, what do you see as the biggest strength and the biggest shortcoming of those initial evaluations? So David, why don't we just start with you?
Sure, thank you. So real quick, I'd say on the plus side that EPA was able to get the 10 initial risk evaluations done. All that was done while I was the Deputy Assistant Administrator, so somewhat of a self-serving remark on my part, I have to admit. Of course, those were then revised, as you indicated. But then on the negative side, I'd say, and this is sort of not unanticipated, that the risk evaluations themselves are, too large, too complex, too cumbersome to really be the model for future risk evaluations. So I'm looking forward to the risk evaluation 2.0, as I like to describe it, that we won't see until some of the initial, or rather the next 20, start to be issued by the agency. So thanks.
Thanks. And Rashmi, I'll turn it to you for your responses.
Yeah, thanks, Eve. So, really for the first time, EPA evaluated risk, at least on some level, to potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations, as you really clearly laid out. And, for certain risk evaluations, like for HBCD, they took into account background exposures or exposures that are not directly tied to TSCA conditions of use into consideration, which is a huge plus. Relatedly, they also took steps to address fence line community risks through the proposed fence line screening methodology that was released last year. Now, I find this methodology to be inadequate in several ways, which I'll touch on later in today's discussion, but it was an encouraging step for the agency to take in terms of implementing the revised TSCA. In terms of shortcomings, really in all of the risk evaluations and risk management rules that we've seen so far, EPA really failed to account for real world chemical exposures and risks, which includes the failure to evaluate cumulative risk, which ultimately understates risk to potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations. So for example, we know that EPA didn't really comprehensively look at chemical exposure sources in its first 10 risk evaluations, especially exposure sources that are relevant to highly exposed and susceptible subgroups. And, again, this leads to understating risk to groups like infants, children, workers, Indigenous people, and residents of fence line communities. And we also know that EPA didn't really rely on robust systematic review methodologies, which ultimately leads to understating hazard and potentially risk.
Thank you. And Jen, I'll turn it to you.
Thanks. I'll do shortcomings first, since when I looked at this question, that's what came to my mind. So shortcomings, a little bit of what Rashmi just said, EPA didn't fully consider all the sources of exposure, includes drinking water, ambient air, all the routes of exposure, presuming that they would be addressed in other statutes. Bob Sussman talked about some of this in his opening comments as well. EPA also presumed that PPE, personal protective equipment, would be used and would be effective 100% of the time. And we all know after the COVID pandemic how uncomfortable that is, wearing PPE. Imagine how difficult that would be to work all day or to go about your business. So it's, and to make it fit properly. Some examples like PV29 used an exposure estimate that was based on a conversation with industry. There was no data, there was no support for that. I mean, just some very lack of science, whatever the opposite of robust is, information that went into these. On the strengths, one of the great strengths was that they were subject to in-person SAC peer review, and the SAC peer review really, that committee really did its work, worked really hard. I know some of those committee members are here putting in question and answer comments. So thanks to you guys and those robust reports, it gave EPA a lot to work with. Another strength was that EPA issued its first test order. The first one, I think, was for PV29. So good for using those authorities, and hopefully that'll be done more. Thank you. I feel woken up now.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, Jen. And just for those out there, the SAC is the Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, which is a federal advisory committee working with EPA. So Jeff, I'll turn it over to you for your assessment of the strengths and shortcomings from the EPA perspective. Yeah.
Thanks, Eve, and welcome everyone. I think I'd like to start by just sharing my perspective on what I see the three purposes of a risk evaluation being. First and foremost, a decision support document so that we can support a finding whether or not a chemical presents or doesn't present a reasonable risk. And then second, it should advance the science of regulatory science. And so I think that second point is very much related to the first. How well does the science support the determination we need to make under the statute? And then third, it should be the agency's articulation to the public on how we view a chemical substance with respect to risk to people and the environment. I'd have to say the first 10, in my view, really advanced decisions support for the agency in TSCA. I think they first of all, David's right, we got them out, it's a good thing. But in doing so, I think they do provide a sound scientific foundation for decision support. And I think that the growth areas for the risk evaluation program will be articulated through the next 20, looking fulsomely at general population exposures when that's appropriate, addressing aggregate exposure when we can do that. And then finally, where it makes sense and where the methods are available, doing cumulative risk assessment, as stakeholders would have seen in the recent SAC panel that we had on our framework for the phthalates. So I think, we're off to a very good start with the first 10. And I think in the next 20 plus evaluations, we'll just see further growth in the program in the areas that I indicated.
Excellent. Thank you all. So for the next set of questions, I'm going to direct the question to just a particular panelist and then invite other panelists to respond if they choose to. So I first want to talk about data, because obviously a key part of any risk evaluation is the data that EPA uses and relies on. So I'm going to direct this question to you, Jen. So Congress provided EPA in the revised TSCA with enhanced testing authority, in part to compel the production of new data to strengthen the risk evaluation of chemical substances. How can the Section 4 test order process better achieve Congress's goals?
It's a great starting question, Eve, because I think it forms the basis. I mean, this question and using the TSCA 4 authority, I'm off mute, right? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I saw a little thing there. Really forms a basis for how EPA can go forward with scientific supported, or to use your language, Jeff, for the decision support going forward for chemical evaluations. With now EPA has the authority to EPA no longer has to do notice and comment to issue a test order. It has the authority to issue a test order and get the information it needs in advance without holding up the deadlines to go forward with the chemical evaluations. And Congress was abundantly clear that EPA had only tested about 200 chemicals in 40 years, had full testing information before that. So Congress gave EPA this authority so that EPA didn't have to do a rulemaking to require industry to conduct and submit testing in a timely manner, and good quality testing. The goal is to fill the data gaps. Industry wanted this to be a risk-based statute. Industry argued for that. And in order to do that, EPA needs to get the information on both the hazard and the exposure. And if EPA and industry don't want to get that data or don't want to use those authorities, those test order authorities, then EPA should go to a hazard-based approach.
Great, thank you. Would anyone else on the panel like to respond to that? And I guess I'm going to just call out, and David, I know that the chemical industry has challenged several of the test orders that have been issued over the last few years. Can you speak to the concerns that the chemical industry has with the way that EPA is implementing this test order authority?
Yeah, so I guess I'd say from my understanding, one of the most important features of a test order is EPA clearly articulating the need for the test order. So I think sometimes recipients of those test orders are not absolutely clear that EPA has gone through the steps to ensure that there isn't data currently existing somewhere, or that there are other, there is an analog out there that could serve as the basis for meeting the data requirements that EPA seeks. So I think it tends to focus, if I'm not mistaken, more on that piece of the test order, that the justification, because it can be a big deal in terms of cost and time, and if animals are sacrificed, that's also a very big concern for test order recipients. As you know, the EPA has been moving more toward dams, which I was a huge proponent of when I was at the agency, and I hope that continues. So, I mean, those are some of the things, the issues that I'm aware of.
Okay, great, thank you. And just for the audience, NAMs are new approach methods, which we will get to in a bit more detail later. Jeff, I'm going to direct this question to you. So the chemical industry has generated an enormous amount of health and safety information for the EU regulation called the Registration, Evaluation, Authorization, and Restriction of Chemicals, or REACH, which is the EU version of TSCA. Is EPA reviewing those data And how can EPA and industry better leverage those data for EPA risk evaluations? And I guess the final one is there any concern with EPA using those data?
Thanks, Eve. I mean, as this audience will appreciate, a lot of the REACH data are developed under legal arrangements that companies make to support their submission of information to the European Chemicals Agency. So to the extent that data generators, companies are willing and able to work with us to provide those data, then we certainly welcome that, because nobody wants to see data generated twice, for sure, right? And I will say that we do a systematic review of the literature and attempt to identify the existing data, and certainly to the extent that, you know, in that process, stakeholders identify gaps that either have been filled through REACH registration or, you know, through other means, then we'd like to talk about how we receive those data. But I do want to say, Eve, on the broader issue of data, beyond the hazard data that I think was sort of implied in the discussion for REACH data, you know, one of the big areas of uncertainty for us is often in the exposure area. You know, what's going on in the workplace or out in the environment in terms of contact with chemical substances. And, you know, I have to say, these chemicals have now been on the TSCA work plan for over a decade. And so I think there has been and there remains opportunity to engage with those who either have those data or have the ability to either acquire it or generate it to support an exposure assessment that is reflective of actual exposures occurring either in the workplace or to consumers or in the environment. So I think this issue that you raise on data availability is really important, and REACH is certainly one avenue which data are generated. But I really think that it's important that we have a sort of a broader contextual discussion about bringing the necessary data to the EPA so that we can have really robust decision support documents for these important TSCA chemicals.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jeff. Does anyone have any follow-up or response to what Jeff said?
The only thing I'll add is also that states also could be contacted. So the European Union is one resource, other countries as well, and states as well. Something to think about. Yeah.
And does anyone else? I have a follow-up question for Jeff if no one else does. You know, I agree, Jeff, that I think, you know, people have been on notice, the industry and NGOs have been on notice now for a very long time of which chemicals EPA intends to put through the risk evaluation process. Does EPA feel that it's getting the information that is out there? I mean, I think there are a lot of data out there, as you know, Jen mentioned state data, we've talked about REACH, and there's other sources. Is EPA getting the data that's out there?
I think that's very chemical specific. And I'm not sure that it's always a case of our getting the data that are out there. I mean, I think often it is more a question of whether enough data have been generated, again, particularly on the exposure side, to support decision making. And I recognize that this is still a new program. We're all trying to figure out how much data are needed to support a decision. So I anticipate that as we do more of these assessments and as we release the drafts of these next assessments and people understand where we have data, where we've used modeling, where we've made assumptions based on lack of data, we'll continue to better understand as a larger community what data are needed. But I'll sort of going back to my other previous comment about the work plan. I do believe this really is TSCA implementation, a shared commitment. So we all need to work together to understand what data are needed and how we can bring that into the assessment program. So, you know, I think it's an ongoing dialogue. And so I just encourage everyone to reflect on the first 10, what assumptions we use there, look at the drafts of these next ones coming out, and just continue to work with us on the data issue.
Yeah, and Eva, if I could just chime in. So
Please.
completely agree with Jeff. So thanks, Jeff, for those remarks. But it was always a puzzle to me why industry was not more proactive than it could be, knowing that, you know, the wheels were turning on TSCA risk evaluation, TSCA implementation, and that lack of data is generally sort of viewed as problematic for industry and perhaps other stakeholders. I'm thinking that will change, that folks will become more proactive now that they're starting to see the risk management rules and realizing the end result of risk evaluation could be prohibitions or pretty severe restrictions. And if you want to try to avoid that outcome, and you want to generate data that might show that EPA's evaluation is overly conservative, or their exposure assumptions are not correct, or what have you, then you need data. So I'm hopeful that as the program matures, we'll see more proactivity from industry and others. I certainly hope that's the case.
Yeah, that's really helpful perspective, David. So just following up, just directing this question to you, David, it's really just continuing this conversation. So I know, again, under REACH, that often what the data that are generated are often summarized, or always summarized in the robust summaries. And industry has long argued that only those robust summaries should be available to EPA in some instances. And EPA has often asked for the raw data in order to complete its risk evaluations. Could EPA use its Section 11 subpoena authority, or even a Section 8 rule, to require submission of the full study data if it needs that?
It certainly could, and I would certainly be in favor of, as I was a few years ago when I was at the agency, some of the TSCA Section 8 authority, as you mentioned, Eve. So 8A, 8D, for example, we started those wheels churning for as a means of getting data. I guess if on a maybe more targeted basis, the subpoena power could be used, but I'm thinking it's probably better to cast the net fairly wide, which you can do with Section 8. That you really can't do with Section 11. So that's sort of some initial thinking. But I completely agree that that the full data set needs to be provided to the agency. I mean, I certainly felt that when I was DA as well, and I still continue to believe that is the way to go. I mean, one thought just I want to mention to the audience here and to the panelists, that I'm never quite sure what the response would be, but what I wondered is, I understand that industry may have paid X dollars for a particular study, and they want to protect that, that data set, and not freely give it away to whomever, potential competitors. But on the other hand, if you hold on to the data and don't provide it to the agency, isn't there a cost in that too? And maybe the cost could be a whole lot greater than the cost of the study, right? Especially if it led to a prohibition of a particular condition of use over time, because that data wasn't provided to the agency. So I do think there's trade-offs that I think industry should start weighing, and hopefully weigh in favor of providing the data to the agency. I mean, there were times where we would have protracted discussions with industry, maybe exceeding like a year, because some folks just wanted to give us sort of the bottom line sort of summary, and we absolutely refused to do that because it didn't make a whole lot of sense to go down that road. And the SAC would have been very rightfully annoyed with EPA for not having the full data set that the SAC could then peer review. So I guess enough said on that, but I did want to sort of throw out some of those additional points. So
Yeah, that's really helpful. Would anyone like to respond to that or add to anything that David said on this topic?
If I could, Eve,
Please.
I think some very good points. And, obviously as a public agency, we need to be transparent. So transparency is important. The balance we would need to achieve, even if we were to receive full data set, if a submitter claimed some of that information as confidential information, proprietary, and indicated that we could use those data so long as we didn't publicly release those data, that we would still need to somehow find the balance of putting out a public assessment supported in part by those data that's transparent in a way that people can understand how we obtained our results. So I'm not offering a solution, but I'm pointing out that this is, I believe is going to continue to be an active area. And I think we'd all like to achieve that point where we can use as much data as are available and maintain the transparency that we think is really important as a government agency.
Yeah, thanks for flagging that really critical point, Jeff. And I guess I'm wondering, and wouldn't, assuming that, oh, go ahead, Jen, please.
Just how the pesticide office puts out all its, it relies on, you have to have publicly accessible through a FOIA. It's not that it's sitting in a basket necessarily, although it's probably sitting in a basket somewhere in EPA. And they do robust summaries that are available, and then through a full FOIA and some promises that it'll be used appropriately, I can get those complete studies through FOIA. How do they handle it? Why is that different?
Yeah, I guess I could chime in, Jen, and from my perspective, there's a more robust data compensation provisions in FIFR that don't really exist in TSCA. So I think that might be one of the reasons. But I do agree that there, and this has actually been the case in TSCA, that there are some risk evaluations I've seen where proprietary data is used by the agency, and then there's like a little tagline under the table in which the data is presented saying, hey, this data is protected, and sort of a little bit of a warning sign, so to speak. So I do think there are ways that the agency and industry can work together to get data to an agency, and EPA can do what it can to protect that data. As you indicated, through FOIA and maybe just, that, there's no reason why EPA couldn't issue that report to you, say, Jen, with a cover sheet that says, hey, this data is protected. You're not allowed to distribute it to others or what have you. I think that would be helpful. But anyway, to Jeff's point, there are things that could be done, and maybe this requires a little more of a discussion.
Yeah. And, I think what I was going to say, and I feel a bit confused because my understanding is that under Section 14 of TSCA, the confidential business information provisions, a health and safety study can't be considered confidential. The only parts of a health and safety study that can be confidential are the process or portion information. So what would be the legal basis for withholding from the public the full health and study information, leaving out the process and portion information, but all of the health and safety information? Why wouldn't that automatically be something that needs to be disclosed under TSCA?
Well, it certainly would be required if the agency asked for it, then you'd have to turn it over. I guess what we're talking about now, Eve, as I understand it, is the industry voluntarily forthcoming with that data, right? But they don't want to necessarily do that because it's proprietary. They may have spent millions of dollars on it. They want to protect it. I get all that. But there's a cost of not providing that data. It might be that the risk evaluation is overly conservative because it didn't have the benefit of that data. So that was sort of that trade-off piece I
Right.
was mentioning. But you're right. I mean, health and safety study, by and large, it's not protected by CBI, and that has been an active area of discussion over the years. But at the end of the day, it's generally speaking not protected. I mean, there may be certain elements here and there, but the bottom line of a health and safety study, the data, the underlying data, the results, et cetera, that's all not protected.
So if EPA actually gets the data, then it has to make that available to the public.
Correct. I mean, there would be no reason why they would not. I mean, Jeff, I'm sure would agree that whatever the data the agency gets, it's out there for folks.
Right. And EPA does have the tools, as we're talking under Section 8 or Section 11, to get that data.
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
So
go ahead, Rashmi.
Sorry, if I might just hit on that last point that you said regarding, obtaining data and using the authorities under TSCA to do so. So many of these data use and data needs issues under TSCA are because of the lack of proactively seeking out testing data, the lack of proactively taking stock of what exposure data already exists in these, national chemical release databases, for example, relying on sources outside of just the toxics release inventory, actually considering fence line monitoring data. And so many of those data have existed for decades in many fence line communities. So, really the agency taking initiative to take stock of data proactively well before we get to the draft risk evaluation stage or, the final risk evaluation stage where it's too late to really go back and do comprehensive exposure analyses with those data.
Thank you for that. So I want to keep moving on with our questions. I think we could continue on this conversation for a while, but several people have mentioned new approach methodologies, or NAMs. So Rashmi, I'm going to direct this question to you. EPA has been aggressively promoting the use of NAMs, and I know that non-governmental organizations or NGOs have recently sent a letter to Administrator Regan warning that EPA is weakening TSCA protections by prematurely reducing rodent testing in favor of non-animal testing. And I know EPA's position and maybe industry's position is that Congress intended that EPA would reduce animal testing and that NAMs are helpful in filling data gaps. Is EPA striking the right balance, and how should EPA be addressing these concerns?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Eve. So in my opinion, no. Unfortunately, when it comes to NAMs, the agency is not striking the right balance at the moment. As you highlighted, the problem is that right now EPA is heavily promoting the use of NAMs, which largely include, non-animal tests, though there are a few exceptions to that rule. But many of these methods have not been sufficiently validated, and they're not really ready for prime time use and decision making. And really troublingly, at the same time, EPA is curtailing the use of animal toxicity testing, as you also mentioned. So we're finding ourselves in a bit of a data rut between the ramping up of NAMs and the ramping down of animal tests. And as you mentioned, while TSCA does direct EPA to encourage the use of scientifically valid test methods and strategies that reduce or replace the use of vertebrate animals, it also states that the information derived from these methods needs to be of equivalent or better scientific quality and relevance, and will ultimately support regulatory decisions. And, this TSCA mandate highlights several issues with EPA's current and frankly premature use of NAMs in the risk evaluation process. First, NAMs have not been shown to be of equivalent or better scientific quality and relevance than many existing animal studies. In fact, we've seen cases, especially in the Office of Pesticides right now, where proposed NAMs tests are incapable of measuring the full potential of a chemical to cause serious and complex health effects like neurodevelopmental harm, which animal tests can actually more robustly pick up on. Second, most NAMs are still unvalidated, and there's little consensus on how data derived from these tests could support regulatory decisions within the agency. Now, as a note of encouragement, there is the recent NES report, which highlights recommendations to integrate data from NAMs into the risk evaluation process, which is a really important step. And EPA should really heed these recommendations, especially for ongoing TSCA risk evaluations. Now, with that said, while NAMs are currently being validated and best methods for integrating NAMs data into risk evaluations are underway, EPA should not prematurely curtail animal testing. This will only end up, depriving the agency of the tools and data that it needs now to protect human health, particularly for potentially exposed and susceptible subpopulations. So, at the present moment, in the absence of animal testing data, the limitations of current NAMs could mean that chemicals are unjustifiably deemed as safe, which could mean that certain chemicals are allowed to be approved or remain in use when they shouldn't be. And obviously that's an outcome that puts the health of people and the environment at risk.
Thanks for that. Would anyone like to respond?
I'll just say great comments, Rashmi. I'm going to try and find the link. I've been taking notes, so if you see my eyeballs bouncing around, it's because I'm taking notes. But I'm totally focused on this. But I'm going to try and get the link to the National Academies report and put it in because it just came out. I want to say last week, right? And it is really good. The summary is about 30 pages. It's not hard to read at all. I think it really was fairly visionary in its thinking and went beyond, I think, what a lot of us individually were thinking, and really is strong in its collective thought and approaches to science. And I think there's a lot of wisdom there.
Great. Thanks, Jen. And I saw, Jeff, you came off mute for a second there.
No, I mean, all I wanted to do was just go back to sort of what I saw as the purposes 1 and 2 of the risk evaluation that I identified in my opening remarks of being a decision support document and advancing the science of regulatory science for TSCA. So really, our focus is on implementing the Section 26 provisions of TSCA using the best available science. So I mean, I'm just, I'm thankful for the dialogue, because I think we all want to get to the same place, is using the best available scientific information to support our decisions, so that when we make decisions, we really feel like we're on as firm a ground as possible. So I just wanted to point this so you understand the lens through which I think we're viewing this whole discussion.
I just wanted to chime in and say, I fully appreciate that comment, Jeff. And I think we're at a really pivotal moment where, scientists and academics and agency scientists are in the process of developing NAMs. And there is, real potential to develop these NAMs to address real world issues like cumulative exposures and the interaction of non-chemical stressors using computational methods. Really, the potential is endless. But, we're really in this period still where they're being ramped up, and we don't have sufficient frameworks to support their use in regulatory decision-making. So I think collectively, over time, we'll get to a place where NAMs will be part of the fundamental decision-making process. But right now, as we kind of catch up to that stage, we have to continue relying on the methods that are, tried and true.
Thanks, Rashmi. David, I think I saw you trying to weigh in on this.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for that. So I think
Eve, can I point out quickly, one of the things,
Sure,
just one point from this National Academies report that they said is that they outright rejected EPA's definition of NAMs. They said having a definition of NAMs as replacing animal tests is not a scientific goal. It doesn't make any sense. It is not, doesn't fit with the statute. And, the scientific goal should be doing better risk, everything you said, Jeff, doing better risk assessments to protect the public and getting better scientific, more robust scientific outcomes that support science-based decisions and ultimately protects the public. So just as we use the word NAMs, we should know that EPA's definition is not the definition that the National Academies accepts.
thank you for that, Jen. So I'm going to move us on to a new topic, but before I do, I wanted to mention. So as Madison said earlier, to get CLE credit for this program, you need to be able to include the code for this particular session. And the code for this session is TSCA 7309. So that's all one word, TSCA 7309. I feel like I'm selling something to you, but I'm not. I just want you to get CLE credit if you've been participating today. I want to move us on to talk about how EPA is doing in the fulfilling the mandate to consider potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations in the risk evaluations, which I think several of us mentioned as really one of the core improvements in the law with the 2016 reforms. So I'm gonna start again with you, Rashmi. Last year, EPA released a fence line exposure methodology to look at risks to fence line communities. And it did so specifically in the context of looking at risks to those communities that were not considered in the risk evaluations that were conducted during the Trump administration. But EPA also said that it would continue to refine that methodology over time. So I have three questions for you to consider. One is this fence line exposure methodology a good approach for addressing environmental justice considerations? Are we in fact seeing EPA refine the initial approach, and is further refinement still needed?
Yeah, thanks, Eve. So as I mentioned before, the agency committing to and releasing this screening methodology is a step in the right direction, and we really support the time and initiative that the agency has taken to do so. But really at the core of it, the methodology is not a sufficient approach to addressing environmental justice concerns. It doesn't sufficiently account for the risk posed to potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations in fence line communities. There is a lot of further refinement needed, and the steps that the agency has taken so far, at least what we've seen, for example, in the methylene chloride proposed rulemaking, is risk management rule is, not exactly getting us to where we need to be. The agency did look at aggregate exposures to methylene chloride. The agency did also expand the number of years worth of toxics release inventory data that they considered in the fence line exposure assessment. But really there are a lot of other deficiencies that need to be addressed in subsequent fence line screening assessments. I can highlight some of those. So first, EPA really has not considered risks to communities exposed to the same chemical from multiple facilities. We again saw exposures being considered from individual facilities. And this approach effectively assumes that community residents will only be exposed to a chemical from a single facility via a single condition of use, via a single exposure pathway at a time, which is really a fraction of the true real world exposures that these residents are facing. It's not a realistic assumption. It's not consistent with the best available science, which shows that polluting facilities are often clustered around and concentrated in fence line communities, leaving residents of those communities exposed to the same chemical from multiple and varying sources. Next, EPA continues to not consider risks from communities' cumulative exposures to multiple chemicals from a variety of sources and pathways. Again, this is really ignoring the real world exposures and risks that are faced by many of these fence line communities. This approach is also inconsistent with the best available science and is really problematic for chemicals, especially that contribute towards common adverse health outcomes, which could increase the likelihood of harm to exposed communities. If we know that a community is being exposed to 6 chemicals that cause lymphatic cancer, their risk is heightened from exposure to that mixture, as opposed to just looking at one chemical at a time. And EPA also continues to fail to consider fence line communities' increased susceptibility to harm. And again, this is part of the language of potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations. The best available science shows that people living in fence line communities are more susceptible to harm from chemical exposures due to a variety of factors, including intrinsic factors like life stage, your sex, or underlying disease, and extrinsic factors like experiencing psychosocial stress from racial injustice, lack of adequate healthcare, and food. And people living in fence line communities often experience, multiple of these intrinsic and extrinsic factors simultaneously. They're more likely to be low-income people of color with reduced access to quality healthcare and healthy foods. And in addition, they have a higher risk of developing diseases like cancer or respiratory illness from air pollution, for example. But EPA failed to really take any of these factors into consideration in the screening methodology, qualitatively or quantitatively. And finally, EPA really failed to consider complete or reliable chemical release data. And this kind of draws back to our previous question. It really failed to consider data reflecting chemical accidents, spills, or other peak release events. And all of this ultimately underestimates risk to fence line communities, especially during those peak exposure events, which happen often in these areas. Last spring, we raised these concerns to the SAC, and many of these concerns were actually echoed by the SAC in their report that they recently published in response to the fence line screening methodology. So, we really urged the agency to not delay improving the screening methodology. There are changes that can actually be made today using existing information and resources to offer stronger protections for communities faster. One of these solutions could be incorporating uncertainty factors. So these are multiplicative factors that can account for data gaps or scientific uncertainty. These factors can be applied to account for things like exposure to multiple chemical and non-chemical stressors, or increased susceptibility to harm during early life. Also relying on reasonably available data that captures chemical accidents, spills, peak release events, et cetera. Those data exist. They're out there, they're chronicled. Many of them are managed by EPA. So there's, really, that shouldn't take a ton of additional time or resources to consider in the risk evaluation process. Also relying on the modeling to, really get at this issue of experiencing exposures from multiple facilities, particularly through the air, is something that can be done pretty simply now. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, thanks for all of that, Rashmi. Would anyone like to weigh in or respond to that? David, you came off mute. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. So what I'm struck with, and this is maybe not so much a topic that we're going to be discussing this morning, but let me just put it out there. I mean, as Rashmi was kind of going down the list of other factors or stressors that should be brought into the cumulative risk assessment, I'm wondering, doesn't that sort of beg the question, well, what exactly is unreasonable risk? Is any risk of any kind from any source an unreasonable risk? So and we haven't really had a discussion, and EPA has not had a discussion of what exactly that is, although now we're seeing it more or less defined in the risk management rules. And it seems to me like in the methylene chloride risk evaluation, or rather the risk management rule, unreasonable risk seems to be essentially no risk from methylene chloride. It's almost, or at the most, it's de minimis risk. So I think it would be helpful if we did have some dialogue, maybe through a stakeholder group. I was a big proponent of EPA creating a FACA to deal with TSCA implementation in the same way it is done for the last umpteen years, maybe 30 or 40 years in the pesticide realm, through the Pesticide Program Dialogue Committee, which I think is generally viewed as pretty positive from all the stakeholders I've chatted with over the years. But nothing like that, absolutely nothing like that exists for TSCA implementation, which I find kind of odd. But that would be a forum in which some of the issues we're discussing now could kind of continue, especially the notion of, well, what exactly is unreasonable risk? So, with methylene chloride, I mean, just to add a little bit more to what I was saying about the concept of cumulative risk, just about every condition of use for methylene chloride was deemed to present unreasonable risk. So notwithstanding the fact it wasn't a cumulative risk assessment. So I'm not sure at the end of the day how much more what the public health gain would be if EPA added non-chemical stressors to that risk evaluation. I mean, you wouldn't be identifying any more conditions of use that present unreasonable risk. And at the end of the day, TSCA permits EPA and empowers EPA to deal with that chemical that's the subject of risk evaluation. I'm not aware that TSCA allows the agency to deal with anything else other than that particular chemical through risk management. So, I mean, that's sort of another piece of the discussion on cumulative risk assessment or risk evaluation that I think we need to have.
Yeah.
Because it's, you know, all of a sudden it becomes like massively complicated at a time when the agency is still kind of churning through risk evaluations and trying to do it better and faster and leaner, just based on what it's required to do by statute, let alone additional layers of complexity. So I'm a big proponent of let's do this in a incremental way. Let's allow the agency to improve the current process, both internally and externally, and then, you know, as needed or as there is sort of consensus, build upon that. But I think right now it's just too much to ask the agency to do more than they're doing. Because what they're doing now is just it's just a massive amount of work, as we all know.
So I want to turn to these questions about cumulative risk assessment and what difference that would actually make. But before I do, I mean, you flagged the question of what is an unreasonable risk. And I think, you know, Jeff, I think that the agency has quantitative cutoffs for what it's certainly for cancer, what it considers to be an unreasonable risk. And it has methodologies for setting quantitatively what's an unreasonable risk. I don't think it's any risk. And I wonder if you could just briefly say how the agency is defining unreasonable risk in the TSCA program.
Well, sure, even. And just to be clear, there are actually two elements to the standard. The first is presents unreasonable risk. So in a distinction between the findings that are made, say, under Section 5 for new chemicals, where you have a may present finding, among others. Yeah. You know, for TSCA Section 6, it's a presents finding. And then the other one is, as you say, unreasonable risk. So I like to think of those two together because they're both important, right? Because, you know, one gets to sort of your certainty around does it present, may present, you know, and then the second is, as you say, the unreasonable part of it, which we would agree includes these benchmarks. For example, between, say, for a cancer risk, 1 in a million and 1 in 10,000 been used as a range for various populations or considerations of risk. But that's really just one factor, because in terms of what, as the agency has stated, you look at uncertainty and variability, severity of endpoint, reversibility, all these considerations that go into whether or not a risk is considered unreasonable, which includes consideration of the benchmarks, but doesn't stop there, and it is not limited to that.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Unless anyone really has a burning desire to follow up on that, I'd like to turn to the cumulative risk assessment questions. But let me just, does anyone want to respond to what Jeff said or ask any follow-up questions on that?
I might just quickly add again that, you know, and this is more in response to David's comments, that some of these methods, which have been kind of underscored in recent scientific publications, really are fast. I mean, applying a multiplicative factor is not an approach that will take a huge amount of evaluation or is very time consuming or resource intensive. So just to kind of elevate that again, that there really are these science-based methods that could quickly get us to better accounting for non-chemical stressors, even if it's not a complete comprehensive quantitative assessment.
So then turning to this issue of cumulative risk assessment or cumulative risk evaluation, we know that EPA is now taking initial steps to incorporate cumulative risk assessment approaches, looking at the combined risks of similar substances, such as for the phthalates that are currently, or some of the phthalates that are currently undergoing risk evaluation, and perhaps for other substances. Jen, I'm going to direct this question to you. How should EPA use the findings of cumulative risk assessments to inform the risk determinations and risk management rules? And maybe you could also address the question that David teed up, in like, for example, with methylene chloride, where almost all of the conditions of use were found to present unreasonable risk. What difference would it make if EPA looked at cumulative risk to methylene chloride and other similar chemicals that people are exposed to?
Sure, thank you. And I'm happy to continue it as a conversation. So I am thinking through these things. I actually found this question pretty tough, I have to admit, because you're thinking, how should EPA do this, going forward in the future? So first of all, the cumulative risk assessment should be done, and it should be done well, and it should be done regularly. It should be done routinely. I agree with Rashmi that there's methods out there, there's approaches out there, there's offices within EPA that does it regularly, so it shouldn't be that hard. I also think that going through the process and doing it, and this, I guess, goes to David's comment. So I'll answer. It's a reasonable comment, David, and I'll give you my thoughts on it. I think going through the process and documenting that also helps to inform uncertainty. So what is missing that is not included? What do we know about that is not included? What are we concerned about or don't know about that we haven't included? Just going through that thought process and going through that documentation process could inform the use of uncertainty factors. And I will also say, as I always say, when doing that, it's important to say which way that would bias the result. Are you missing potential exposure? Would that not just to say what don't we know and what are the uncertainties and what have we left out, understanding what's outside of the process that you haven't included, that EPA hasn't included, but which way would it tend to underestimate or overestimate by biasing? I would argue that in most cases, in my experience, when I'm looking at it, by not including all of these other things, the outcome is vastly underestimating the actual on the ground exposures and harm that is done to communities. That is the purpose of requiring cumulative risk assessment in TSCA in the first place. It's why they wanted it. So that's just what I would say. So EPA should do it. They did take a stab at it in the phthalates, which is great. Yay, EPA, and it does move EPA in the right direction. It's the only thing I would say is it's an exception, and they should make it the rule. It should be done regularly. Second, the information should be used to make the determination of unreasonable risk. We should understand that picture to make that determination, and it should be based on the total risk from the combined chemicals, as opposed to individual chemicals. And then the last thing, and I'll also say that EPA could work better with states. And there's other kinds of information. Rashmi mentioned fence line monitoring, community information, unions and labor groups have a lot of information on practices as well as data. States have information, so they could do a better job of gathering the information that's in existence to do that. And I guess I'll leave that. I guess the last point I'll say, first of all, it shouldn't be controversial to do this, especially for chemicals where we know that there's concurrent exposures, we know there's common endpoints, that the result of risk management is to reduce risk, and we have to understand that to do that fully. So it just shouldn't be that controversial. And finally, I'll say that the TSCA program should commit to applying the methods that are being developed within EPA around this issue to address real cumulative impacts and cumulative exposures. It should be a commitment of EPA. It's the only way that they're going to right the wrongs and the injustices and the harms that have been done by applying racist and discriminatory methods to risk assessment. And risk assessment will continue to perpetuate these harms and to carry through these injustices if it doesn't apply new methods, working with communities and working with impacted populations.
Thank you, Jen. Would anyone like to respond to Jen or to add to what she said? Go ahead,
If I
Jeff.
could, I think it's really fortunate that we as a TSCA program have embarked on cumulative at the same time that the agency has made environmental justice a priority, so that we're doing this phthalates activity within the context of discussions around overburdened communities, cumulative impacts, co-exposures to chemicals, but also the discussion about those non-chemical stressors that impact the susceptibility to disease from chemical exposure. So, it helps us all move directionally, I think, where we want to go. And I think keeping our eye on that direction is really important. And so being able, I think, to take this first phthalate step, I think, as has been said, is very useful. Not the end, but I think it's a start. So I just wanted to just make that point around the context within which we're doing this.
Yeah. And I agree, Jeff. I mean, I think it's really critical that EPA show what can be done with the cumulative risk assessment, and certainly that what it's doing with the phthalates. And I wanted to ask you one follow-up question, but then I did want to open up if anyone wanted to weigh in specifically on the phthalates risk assessment or anything else. But you mentioned the issue around, Jeff, around non-chemical stressors. And we know that, that EPA doesn't at this time intend to quantitatively assess the non-chemical stressors in cumulative risk assessment. And I wanted to know what you're thinking of whether a qualitative approach to that is acceptable, or should EPA be seeking to fill in the data gaps using uncertainty factors or some other approach that Rashmi and Jen have mentioned?
Yeah, I mean, it's an issue that's been raised to us for sure. And I guess I'll just, again, go back to our efforts to make these sound decision support documents developed in line with Section 26. So, but it is a directional thing. And I think it's going to be over time understanding how these other factors can be integrated into our risk analyses and ultimately into our determination of unreasonable risk. So I don't mean to sound wishy-washy about it. I'm trying to say, in the spirit of incremental and iterative, we need to keep the dialogue going and go as far as the science will allow us to go, so we can maintain the credibility of the program. And I mean that in the largest sense, not just a narrow sense, but also making sure we're considering all these things. So, I think this will develop over time, and it's in line with the broader context that the agencies are working for environmental justice and overburdened communities. Yeah. But I welcome others' thoughts on this.
I might just say a few words about the methylene chloride risk management rule with regards to the fence line assessment. It was interesting because they actually did find that one of the allowed conditions of use did pose unreasonable risk to fence line groups, but the agency almost wrote off that risk because of the other proposed, bans or cancellations of use. And that would kind of buffer the risk posed by the one condition of use that was associated with unreasonable risk. And I think that opens the door to a broader question, kind of in line with what David was saying, which is, when there is unreasonable risk determination, particularly for fence line communities, even if that was conducted using methodologies that we feel are inadequate or don't actually capture the full extent of exposures and risks, how does the agency handle that appropriately and in a way that's health protective? And coming back to cumulative risk, in those calculations, the agency didn't consider things like non-chemical stressors or cumulative exposures, or even really, exposures from multiple facilities. aggregating every single reasonably foreseeable exposure route and pathway. With all of that aside, they still found unreasonable risk. If those factors were taken into consideration, perhaps those risk levels would have been orders of magnitude greater, and it would have compelled the agency more to actually address those risks. But I think these are questions that are pretty unanswered at this point.
Yeah. And I think that is an important point. I just want to underscore that I think my understanding is that why does it matter whether EPA conducts a cumulative risk assessment that truly captures the real world risk that communities are facing if it's already found unreasonable risk without that consideration? I think the real answer probably comes down to what is the risk management measure that will eliminate the risk. And if risk is understated in the risk evaluation, even if it exceeds the unreasonable risk threshold, the risk management may not be adequate if the true risk isn't captured in the risk assessment.
And I guess my point was that at the end of the day, EPA only has authority to manage the risk from that chemical. Right. So and let me just ask Rashmi, when you say non-chemical stressors should be included in the cumulative risk assessment, is that because of the notion that those non-chemical stressors make populations more susceptible from harm to the chemical that's the subject of the risk evaluation? Is that the piece? That's the only reason why you add those non-chemical stressors. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. And sort of parallel, I think the reason that you look at the cumulative risk is because, using methylene chloride, is that exposure to other, and I'm not a scientist, so I don't know what the other substances might be, but, potentially other chlorinated solvents would increase the risk that people experience from exposure to methylene chloride itself. Is that just asking the scientists if that's accurate?
Right, but at the end of the day, though, right, most of the uses, and this may not hold true in the final methylene chloride risk management rule, were prohibited. So what else would EPA do? I mean, at the end of the day, we have to sort of be practical, right? And from a EPA perspective, if I can kind of put my EPA hat on, we want to make sure that the risk assessors are doing what they need to do to generate sort of the basis for risk management decisions, but not more than they need to do. And if what they do is kind of unnecessary, because at the end of the day, the risk management rule wouldn't have changed a whole lot. I mean, what else can you do other than prohibit? I'm just always sort of aware of just the workload, the additional layers of complexity, even if they're not that complex, Rashmi, but yet it's still more stuff for staff to do, while they're trying to revise the 10, do the 20, actually 24. That's just a massive amount of work. So I'm just, maybe I'm hypersensitive to that, but having seen it from inside, it was always just quite overwhelming to me to know all the different layers of review and involvement from staff, and all the rest of that's part of a large bureaucracy of like EPA. It's just I think we just need to be careful that we get there's bang for the buck. If we're going to do X, is X going to really matter in the end or not? So that's really kind of my bottom line, and we just need to be sensitive to that.
I fully appreciate that comment, David. And I think, what this really gets at is with methylene chloride, we're already in the proposed risk management stage. These calculations should have been made in the risk evaluation phase, from the draft stage, where we could get a more proactive capture of the real world risks that these communities are facing. I also fully appreciate that doing a cumulative risk assessment is an enormous effort, and it requires a lot of work and a lot of data analysis, a lot of input. And there are, again, these uncertainty factors that can be used to account for those analyses, especially since at this moment, the agency is trying to churn out all of these risk evaluations in a timely manner. Those are kind of the interim that could get us closer to the needle, especially if they're implemented in that early stage of risk evaluation, as opposed to having these conversations once the proposed risk management rule is already out.
And I think I would also just take the liberty of adding, and I think, and the next panel on risk management will get into this more, but I think there is a distinction between uses being prohibited, and it is true that many of the uses of methylene chloride were prohibited, and yet the majority of the production of methylene chloride will continue under the risk management rules. So it's not, you know, I think had EPA from the outset done a cumulative risk assessment of methylene chloride and really looked at the real world risks, the risk might have been so great that EPA would have had to prohibit additional uses that would have more significantly limited the amount of methylene chloride that continues to be produced and will continue to be produced. But that, I guess, people can stay tuned for the next panel to hear more about that. So David, I want to just follow up with one final question about cumulative risk assessment and ask you whether EPA's proposal, you know, as the only lawyer on the panel other than me as the moderator, does the proposal to examine cumulative risks, which EPA has laid out in its guidelines, using toxicologic similarity and potential co-exposure, does that satisfy the best available science provisions of TSCA and the provisions of Section 6 regarding how risk evaluations should be conducted?
Yeah, so I guess I'd say, thanks, Steve, that, you know, certainly TSCA could accommodate the whole concept of cumulative risk assessment. It certainly doesn't prohibit it. So yes, I would say, generally speaking, you know, the agency can go down the cumulative risk pathway, or risk evaluation pathway. So, but what I would, again, sort of would echo is all this sort of begs a further discussion, not to, you know, repeat myself, but what exactly is the goal of risk management? It's to eliminate unreasonable risk, but what is unreasonable risk? So I do think there's lack of consensus on that. It's my fear is the more we go down the cumulative risk pathway, and I think as the agency is going down that road, and it seems to make sense to start with phthalates because you know, CPSC did a cumulative risk assessment on phthalates. So I mean, there's some history with there as well. But I guess what I'm fearing is the more we pile on this concept of unreasonable risk, are we approaching sort of what the MCLG is? You know, no known or anticipated adverse effect on health or persons would occur, allowing an adequate margin of safety. I don't think that's unreasonable risk, but you know, I don't want to belabor the point, but I think it is helpful to try and come to some understanding of that. And I don't think the agency is there yet, because it's only looked at unreasonable risk from the chemical, from a separate chemical or individual chemical perspective. Would it change, or how would it change if we look at all these other factors that should perhaps be included? Now, I mean, I do make a distinction between cumulative risk and aggregate risk. I do think the agency could maybe more easily move into the aggregate risk camp, so to speak. And there are certainly areas, for example, what the agency did not factor in, worker A is exposed to chemical, you know, say methylene chloride in the workplace. Is he or she also exposed at home? That wasn't included, right? A worker is a worker, period. They're not also at home. They're not a consumer per se, or a non-worker, you know what I mean? So are there ways of looking at aggregate risk? Yes. Could the drinking water program provide some help? Yes. This whole concept of I'm blank on it. It'll come to me in a minute. What is the term? I'm blanking here. I'm sorry. I'm looking for it. This concept of where EPA looks at other exposures before they set an MCLG, right? This other aspect of exposure that's to a chemical that's not necessarily in the drinking water, but is elsewhere. So EPA,
Like a background exposure?
right? It's and I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the term. I just had it here, but now I'm forgetting. But in any,
I think an example is like with perchlorate and MCLs, where they looked at nitrates and some other things that were unrelated, but related in toxicology, right?
right. I think that's I know I'm sorry. It's the relative source contribution. Sorry to stumble over that relative source contribution. So EPA sort of assumes that 20% of the chemical exposure comes from the drinking water when they're doing an MCLG. I believe it's 20%, and the 80% comes from elsewhere. So it's sort of like another uncertainty factor. So is that something that the agency could start to think of vis-a-vis looking at aggregate risks? So maybe we start with that, to try and build in some additional layers of information that the agency had not heretofore considered. So, and at any rate, there are other means, and I agree with Rashmi. Not everything has to be like overly complicated. It could just be this relative source contribution concept, applying it to TSCA in certain circumstances. And I don't know what exactly the circumstances could be, because it might just be you don't really need it, or it's 100% exposure comes from a TSCA use of that chemical, right? So, but just like cumulative risk, the TSCA itself, the language of the statute permits these sorts of discussions, these sorts of additional layers of information and analysis that could help inform a more robust risk evaluation over time. So, thanks.
Thanks for that, David. Is anyone dying to respond to that, or should we move on? Because I know we have a few more prepared questions, and I know there are some questions in the from the audience that would be good to get to. Is that okay to move on? So I think moving on to just the sort of actual like day-to-day implementation and how that's actually working. I just maybe open it up to anyone that wants to respond to this. Given the resource constraints in the TSCA program, which Michal discussed in her remarks, and the delays in meeting the deadlines, which I think have been acknowledged and understood, are there steps that EPA can take to accelerate the risk evaluation process and conserve resources and still be consistent with the mandates of TSCA, including relying on best available science? So, and anyone who has thoughts of what EPA can do to accelerate this process.
I'll just reiterate some of the, oh, sorry, I saw others jump in. I'll be quick. I'll reiterate some of the points that I've already said a couple of times today, but, really relying on these science-based methods to quantitatively and quickly account for things like non-chemical stressors and increased susceptibility through the use of uncertainty factors. Again, really proactively taking stock of the data that's available, especially exposure data that's available to the agency through these, national chemical release databases, through fence line monitoring databases, through state-based databases, taking stock of these data proactively before or during the risk evaluation phase really will make the process faster in the end if, these sources are considered at the get-go. And then, that will lead to more accurate and comprehensive estimations of risk, especially to susceptible subpopulations. And that also, follows in line with the TSCA mandate to consider all reasonably available information when conducting risk evaluations.
Thanks. David, I saw you were about to chime in before.
Yes, thanks, Steve. So unfortunately, when TSCA was amended, it didn't really build in a whole lot of time for EPA to kind of to set the table before it started to do risk evaluation. There really wasn't much time for the program to structure itself to deal with this new way of doing, or actually this first time ever way of dealing with risk evaluations under TSCA. So, you know, EPA, it is, as was often said to me when I was at the agency, hey, you know, hey David, we're building a plane as we're flying it, which is like a horrifying thought, right? So, but that's kind of what the agency was forced to do. So to try and learn from the lessons of the initial 10, while at the same time they're working on the next 20, it's really, really hard. But I do think there should be an effort, and I know I tried to work on this when I was there, and I don't know exactly where this is right now, but maybe Jeff would know. But you know, trying to create a template for a risk evaluation. You know, what would one look like? It shouldn't be the one, the way the initial 10 were done. Those were too cumbersome, too lengthy, too redundant. You know, is there an easier way and faster way of sort of telling the risk evaluation story for a chemical or a category of chemicals? I was, you know, very committed to try and help the agency do that with input from the SAC. And we actually created a science advisory group within OPPT to help advise staff on ways of streamlining the process and learning from OPP, frankly, right? I mean, Office of Pesticide Programs went through a difficult time when FQPA was passed in 1996, which, believe it or not, is almost 30 years ago. So we were trying to tap into that expertise and apply it to OPPT. Hopefully that's ongoing too. So I'd like maybe more effort to build a better machine, so to speak, a better risk evaluation template, call it 2.0, as I mentioned earlier, so that the agency can be more nimble, faster, as it's churning out these risk evaluations, which will go on ad infinitum, right? There's so many chemicals to look at, and this process is still very time consuming, even if you build in more efficiencies that currently exist. So my focus is more on doing it better, being more efficient, and then the agency can accommodate making the risk evaluations more robust, more inclusive. They could take a harder look at cumulative risk, for example, or building out aggregate risk as well. So anyway, it'd be helpful to understand where things are at the agency at this point. And I know Jeff's got his hands full with all sorts of stuff on the risk evaluation front, as I know all too well. So thank you. Thanks, Eve.
Thanks, David.
Yeah, David, I was in OPP when FQPA was enacted, so it's hard to believe it's almost 30 years. Believe me, if anybody feels that, it's me. But, the law is very purposeful in requiring us to have 20 to 30 chemicals under evaluation at any given time and get those things done in 3 years, because the chemical space is huge, right? Tens of thousands of chemicals in commerce, and want to move purposefully through them. So to do it within the resources we have, because the law didn't say, oh, get this done, and by the way, only get it done if you have X amount of resources, right? The law says get it done. So it's really trying to do a couple big things. One is to make sure that our risk evaluations are fit for purpose. In other words, they are providing the decision support that needs to be the decisions need to be supported, not missing anything, but making sure you provide the essential information to do that. And that means, while they're certain template, and you're right, templating is the right thing to do, they also need to be sort of addressing the assessment questions that need to be addressed for that particular chemical substance. And that includes, in the process, making sure our peer review is done in a way that meets the agencies and OMB requirements for peer review in a very focused way. And then second, it's getting that work done as early in the process to identify the data needed, and getting the data where there are gaps into the assessment program as early as possible, so that we can start those 3 years with the problem formulated, so that we have a good sense of what the 4 walls of the risk evaluation are going to be, and we have the data in hand to get it done, so that when we designate a chemical as a high priority, it's ready, set, go, 3 years, which isn't 3 years, right? Because actually we got to put out a draft, we got to do a scope document. So you're talking 18 to 20 months to actually get a draft risk evaluation done. And so I think it's focusing on that through that fit for purpose, but scientifically defensible, not missing anything type of risk assessment that is our path forward.
Go ahead, Jen.
EPA, TSCA also gave EPA the authority to require industry to pay for the evaluations. And so it's supposed to be charging fees, and EPA hasn't done that yet. Under the Trump administration, they charged too low. EPA too low estimated the fees that they would need. That continued for a long time. And even now, the first 10 chemicals, EPA hasn't charged any of the fees for the first 10 chemicals, either under the Trump or the Biden administration. So this could also be something that TSCA gave EPA the authority to do that could be fixed.
Yeah, it's a good point, Jen. We have 5 minutes left in this panel. Time goes quickly when you're talking about risk evaluations. I think we had some other questions teed up, but I think there have been some great questions that are in the Q&A from the audience, and I'd like to throw at least some of those out there for the panel to consider. So I think, one question that I think is intriguing is what roles does the community play in TSCA risk evaluations? I wonder if anyone wants to take that on.
That's such a good question. And I see this as probably one of the biggest areas of growth for the agency, is pulling in community members into the risk evaluation process. This could be in the obtaining data phase, where they're trying to understand exposures in these communities. Community members have that information, they hold that information. They can connect the agency to that information, connect agency to community members' lived experiences, which could impact the non-chemical stressor analysis in a qualitative or quantitative way. Community members should also be playing a role in the development and validation of new approach methods that are used ultimately in TSCA risk evaluations, as they're being developed, especially to evaluate cumulative exposures and mixture toxicity and non-chemical stressors. I really think that this is one of the biggest areas of growth in the TSCA program, and it's an excellent question, and I encourage everybody on this call to continue to think of ways to make that possible.
Yeah, and if I could just add, I think community engagement as early as possible and throughout the process. And throughout the process, I mean throughout the process post risk management. We may get into this in the next panel, but I think the work doesn't stop when we promulgate a rule to address risk, right? You want to make sure that the measures have been put in place that are actually having the positive impacts on people and the environment that you want them to have. So the engagement needs to be early and continuous, in my view.
Yeah, thanks.
That would go a long way to address the risk assessment concerns that I raised earlier too. If you could ask different questions at the beginning, and you could collect different information or new information, or broaden your information request and ask questions that are relevant as well. So doing that early will also guide, I think, a more informative and more cooperative outcome as well, and more relevant.
Yeah. I think one question, I'll just throw this out there. I know that the agency is already, or maybe not already, but is, actively thinking about which chemicals will be the next set of high priority chemicals. And I wonder if the agency would consider some kind of community stakeholder process to inform that process. Just building on what others have said, that community groups should be part of this from the earliest stages, and maybe the earliest stages really is the pre-prioritization period to elevate what chemicals are of most concern that really should be undergo risk evaluation sooner rather than later. Is that something, Jeff, that the agency is thinking about?
one of the things that I think that I think we would welcome community input into the prioritization process. One consideration there is that we have the TSCA work plan for sure. And that's a starting point. But I think we also want to emphasize is that discussion shouldn't be limited to the work plan either, right? And so understanding from communities where they see the chemical impacts as being the most problematic for them, having that fuller discussion can help us understand where is the work plan pool sufficient. It's necessary for sure, because we got to work the work plan, but are there considerations beyond that work plan, and how we would go about bringing chemicals into the prioritization space is also important, because we can bring in individual substances or categories of chemical substances. So getting that community input can be really helpful in thinking about what we bring in and how we bring in and when we bring chemicals into the process.
And just to add to that, you know, it would be helpful to have input from the regional offices and the program offices within EPA headquarters, you know, to ask those folks what sort of, you know, what group of chemicals will they eventually need to regulate down the road, and wouldn't it be wonderful for the TSCA program to have already done the risk evaluation for them, right? So I don't know, that was something we're working on when I was there, but I don't at the agency, but I don't know where that is. But that's sort of another piece. You know, there's a community aspect, but there's also sort of the practical programming piece of it too, where it could, what TSCA does could very much benefit the entire agency.
Yeah.
And if I could just add one thing, for practicality purposes.
You get the final word, Jeff.
Thank you. Is that, you know, we are aiming, and very soon you'll see the, you know, next risk evaluations coming out as drafts. Once those are finalized, we need to bring the next chemicals into the program. So prioritization is going to be here before we know it. So this is a very opportune topic to keep talking about.
Yeah. And I know, and it's great to hear that the agency wants to hear from communities on that. So this has been a really interesting conversation. I thank you all for your time, and I'm going to turn it back to you, Madison.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers, Eve, David, Rashmi, Jeffrey, and Jennifer, for a wonderful discussion and thoughtful analysis of risk evaluation. We so appreciate you being here today. We will now take a break until our second panel at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Please remember to get up, stretch your legs, grab some water, and be back here at 11. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the second panel of our TSCA Reform 7 Years Later conference. This panel will be focused on risk management. If you're just joining us, we encourage attendees to participate in today's event by commenting observations in the chat. We will also save time at the end of the panels for audience Q&A. Please submit your questions as soon as you think of them in Zoom's Q&A box. Again, you're welcome to use the chat to converse with one another, but please submit your questions in the Q&A box, not the chat. Should you have any logistical questions, please feel free to message an ELI staff member on Zoom or email events@eli.org. We'll also be distributing a CLE code in the chat at some point throughout this panel and verbally as well. So I will now hand things over to our wonderful moderator, Jim Jones. Jim is the president of J. Jones Environmental. You can find his full biography in today's written material, along with that of the other panelists. I'll hand things over to you, Jim. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Madison. Thanks to everyone for joining us, and thanks to our panelists this morning to talk about risk management. This panel will discuss EPA's authority under the Lautenberg Amendments to manage chemical risks and options for deploying its authorities. As we heard this morning from Assistant Administrator Friedhoff, EPA has proposed 3 rules under Section 6A. So we have a relatively narrow universe of risk management proposals that will inform this conversation. They are for methylene chloride, asbestos, and PCE, with 2 more coming soon. I think it's important to highlight that as the universe of experience we have here is relatively small. It's these 3 proposed rules. I also want to reinforce that they haven't been finalized yet, but they have given us some sense as to how EPA plans to implement the risk management under the Lautenberg Chemical Safety Act. The panelists will address how EPA proposes to manage workplace risk, enforcement mechanisms for risk management restrictions, whether EPA risk management rulemakings are adequately addressing EJ concerns, and potential legal challenges to final risk management rules and more. As mentioned, the full biography of our panelists can be found in the program, but I wanted to quickly introduce with us Jonathan Kalmus-Katz, supervising attorney from Earth Justice, W. Kathy Norman, senior partner, Squire Patton Boggs, Brian Sims, deputy director, existing chemicals risk management division for the Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention at EPA, and Meredith Williams, director of the California Department of Toxic Substances Control. So welcome to our panelists. As the previous panel, which I thought did a fantastic job, thanks to them, I plan on asking a question of one of our panelists to be a lead discussant on it, but then we'll open up each question to anyone else on the panel who would like to weigh in. So with that, let's get started here. First question, Jonathan, to you. When should EPA consider banning a chemical use as opposed to using other approaches such as existing chemical exposure limits for workplaces or other risk management approaches to a chemical?
Thanks, Jim. So I don't think there is a single one-size-fits-all answer to risk management. But when you look at the requirements of the 2016 TSCA amendments, the findings, the first 10 risk evaluations, and numerous policy considerations, I think they all point in the direction of broad chemical prohibitions, broader than EPA has proposed for either methylene chloride or PERC, and subject to the limited exemptions that are provided in TSCA Section 6G. So to start, the first question that EPA needs to ask when it is developing a risk management rule is, has it fully eliminated a chemical's unreasonable risks? That is the overarching mandate of the statute, and that was one of the core motivators of the 2016 amendments. When EPA is issuing a risk management rule, before considering anything else, EPA shall regulate the chemical to the extent necessary so that it no longer presents unreasonable risk to human health or the environment. Now, EPA has found that each of the first 10 chemicals present broad unreasonable risks. It made that determination for the chemical substances as a whole. It found those risks to workers and to consumers, and then when it conducted fence line assessments for surrounding communities, it found, despite assessments that its own science advisory panel found were likely to underestimate risk, that those fence line communities also were subject to severe risks, exceeding the benchmarks that EPA typically considers to be unreasonable. And another important thing to keep in mind is that people are not exposed to these chemicals from a single condition of use or a single pathway in isolation. You have workers who live in the communities around where they work. They're exposed to methylene chloride on the job and then in their air when they leave. And same with PERC. You have kind of workers who are exposed to PERC occupationally and then they have it in their drinking water. So when you have that breadth of unreasonable risk, I think the only approach that really gets at all of those multiple sources is a phase out of the chemical, an approach that really eliminates the unreasonable risk at its source. You asked about ECHLs or existing chemical exposure limits. Now, these are workplace controls. They don't address risks outside the workplace. And in fact, in its proposed methylene chloride and PERC risk management rules, EPA can't say whether its proposed rules are going to fully eliminate risks to fence line communities. Even for workers, EPA's proposed ECHLs are not addressing the risks to workers who are exposed from multiple pathways, who have that occupational and non-occupational exposure that I mentioned. And in the event that EPA was able to set perfect ECHLs and piece together other means of addressing consumer risks and fence line community risks, enforcement is an entirely different issue. ECHLs are incredibly expensive and burdensome to enforce. We've seen this in the OSHA context, where OSHA has struggled to enforce its permissible exposure limits or PELs. And OSHA has thousands of inspectors. EPA doesn't. We heard from Assistant Administrator Friedhoff. EPA is cash-strapped and understaffed. And the idea of enforcing an ECHL, inspecting and kind of monitoring compliance at hundreds or thousands of downstream workplaces, just EPA hasn't explained how it's going to do that. A chemical prohibition greatly simplifies that. You are then concentrating enforcement on a much smaller number of upstream chemical manufacturers and importers. That said, I recognize it's not always going to be feasible, at least in the near term, to replace every use of every chemical that presents unreasonable risk. There will be some critical uses for which there aren't available substitutes. And TSCA contemplates that. TSCA provides for that. That is what TSCA section 6G is for. TSCA says that in those circumstances, what you can do is you can issue these time-limited exemptions, which are subject to control. So you can include an ECHL in a 6G exemption. And then you revisit it every 5 years, 10 years to see whether things have changed, whether there are additional controls that EPA can impose to further reduce the risk, whether there are new alternatives that have come to market in the time since the exemption was first granted. And I think that is a much preferable approach to these open-ended, indefinite kind of carve-outs that EPA has included in its methylene chloride and PERC rules. There you have ECHLs that continue in perpetuity, and you don't have the same incentive to go back and continue to look. So I think in general, the approach that EPA should be looking at is broad chemical prohibitions that incentivize the use of safer substitutes, subject to the exemptions that Congress provided in the amended TSCA.
Thanks, Jonathan. Let me ask any of the other panelists if you'd like to weigh in on this question.
I don't understand what would be the rationale of eliminating uses of methylene chloride that are in compliance with the WCPP that meet the E-cell. Why do you say there should be a time limit and those uses should be phased out? You just don't like methylene chloride to be used? It's not an unreasonable risk. EPA has determined that. So why should it be phased out?
Well, I can respond to that. I think it goes to two of the things that I mentioned in my initial response. First, the WCPP, the Workplace Chemical Control Program, and the ECHLs, they're not addressing non-occupational risks. So they're not addressing fence line community risks, and really nothing in these proposed rules are. And then the ECHLs are also kind of far more burdensome to enforce, and therefore you have greater potential for ongoing violations, for accidental releases, and for just non-compliance than you would under a chemical prohibition. And these aren't kind of hypothetical concerns. We've seen this in the OSHA context. We've seen you get PELs on the books, and that doesn't mean that workers are fully protected. So are they going to be needed in some contexts? It is possible, and TSCA provides that. That is what section 6G is for. But I think the ultimate goal, the goal that is most consistent with EPA's pollution prevention policies, the Pollution Prevention Act, the occupational hierarchy of control says the first thing that you want to do when you're regulating occupational risks is start with elimination and substitution. You go to engineering controls and administrative practices after that, and then only after all that's been exhausted, you get to PPE. But for all those reasons, I do think that EPA has broad authority, and really the best course would be to push for the use of safer substitutes to eliminate these chemicals where it's possible.
Brian, I don't know if you would like to weigh in on this question. Then I want to sort of reintroduce what I heard from Assistant Administrator Friedhoff this morning, which sounded a little bit not just about the practicality of enforcement, but do you have the information to be confident in the ability of a workplace restriction to be effective? But Brian, if you want to sort of weigh in on that.
Yeah, I think, and thanks, Jim, and appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about, from our perspective, what the rules are trying to do. I think you both, John and Kathy, are both hitting on the crux of a big argument that we're going to hear in the comments that are coming in on both methylene chloride and PCE, and probably subsequent rules, about this balance that we have attempted to take between outright prohibitions and restrictions where we think uses could continue with those restrictions in place. And Dr. Friedhoff this morning was really emphasizing the need for, from the industry side, information to help us understand better where a worker protection program may be appropriate and may work in lieu of a ban. Where we have proposed bans for uses, it's often because we don't have good information to suggest that a worker protection program would be workable to eliminate that unreasonable risk, as the statute calls upon us. So it does, in a large extent, come down to the information the agency has and the engagement that we have and will continue to have with industry as to whether we think it's justified to propose a worker protection program. So I, would encourage, as she did this morning, comments, continued engagement, and certainly engagement past these first 10 chemicals, because as Jeff Morris, I'm sure, described this morning, we have a large number of risk evaluations that are underway, and those risk evaluations are going to incorporate fence line analysis rather than what happened with the first 10, where it was an additional screening step that was taken. And that in turn will, help us to better assess as we move into the risk management phase for those chemicals. So.
Thanks, Brian. Can I follow up with another question, Brian? So again, I was hearing from Assistant Administrator Friedhoff what you were describing is, we're not sure we have the data to give us confidence that something short of a ban is going to be effective. Jonathan raises another issue, which is, can you be confident that the restriction will actually be followed? Is it too complicated? Do you have the ability to check often enough, sort of this enforcement question, which I do want to spend some time getting into? Is EPA considering that factor as well as this, I don't have confidence in the data to ensure that if it was followed, it would be protected?
Yeah, I think that, if you look at some of the discussion in the proposed rules regarding the worker protection programs and the ECHLs, we do have evidence in some cases that for some of those uses, folks can meet the ECHL. And we are well aware that a lot of companies may already have practices in place that enable them to get to below the ECHL. So I think, there certainly is some evidence available to support the proposal of worker protection programs. And certainly there is evidence to suggest a ban is appropriate. And in some cases, we're proposing a ban because we have the absence of information to suggest a worker protection program may work. So it's kind of trying to strike a balance. And I think you'd see that we have in the alternative regulatory proposals that are included in these rules, there's discussions of different approaches that we could take that would potentially provide for more worker protection programs versus the ban. So it's trying to strike this balance. And, I think as Dr. Friedhoff discussed this morning too, we're under very tight deadlines to do rulemakings if we're going to really comply with the statute. And that means we're moving fast and that we are trying to best as we can assess the information that we have available. Now, obviously, we're making the risk determination that is made at the risk evaluation phase is based on non-risk factors per the statute. But then when we get to the risk management stage, we are considering other factors like the availability of substitutes, like the benefits of the chemical, like the cost to industry and so on, as part of the balance that we are trying to strike as we craft these rules. So, it is a work in progress. And obviously, we, as you noted, these are the first 3 rules to come out. And you will see that, there are differences between each of these rules for the articulated reasons. You're seeing, for instance, PCE now has, we've introduced the concept of a de minimis. And we're also recognizing, the balance between substitution. When you look at all these solvents, a lot of them have similar uses, and we are well aware of that and trying to balance as we regulate what the substitutes are, whether they are worse or better, and allowing certain solvents to stay on the market under a worker protection program versus banning certain solvents. So it's a continual balancing act that I think you're going to continue to see as we move forward with the rules.
Thanks, Brian. I want to get a little deeper into the issue of substitutes, but before we do that, thanking our panel before us, a question that they got into, which I feel badly that I didn't flag as a question here, even though it's a risk management question, not a risk evaluation question, which is what is an unreasonable risk. And so I want to table that for a little later, so you have a little time to think about it, because I didn't preview that for you earlier. But Jonathan talked about eliminating the unreasonable risk. It is what the statute requires EPA to do. It would be useful, I think, to have a little more dialogue in the risk management group about, well, what is an unreasonable risk? But you'll have a little time, maybe 45 minutes, to think about that. But right now, let's pivot to substitutes, Brian, which you just mentioned. How much should the availability of substitutes be a factor in picking risk management options? And Meredith, we're going to start with you, as that's a key piece of the California Green Chemistry program that you manage.
Right. And for those who are less familiar with California's Safer Consumer Products paradigm, the approach is to identify product chemical combinations, name them as priority products through rulemaking, and then if a priority product is named, the manufacturers are then required to pursue safer alternatives and do a very thorough alternatives analysis. So it's very inherent to our regulations that we think about alternatives and whether they're available or not. And in some cases, we know that there is a safe and effective alternative, and that motivates us to take action, because in a sense, there's no excuse not to have, not to try to force folks to move in a different direction. And then, of course, in other cases, there is no alternative, but the risk is too high. And so we don't want to, we take action because we want to drive the search for safer alternatives. So one way or the other, we're thinking about the presence of alternatives when we make our decisions. And sometimes the best way to get to an alternative is to force it. And so taking some governmental regulatory action can be effective, because we know that markets haven't been fully effective in spurring this pursuit of alternatives. They highly favor incumbents. And that means that, it's an uphill climb sometimes to bring alternatives to the market. And so in a sense, we in California see part of our role is leveling the playing field for the folks who want to move in these safer directions. And especially in those cases where we think we can't wait, we just can't wait to take some protective actions. So I would say that incentives, of course, can be a tremendous help in spurring in accelerating the development of alternatives. I think safer choice has been embraced quite broadly by quite a range of products and companies in different sectors. And part of the reason for that is that there are companies out there that want to move in a safer direction, but again, in the interest of trying to find a level playing field, they want to make sure that they're recognized for their efforts. And I will also then talk about alternatives. Massachusetts Toxic Use Reduction Institute has done tremendous work partnering with companies to pursue alternatives, to develop solutions to problems. And so I think depending on your paradigm, whether it's the Tura example or the California Safer Consumer Products example or safer choice, I think government has a good role to play and in spurring the pursuit of alternatives. And I think that in the TSCA context, they have to, there has to be a similar consideration of alternatives. Again, at what stage of the process, whether that's during the risk evaluation or later in the risk management phase, is EPA will make those determinations.
Kathy, your thoughts on the role alternatives should play in the risk management options EPA selects?
Well, I think it's obviously TSCA makes that absolutely critical. And it's the chlorinated solvents. It's regrettable to me that the four of them are the first four here, but they are wonderful examples of how important it is that EPA look at alternatives carefully. And methylene chloride may be the best example. Methylene chloride has chemical properties that or why it is used. You know, I started representing these chemicals in 1980, and there's been a concerted push over the 43 years on users to stop using them. There's a reason users continue to use them, and that is that they work. Many uses, there is no adequate, suitable alternative for different chemical and physical reasons. Flammability is obviously an important concern, but even leaving that aside, if you're using methylene chloride as a processing aid to, you know, make something new, you have to have the qualities, the chemical properties that methylene chloride has to make that process work, and then to disappear from the process so that the finished product no longer, you know, contains any of the impurities that would make it unacceptable. So I could go on about that point, but I think that is a key point. The need for looking at alternatives is obvious when you look at the proposed rule. Some of the bans, for some of the banned categories, EPA has not really adequately looked at alternatives, and we try to address that to the extent we can in our comments. But there's one big example where EPA acknowledges that there are no alternatives, and that's furniture refinishing. That's a $2 billion sector of the US economy. It includes things like antiques, restoration of historic buildings. There are just so many ways that methylene chloride is used for in those processes. There's no alternative to it. And EPA is saying, too bad, that sector is going to go. I don't think that's what Congress had in mind when it enacted TSCA. I'll leave it at that.
Jonathan, I think you wanted to weigh in on this one as well.
Sure, thank you. And just in response to some of those recent points, now I think furniture refinishing is kind of a good example of how this plays out. There are alternatives that are in the record that EPA kind of has considered, and some of them have been identified by TURI. TURI, kind of the Toxic Use Reduction Institute at UMass Lowell, as Meredith mentioned, did a report on that, and they did identify alternate paint strippers that can be used for certain furniture refinishing processes. Now, this is an incredibly dangerous use of ethylene chloride. People have died while refinishing furniture. So I do think the need to address those risks is really critical here. And I think that if you look at what TSCA requires, TSCA says EPA has to look for alternatives, and here EPA has done that. TSCA doesn't say EPA has to identify an alternative for each use that is subject to a prohibition. What TSCA says is EPA has to eliminate unreasonable risk. So if there is a use that presents unreasonable risk, EPA has to restrict that use and ban it to the extent necessary. And as Meredith mentioned, I think there is the potential for those actions for risk management to really spur the development of alternatives, to create kind of an incentive for safer substitutes that the market has not yet provided. And that was recognized by the Second Circuit when it upheld EPA's ban on consumer uses of methylene chloride paint strippers. What EPA said is, this rule is going to spur a new market for the sale of alternative products. So I think that you do have that dynamic, and that it's important for EPA to take advantage of that.
Oh, right, Brian, you mentioned in your previous remarks about the consideration of alternatives. You want to give us the inside view of sort of how EPA thinks about the alternatives in its risk management? You're muted, Brian.
I think, as most people are probably aware on this call, and as John alluded to, we are required to do an alternatives assessment for each of these rules. That is part of the rulemaking package that goes forward, that is available. And as noted, I mean, it's really that we should consider, to the extent practicable, whether technically or economically feasible alternatives that benefit health of the environment will be reasonably available. So it is, you know, as John says, we have, you know, potentially there may be alternatives, they may be worse, there may not be alternatives, but the use is such that we have felt it's appropriate to ban. So, you know, I think that this also, I'm sure, and I would encourage everyone who's interested in this issue to provide us with comment regarding alternatives, regarding whether we have, whether our analysis is accurate or not. And we're certainly going to look forward to reviewing all those comments as we get them in. I would note, just in passing for all on the call, that the comment period for methylene chloride is open until July 3rd.
That's Monday.
Yes.
Tomorrow's a work day. You have all afternoon. The conversation this morning around REACH and accessing REACH information to inform a TSCA assessment just triggered in my mind. Sorry, I'm calling another audible here. That the other thing that potentially is information that can become flowing from Europe, not necessarily from REACH per se, is I think virtually all of the first probably 50 chemicals EPA looks at, certainly the first 10, have already been restricted in Europe, which means that there must be an experience in Europe related to alternatives. I don't know, Brian, whether or not the industry has been able to provide you that kind of information, whether your colleagues in ECHA have that information, or even if you guys are thinking of that as a source of knowledge on alternatives.
I can't give you a definitive answer on that. I think that you know, when we're looking at it in the alternatives assessment, both technological and economic feasibility. So, you know, there's kind of different groups and different factors that we have working on that. So I want to say that we have considered all the available information when we do that report, but I would need to, you know,
Sure.
verify that is in fact the case, that we used any European info.
Let's segue to something that came up earlier in our conversation, which relates to the infrastructure necessary to ensure rules, once finalized, are implemented. You can have all the rules in the world, but if nobody's going out there and enforcing and checking on them, there's a reasonable likelihood that they're not going to be followed. I certainly experienced that sometimes on the highway. I think it's just basically true in life that if no one's ever checking on are you following the rules, people generally start to not follow the rules. So is EPA equipped to enforce these restrictions? Obviously, that would be a question for you, Brian, but also to the rest of the panel. And does the panel have some ideas related to what EPA could be thinking of to ensure that these rules are followed and enforced effectively?
I will start by saying, I think, going back to something that Dr. Friedoff said this morning, that, you know, resources continue to be an issue for the agency in implementing TSCA, and available resources impacts the ability to enforce on a practical level the number of inspectors that could actually engage in those kind of you know, inspection activities. So I do think it's something the agency is discussing with our colleagues in the Office of Enforcement Compliance Assurance. We've been discussing also with our regional counterparts their roles and how we might end up managing all of the complexities of enforcement compliance for all of these different rules going forward. So it's certainly a challenge for the agency. And it's something certainly interested in hearing, you know, thoughts from the panelists and others as to, you know, how EPA could do that in the most effective way. And especially given these rules will, once final, in all likelihood, have very different requirements from rule to rule, depending on the chemical and the situation. So they're going to be, you know, the enforcement needs are likely to be fairly complex, I think, as we move forward.
Jonathan, do you want to weigh in on this?
Yes, thank you. So Cynthia Giles, the former head of EPA's Office of Enforcement and Compliance Assurance, wrote an excellent book on this subject just last year. It's called Next Generation Compliance. And what she said is the most important determinant of compliance is the structure of the regulation. If you're not writing rules with enforcement and compliance in mind, you're not going to be able to hire enough inspectors to meaningfully enforce them. So I do think that that is critical to take into consideration at this stage. And I mentioned it earlier, I don't want to kind of repeat myself, but one of the things that EPA can do to promote compliance is to regulate further upstream. The fewer regulated entities there are, kind of really concentrating kind of the action on kind of manufacturing and import makes it much easier to enforce than if you are trying to kind of inspect and regulate thousands of downstream entities. Beyond that, I think that EPA can do more to require transparency and reporting, which can really incentivize compliance. So, and Brian can correct me if I'm wrong. Obviously, we're all still reading these proposals in real time, and I'm sure there are things in there that I haven't seen. But right now, in the methylene chloride and PERC rule, there's monitoring required by any entity that is subject to the ECHL that is going to continue to use those chemicals. When those companies detect violations of the ECHL, the rule doesn't seem to require automatic reporting of that to EPA. Now they have to keep the record, like basically EPA can request it. But one thing that EPA can do is say, and interestingly, and I think appropriately, those violations do have to be provided to the affected workers. And I think that is correct. That should be information that's available, but it should also be information that's available to the regulators. Like basically EPA should automatically require reporting of monitoring results, and in particular monitoring results in excess of the ECHL or the STEL. Employers are going to be preparing these exposure control plans, which explain how they're going to be implementing the ECHL. And those are really critical because the rules say that employers are supposed to implement the hierarchy of controls. You can't just default to PPE, to personal protective equipment, unless you've tried everything else and found that it is inadequate. All of that explanation is going to be in those exposure control plans. Similarly, I didn't see a requirement that those plans be provided to EPA except on request. That seems critical, and they should also, I think, be made publicly available. I think the more eyes on these things, the more kind of successful enforcement that you're going to have. And one last suggestion that I would have is, I think there's a key role for EPA guidance in how these rules are implemented, and in particular on kind of topics like the preparation of exposure control plans, where those are going to be workplace specific. Kind of there's not going to be a single approach that works for every use of the chemical and for kind of every employer. But I think EPA can identify kind of substitutes or engineering practices that it believes are presumptively applicable, kind of things that it has identified in its alternatives assessment, and say, if you're not going to do this, you have to explain why, like basically provide suggestions and then put it on kind of the regulated entities to explain why those are not going to work for their particular situation. So I think there are a number of things that EPA can do in the context of its proposed rules, but I think probably the biggest single step that it could take is just to reduce the number of regulated entities by regulating further upstream.
Jim, if I could weigh in on that and just double down on that very idea. We're finding in California there are a lot of either disclosure requirements or bans that have been put on the books, have been legislated, and now I think the legislature's wrestling with what that means in terms of trying to figure out whether or not they've been effective. And so, for instance, having to go out and test hundreds and hundreds of products versus working further upstream and addressing it with fewer entities, there's a world of difference in trying to do that. And so I just want to echo Jonathan's point. And then if I could just go ahead and jump ahead a little bit to talk about one other tool that EPA has at its disposal is co-enforcement, and relying on the states to perhaps take some co-enforcement. Certainly, co-enforcement has been very effective, especially in those states that invest in environmental protection and have some resources. We rely on it. We partner with EPA. It's something that, not a week goes by where in our hazardous waste management program, we're not working closely with EPA on a joint enforcement issue. It's constant for us, and again, very, very effective. And so what that's going to look like in the context of TSCA is, of course, uncharted territory for us, and we're starting to assess that. We'll be in conversation with EPA about it. We have to actually assess whether or not we have the statutory authority to move forward with co-enforcement, or whether or not we need to take action. We need to be doing those things now in order to be prepared as the risk management rules go into effect. But fortunately, as you well know, we've had longstanding memoranda of understanding with EPA, and that gives us a good line of communication to think these issues through together.
Thanks, Meredith. And let me just follow up on that. Are similar conversations being held in the context of ECOS, or sort of, because I think that California, a major player, but obviously there's 49 other states and territories and it would seem like there may be some upside to joint problem solving around it, although I'm sure different states have different limitations to co-enforcement around TSCA.
Yeah, I'm actually not going to be able to speak to where ECOS is on this, but I'm wondering if Brian might have some awareness.
Well, I think we've, certainly on the rulemaking side, been talking a lot to different states to try and understand what states have been doing regulatorily. In our program, we've not necessarily had discussions about co-enforcement or enforcement with the states, but I think that's something that we're going to have to do in the future. I would say that we are having a lot of conversations with states. We've had meetings to discuss, issues such as disposal in the TSCA context and how we might best deal with that. So there has certainly been a lot of discussion with the states that's gone into thinking behind the rules. But enforcement's kind of probably that the next frontier that we're going to have to engage on.
I have a couple
Go ahead.
points.
Yeah, please.
Regarding the main question, I think the answer to compliance is in TSCA Section 9. I don't know. Well, presumably EPA is in the process of working out terms with OSHA, but clearly OSHA and methylene chloride is a very good example because there's only 7 or 8 substance-specific standards that OSHA has ever adopted. One of them is for methylene chloride. So there are already extensive workplace monitoring requirements in effect for methylene chloride. And those fall within the province of OSHA compliance. As was mentioned earlier on this call, OSHA has, I think, thousands of inspectors. I don't know that EPA has anybody in the field at this point. But if it's going to be enforced, it's going to have to be by some interaction and cooperation with OSHA, which is exactly what Section 9 of TSCA says. Indeed, the legislative history to TSCA says compliance with limits in the workplace is the province of OSHA, not EPA. Proper use of personal protective equipment falls to OSHA, not EPA. So I just leave you with that thought. But the other point that I wanted to make on this whole issue about compliance and the uses that EPA has said we're not going to allow are because EPA says we're not confident that these users, who tend to be smaller users, can comply with the ESL. And let me see if I can give you a specific example. It says EPA has not received any monitoring data or detailed description of methylene chloride involving these conditions of use to confirm that compliance with an ESL of 2 is possible. Therefore, concerns about the feasibility of implementing an ESL for these conditions of use led EPA to propose that they be prohibited. EPA does not have sufficient information to confidently conclude that facilities engaged in these conditions of use could meet the ESL. Well, I would submit that that is not, nowhere in TSCA is EPA given authority to make assumptions about whether or not businesses can come into compliance with a limit. If EPA believes a limit will eliminate unreasonable risk and comes up with that limit, it seems to me that it's the responsibility of the regulated entities to comply with that limit. And EPA certainly should not be eliminating uses that are characterized by small businesses, for which TSCA, as well as several other laws, the Regulatory Flexibility Act, says have to be, the concerns of small businesses have to be taken into account. They can't just be wholesale put out of business. Thank you.
I think that's the gist of the dialogue that we actually started the session with, that sort of built off of Assistant Minister Mihal's comments. And obviously there's some disagreement around what EPA can and should be doing in that context, which is not surprising. Well, why don't we segue into some of these issues around OSHA that we just heard about. And I'll ask this of Brian and then ask the rest of the panel to jump in. How should EPA address workplace issues under Section 6, and what role should OSHA standards play in risk management decisions?
So I think, to just by way of context, that we of course recognize that OSHA has a regulatory regime already in place. As we all know, many of the PELs that OSHA set are old, based on older information. They concede that they're largely out of date in many instances. So consequently, we have embraced the use of the ECHL for those uses that are, going to continue. And of course, the ECHL is only for inhalation exposures. So that's, it does not address all of the potential pathways and risks that exist. So, we have engaged from pretty much the beginning of any thoughts of rulemaking directly with OSHA and NIOSH to both understand what they're doing, understand their regulations, help them understand TSCA and what we're doing. And, it frankly is a pretty precedent setting for us level of cooperation between the two agencies. And I will also note context-wise, and it's been brought up elsewhere. I think Dr. Friedoff mentioned it this morning. We are in the process of developing a memorandum of understanding with OSHA, recognizing that we have similar interests but different regulatory structures that we're putting in place or have in place. And we hope to have that MOU finalized before the first Section 6 rule is finalized, so that it offers some clarity on the rules of the road that we're engaging in with OSHA, and enforcement being one of the issues. As Kathy noted, OSHA has a lot more inspectors than EPA does. And consequently, those inspectors, even though there's not enough of them to conduct all of the inspections in all facilities across the whole country, will still be out in the field and consequently may observe a TSCA violation, for instance. And the MOU will address how the agencies will handle that in terms of OSHA informing EPA. OSHA is not going to enforce TSCA, and EPA is not going to enforce OSHA requirements, but we are going to formalize an agreement that will help us process that going forward. So that I offer that just as a little context for how we're working with OSHA and what that might mean going forward.
Thanks. Anyone else want to weigh in on this question?
I am encouraged by the kind of discussion of that MOU. I think that does sound like it is a good step. I think what's important to note about occupational controls is that when Congress amended TSCA in 2016, it expressly required EPA to evaluate and address risk to workers. They're included in the definition of potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations that the statute requires to be included in the risk evaluation, and if risks are found to be unreasonable, to be addressed in a risk management role. Congress did all that against the backdrop of OSHA regulation. Congress knew that these chemicals were subject to OSHA PELs, and it knew that those PELs were inadequate. As kind of Brian mentioned, OSHA concedes that its exposure limits are outdated and inadequate for ensuring protection of worker health. And I think part of that is due to some limitations in the statute and how it's been interpreted by the courts and kind of implemented. It is incredibly difficult for OSHA to keep those standards up to date. So I think Congress did want EPA to go further, that they did want kind of occupational control to be a core part of the TSCA amendments and something that was really part of EPA's jurisdiction. Now, in exercising that, I do think it makes a lot of sense to work in collaboration with OSHA, to draw upon OSHA's expertise, to kind of harmonize different approaches to kind of inspections and to make use of OSHA inspection data. So I'm glad to hear that EPA is doing that. But in terms of kind of Section 9, I don't think that this is something that EPA can just hand over to OSHA and kind of walk away from. Section 9 allows EPA to use other laws and other agencies to the extent they are sufficient to address the unreasonable risks posed by a chemical. And here I don't think that and I think EPA in its proposed methylene chloride rule and PERC rule explains very well why OSHA and the OSHA Act don't meet that standard, why you do need this additional overlay of TSCA regulation.
Thank you. Okay, so let's pivot now to section 6G, which I know is in the methylene, is used in the methylene chloride decision, Brian. I'm not sure if it's in PC. It is in PC as well.
Yes, yeah, there is.
So the question being section 6G, and I'm actually going to read it, it's pretty short, authorizes exemptions from section 6A rulemaking if EPA makes certain findings. The question being, should EPA elucidate further the criteria via rulemaking to inform the exemption decisions or proceed on an ad hoc basis based on the statutory language? Is EPA's approach to exemptions in the methylene chloride rulemaking on the right track? And it's short enough. I usually don't read statutory language on webinars or anywhere else in my life, but this is pretty short. I think it's totally relevant to the question. So TSCA section G states that EPA may, as part of a final section 6A rule or in a separate rule, grant an exemption if EPA finds that, one, the specific condition of use is a critical or essential use for which no technically or economically feasible safer alternative is available, taken into consideration hazard and exposure, or two, compliance with the requirement would significantly disrupt the economy, national security, or critical infrastructure, or three, the specific condition of use of the chemical substance or mixture as compared to reasonably available alternatives provides a substantial benefit to health, the environment, or public safety. And then G2 creates some restrictions around timeframes and things along those lines. So again, the question is that language clear enough to EPA and to stakeholders, or should EPA further elucidate on that through a rulemaking or potentially through guidance to be more clear about when this exemption process can be used? Go ahead, Brian.
Well, just again, by way of context, we have incorporated proposed 6G exemptions in both the rules. We have encouraged parties that are interested in pursuing a 6G exemption to get in touch with the agency and provide us with this kind of information that can address the criteria you just read. That it's a critical use, that there aren't substitutes available, that there's significant impact if there was regulation. It's important to note that we have to do this via rulemaking. So the exemption process is either got to be incorporated in these proposals as they come out, or their subsequent rulemaking would have to be done. And we all know rulemaking can be challenging in the best of times. So we have encouraged folks to come in and if they feel they need a 6G exemption, to come in as we're developing these proposals so we can attempt to address them and, if appropriate, include in the rule. I think that it's also worth noting that this means that if you need a 6G exemption, it's because we can't address the unreasonable risk otherwise, and therefore need to put conditions in place that would allow that use to continue under time-limited circumstances, which would have to be revisited. But as John notes, this was the vehicle that was put into TSCA to allow people to continue to have uses ongoing if they can meet these criteria. So I think to your question, Jim, of whether, it may have been described as we're doing these on an ad hoc basis at this point. Of course, we're creating process as we go along, and we're trying to learn from these rulemakings as we put these 6G proposals out, whether this is an appropriate way to go and what are the problems as we go forward with doing 6G exemptions. And I know some parties have suggested that we do a rulemaking or guidance, or in some way formalize a specific process. And certainly that's something that we have talked about internally. But I think that, as we have done these or are doing these first rulemakings under Section 6, that we want to go through that process to understand what lessons we should take away from that as we move forward with future 6G exemptions.
Anyone else on the panel? Meredith, You're muted, Meredith.
So I think Brian put his finger on a number of things, but generally speaking, I think it's premature that, in my assessment, to try to add additional detail to this guidance. And I think, first of all, putting some burden back on the folks who are pursuing the exemption to articulate exactly why it is they feel they need to have that exemption is appropriate. They know the reasons, and I think they can relate them to the criteria that are set forth in 6G. So I think after a few more rules, perhaps something will emerge. But when I look at it, it seems as though we're not even sure that it's a problem. And so at this stage, at this relatively early stage of the game, and so I would probably hesitate to ask EPA to have guidance. The other thing is, because TSCA covers such breadth of chemicals and uses, and it is very hard to capture everything, and it's appropriate to have that flexibility for the case-by-case response to different concerns, and it's just very challenging. And so trying to ask EPA to go further to nail those things down is again very challenging. So I think as long as they stay in the realm of the feasible, and I think point to that language, it seems appropriate at this stage to me.
Anyone else? Okay, so moving on. One of the rulemakings that we have not talked about, because it was somewhat of a special case, and that EPA was given expedited rulemaking authority for a handful of PBTs, and that rulemaking actually, which was finalized, but it didn't require risk evaluations. It is not going to be the standard TSCA rulemaking, but EPA did experience something in that rulemaking that I think has potential to occur more often in the standard Section 6A rulemaking. I'll describe it and then talk to this panel about sort of how the agency should manage the situation. And in the PBT rulemakings that EPA did, which I believe was back in 2019, after the rule was finalized, a number of industries realized they didn't know whether or not they actually had the chemical in the products that EPA had just restricted. So the chemical was restricted, and they're like, I'm not sure if it's in the products I'm buying and then selling. And that led EPA to delay implementation for a period of time while that industry. From some of my other work, that phenomenon, I believe, is going to happen again. I think that in the space of articles, it is not unusual for a manufacturer to not know whether a particular chemical is in that product. And I'd like to get the panel's perspective on how should EPA deal with this going forward? How should the industry be dealing with this going forward? How do we get in a place where that doesn't happen? Because I don't think anyone thinks that that's ideal for anybody. Or maybe you do think it's okay. I'll just open this up to the panel. I don't know, Brian, if you want to start from what EPA is going to try to do to keep that from happening in the future.
Yeah, that was, you gave a good thumbnail description of what went on, and it has already happened again with one of the other PBTs, where there was a use that the companies were not aware that they were using this chemical, or that EPA had taken action against it. So I think that, you know, this raises some big issues for us, and we're as interested in hearing what folks have suggestions for how we can better do things. The PBT rule, as you noted, was a one-off in the sense that we didn't have a risk evaluation. For these other chemicals, there's a long process that's ongoing where there are multiple steps to help inform the public, make information available, solicit information, We do outreach. Maybe we're not doing enough. We're doing it the right way. That's the question that, you can help us answer. But, we have all of these mechanisms that inform the public and target the regulated community with information of what EPA is doing, soliciting information back to help us do our job. So, it's what can we do better going forward? And I think, as you said, that this could emerge again. There could be folks who are not paying attention, don't realize that EPA is intending to regulate methylene chloride, and it turns out there may be something that they're using it in that wasn't identified necessarily explicitly in the risk evaluation or in the risk determination as an unreasonable risk. So, this could happen, and it's, what we obviously are going to continue to try to be open and as transparent as we can be. And we continue to use all the mechanisms that we've been using, whether it's Federal Register notices, consultation processes, public webinars, all those sorts of things that we normally do to try to inform people about our actions. But it's obviously did not fully succeed in at least some of these cases. So,
thoughts from others? Meredith?
Jonathan, I thought Jonathan.
Okay.
I'm happy to, but if Kathy wanted to go first, that's fine with me.
I don't really have anything much to say on this subject, except that I think it is quite likely that there will be instances where methylene chloride uses are identified. I've had a couple that have been brought to my attention since the proposed rule came out, and methylene chloride is so widely used that I think it would be quite surprising if you found out that there were not some small businesses somewhere that had uses of methylene chloride, maybe important uses. In some cases, it's necessary to use methylene chloride to meet FAA requirements for airworthiness, for cleaning of pieces of aircraft, or for medical devices. So it remains to be seen what uses have not been picked up.
Well, I think there's kind of two questions. We may have identified the uses in terms of, it's included in a condition of use, but it's whether those companies or as I said, a small business, how are they going to be made aware that in fact they may be caught up in this rulemaking,
And I think this is a difficult issue, and it's often framed as a question of what more can EPA do to kind of inform people of its rules. And I want to push back on that a little bit, because I do think there's certainly a role for EPA. I also think that, as we've seen it, kind of many of the companies who now claim they could not have possibly known of kind of these rules or the presence of kind of the chemical in their products are kind of represented by the same law firms that submitted comments on the rule when they were first proposed. And kind of ultimately, supply chains are complicated. Like, that is the reality. This is primarily industry's kind of issue to figure out. Everything that EPA is doing under TSCA, it is doing in plain view over the course of years. Like, EPA has said what chemicals it's evaluating, what chemicals it's regulating, what chemicals are on the TSCA work plan that may be evaluated coming up. The time to start investigating supply chains is now, like basically really yesterday. Like basically for every chemical that is being evaluated or could be evaluated, I think anybody with a connection to article importers, article manufacturers, to industrial users needs to get the message out. This is your opportunity to kind of identify the impacts and to weigh in. And after the rule is finalized, it's going to be too late. It's not tenable to finalize these rules and then to continuously have kind of industry coming back and saying, oh, we can't possibly comply. That really is undermining TSCA and leaving people exposed to risk. So I do think this is a serious problem, and I don't mean to minimize that, but I do think there's a lot of work that really needs to happen on the private side kind of right now.
Well, I would just say in regard to that, there undoubtedly are companies that have Washington law firms that should be aware of what's going on. But the vast majority of methylene chloride users are small businesses, many of whom have only a handful of employees, and they don't have somebody on staff reading the Federal Register. They have no idea what's going on. So when it becomes apparent to them at some point in the future that they have a problem, That's the situation I believe we're talking about.
I think for the PBTs, for PIP and DECA, it's been kind of a mix, but kind of you have large semiconductor manufacturers, you've got nuclear power plants, like these are kind of well-resourced, well kind of connected industries.
I don't disagree, they're well-connected industries, but there are many small businesses that are just supplying bigger businesses, and they have no management, no infrastructure in-house, and no ability to hire outside counsel because they're so small to know what's going on in Washington.
Well, I'm not going to focus on the small businesses, but I certainly know that in the case of California, every 3 years we publish a work plan for our Safer Consumer Products program. And we have seen companies and trade associations be very proactive in reading through that plan, anticipating what we might be looking at, reaching out to us, engaging with us to understand where we're headed, and work with their membership or work with their supply chains to understand whether or not there's an opportunity for them to avoid things or to be prepared should we move forward with a particular product chemical combinations. And so, you know, if not the manufacturers, then who? It certainly is not EPA's responsibility to know what's in a product that they certainly don't have control. I mean, I understand manufacturers feel that they do not have great control over their supply chains, but we also have examples of industries that have come together to get a better handle on the supply chain for the reasons that they want to make sure that their products are safe. They want to get ahead of these things. So I think the overall issue does point to the lack of data, the lack of disclosure, and some of the challenges that creates, the fact that it's very hard to understand where the chemicals are, how they're used. That's a challenge for EPA as it goes through the TSCA rulemaking process and the risk evaluation process. And it's a challenge every step of the way.
Thanks. Yeah, I think it's going to be something everybody's going to be, struggling with going forward, and I expect we'll get better over time. But I think it's going to be a tricky issue for multiple chemicals. So Meredith, you mentioned the work plan that your organization does, and one might think this question doesn't necessarily have to do with risk management, but I can make a nexus. So it gets to preemption. So if EPA, Brian, finalizes one of these rules that restricts a chemical but does not ban it, or if EPA comes to the conclusion that a chemical does not pose an unreasonable risk, that in effect preempts states. In the latter case, it preempts the states from taking any restriction. In the former case, the state can't go further than EPA does. Which raises the question to me, if that risk management reality begins to sort of like it plays out over time, which it will. We're on a path right now. How do you as a state think about what you want to work on vis-a-vis what EPA is working on? Do you want to avoid what EPA is working on so that you don't have your work completely just duplicated or preempted? Or do you try to say, hey, if they're working on it, we can work on it together? I'm sort of curious as to how you think about this preemptive element of TSCA in California's planning for what you're going to do.
Well, we have been thinking about it. We've been thinking about it for a long time. We talk to EPA regularly to understand where they're headed and understand what that might mean for the decisions that we make, the chemicals that we prioritize. And so it's sadly, because TSCA was so ineffective for such a long time, the landscape is large and there are a lot. There is a lot of ground to cover, and also government resources, whether that be at the state level or the federal level, are quite limited. And so it makes no sense to have a duplication of effort. So I'll say that up front. So that said, I think with respect to safer consumer products, where preemption actually plays out in terms of the regulations is an interesting question. I don't think preemption necessarily would stop us from listing a product and requiring an alternatives analysis, because fundamentally that's about information and assessment and evaluation. It's only when we get to that regulatory response step that we would have the potential to really come up against preemption. And we have quite a range of regulatory responses we can take. And in some cases, preemption still might not apply. But that said, I think we would want to avoid preemption if we think that EPA's actions are protective enough. However, California does have quite a history of determining, we don't think that the bar is high enough. And as a result, we're going to ask for a waiver. And we've done it in the air world most notably, and it is conceivable that California would end up going that route under certain circumstances if it truly doesn't think that the actions that EPA is proposing.
Thanks. I don't know if anyone else wants to, it's really a very California specific question, but if anyone else has any insights they'd like to offer. Okay. Why don't we pivot to EJ? And I hopefully some of you had an opportunity to listen to the first panel. I expect, Meredith, it's probably a little early for you. The risk evaluation panel spent a fair amount of time talking about EJ. The question for this group is, are EPA's risk management rulemakings today, which I realize they are proposed rulemakings, fully addressing EJ concerns such as cumulative exposure scenarios or risk to fence line communities? Jonathan, you said you wanted to take this one on.
So the short answer is no. EPA's risk management rules that it has proposed do not address cumulative exposure scenarios at all. And I think they fall short in addressing real world risks to fence line communities. And to some extent, I think EPA has acknowledged that the first 10 risk evaluations made no attempt to look at cumulative exposures, to look at the risks to people that are exposed to multiple chemicals that can cause the same type of harm, or to non-chemical stressors that can exacerbate that effect. And I think that was a real shortcoming, and one that we're seeing now is creating problems at risk management, because what TSCA says is EPA needs to evaluate and eliminate unreasonable risks to potentially exposed and susceptible subpopulations. And just like a genetic polymorphism or pre-existing disease can render somebody more susceptible to harm from a chemical exposure, so can co-exposures to similar chemicals that pose synergistic effects or that affect the same health endpoint. And so can non-chemical stressors like income inequality, racial discrimination. So I do think that was a gap that EPA has not addressed in these risk management rules. And with respect to the fence line community impacts, EPA conducted these screening level assessments for fence line community risks. The Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, the peer review panel, said that that methodology was inadequate to fully address fence line risks, that it was actually understating exposures and risks. But even then, EPA was finding elevated cancer risks to many of the communities around the facilities where methylene chloride and perchloroethylene and other of the first 10 chemicals are used. And EPA's risk management rules really don't address those. And I think, again, this is kind of something that's pretty clear on the face. EPA has said that they don't know the risks to fence line communities, what they will be after the implementation of these risk management rules. So I do think that has been a major shortcoming of the first 10 risk evaluations that is now continuing into the risk management stage. And I think there are ways, without reopening the risk evaluations, without delaying the risk management process, because obviously that is critically important, EPA has found that the chemical as a whole presents unreasonable risk. And I think that there are regulatory options that EPA can pursue for all of these first 10 chemicals that do a lot more to address the risks to fence line communities.
Anyone else want to weigh in on this question?
I would like to reserve. I think the point here is really gets to the heart of the matter is there a risk to fence line communities? And there may well be from some industrial operations and from some chemicals, but you can't say there's a risk to fence line communities from methylene chloride. There's not a risk to workers from methylene chloride at levels below 25. There's just not. There's no evidence anywhere. There's no documentation that a worker has ever suffered an adverse effect from an exposure not exceeding the current PEL of 25. So that, it seems to me, is the real problem. Maybe we can talk about that when we talk about what is an unreasonable risk. But to bootstrap off of a hypothetical worker exposure to then say there's a risk to the community is quite far-fetched, it seems to me.
Can I
Any
just
other?
very briefly
Sure.
respond to that? I'm sorry. So 25 parts per million is the current OSHA PEL. OSHA has said there are severe risks to workers below 25. That was in the OSHA standard when OSHA promulgated it. Now,
Where's
OSHA
there any
didn't go below that.
documentation of any risk to workers?
They conducted cancer assessments, which said that you had really severe cancer risks below 25. They didn't find that it was feasible at that time to address those, but I don't think that OSHA or EPA.
Well, I think one thing EPA could be commended. Sorry, I think one thing EPA could be commended for here is that they recognize that there is not an unacceptable risk. It is to say there is no one in 10,000 cancer risk to workers from methylene chloride at levels that are at 40 parts per million or so. So they've recognized that that's not the driver here. The driver is liver toxicity, and that's the endpoint that I submit is not documented. There are studies in the record, 3 different studies. Occupational physicians gave workers, hundreds of workers, medical surveillance over a period of years. They found absolutely no impact on liver from exposures actually much higher than 25 parts per million. Those are the standard medical tests that you're given when you go in for your annual physical. So if there's not liver toxicity being shown on tests of workers exposed at high levels, where is the liver toxicity? It's based on something called rat vacuolization in rats, which is that's nothing that affects workers as far as I can see. Thank you.
Before we move on, I have failed to mention the CLA code for this part of our session is ELI 4637. So anyone looking to get credit for this for continuing education, again, ELI 4637. Sorry, Meredith.
I don't necessarily want to weigh in on the adequacy or of the rulemaking that's been done. I just, as we look forward, I think this is going to become more and more important for us. I think, honestly, let's all be really honest. We haven't been thinking about environmental justice in a very intense way until the last maybe 4 years. And so to think that we have all the information we need, to think that we've given it good consideration to date, I think that's specious. And as a result, there's not a lot of information. But we do know that there are associations between things that are entirely unrelated perhaps to an individual chemical that could in fact mean that chemical exposure is the difference maker, just given all the pollution burdens of a given community or a given subpopulation. So I don't really have an answer here. I'm very pleased that EPA is doing so much work around cumulative impacts, especially for vulnerable communities. We're doing our own work here in California. And my hope is that we keep it front and center and figure out how to make decisions that take these considerations into account.
Thanks. Okay, so sorry, Jonathan, did you want to? Or Brian, sorry.
No, we can go on. We can move.
Okay. So as I mentioned early in the session, there was an interesting conversation in the risk evaluation session around what is unreasonable risk, which is the standard in Section 6, and that is fundamentally a risk management question. It's not a risk evaluation question. It is informed by a risk evaluation, but what is unreasonable is risk management. And so we heard a little bit from Jeff Morris from OPPT about his thinking around it. But I'd like to get this panel to weigh in on the question of what makes a risk unreasonable, and can one sort of ascertain how EPA is interpreting that from the risk management proposals we've seen so far? Brian, it would be logical to start with you, but I can understand if you'd like to defer.
Well, I will just set the stage in terms of, what we, and I think this probably echoes what Jeff, I heard a bit of what Jeff said this morning. We consider a number of factors when determining unreasonable risk, including hazards and exposures, including the duration, magnitude, and frequency of those exposures, the magnitude of the risks, the exposed populations, the severity of the hazards, and all the uncertainties. Then we have to justify through the risk determination that is part of the risk evaluation how we came out on that. And so it's not a bright line, and there's considerable judgment that goes into that call. So I'll leave it at that, because I think everybody has views as to whether we're effectively doing that or not, and whether there should be a bright line.
Thoughts from anyone else? Okay, well, it is fundamentally an EPA call. What's unreasonable? I have a feeling this conversation is going to continue for some period of time. Before we go to the Q&A from our from the participants, the last question was, and I think I've picked up a little sense of where whether it's vulnerability or not, I get a sense the stakeholders might feel that they want to sue EPA, but any sense from the panel of where there might be legal challenges? I'm not going to say vulnerability, I'm going to say where legal challenges may be coming from. Again, because I don't want to put words in any of your, what I heard that there may be some related to the adequacy of the environmental justice assessment. There may be on this idea that EPA was given information by a manufacturer that they could have met a standard, but they weren't allowed to, and therefore EPA banned the use, and the EPA may have overreached in that context. Or this that we were just talking about a second ago, Kathy, mentioning the what is the safe limit for a particular chemical. But any other, did I mishear anyone as areas where there may be stakeholders who feel that there's an opportunity to challenge some of these rules? Those are the three I sort of picked up. Not saying that anybody's going to, but Kathy.
Before we get to that, I'd just like to complete the loop on unreasonable risk, because we sort of started into it, but we didn't really get there. But I would submit that it's just very, very wrong and unrealistic for EPA to assert that there's an unreasonable risk at 2 parts per million for methylene chloride, for the reason I just said. But leaving that aside for a minute, look at the upcoming risk assessments. For perchloroethylene, EPA is saying there's an unreasonable risk at 0.14 parts per million, that 14 parts per billion. That's almost down to, the background is around 1, detection limit is around 1. That's a very low workplace limit. And the others coming down the pike are going to have similarly low workplace limits, you can tell from the IRIS assessments. It's not hard to calculate what those are going to be. My question is, how on earth can those be unreasonable risks? No other country, every other country in the world has workplace limits that are in the range of our OSHA workplace limits or our ACGIH TLVs. Every other country, France, Canada, Mexico, you're going to subject American industry to limits that are 1,000 times lower than those anywhere else in the world. Where's the basis for that? Where's the epidemic of health effects in workers? That cannot be unreasonable risk. Thank you.
So that could be the basis of the legal challenge.
Could be.
Not weighing on the merit of it, but sounds like that some entities may think that gives them the basis for challenging a final rule. Jonathan?
Just briefly on that, and then I'll kind of pivot to kind of what comes next in terms of the legal landscape. And again, not going to weigh in on any particular litigation. It's incredibly premature to do that. I mean, the existing chemical exposure limits that EPA has set forth kind of, at least in its proposed rules and that it has kind of put in the dockets for the other chemicals. Those are based on the findings of EPA's risk evaluations. EPA's risk evaluations went to scientific peer review, and what the peer review panel generally said is that EPA had underestimated exposure and risk, that basically those were not overprotective, that you had ignored exposure pathways, and that kind of, if anything, you were missing risk. So I think they're lower than the Pell. That is undeniably true, and I think there are good reasons for that. But in terms of the legal landscape, I think Administrator Friedhoff, Assistant Administrator Friedhoff, was right, where this is the first time that TSCA has been implemented. There's a lot of open questions and a lot of disagreement about what the statute means and kind of what key terms require. And I do think that opens the door for kind of potential litigation. I think that was inevitably going to be the case. And one thing that I will note is there was litigation over the methylene chloride risk evaluation. There were petitions for review filed of that document. EPA sought remand in that case. So it went back and it changed its unreasonable risk determination, and it actually eliminated its findings of no unreasonable risk. But it didn't address all of the issues that were raised in that lawsuit, or at least kind of briefed in those petitions. And those are still hanging out there. And what TSCA says is that when there is a final risk management rule, if you have kind of complaints with the underlying risk evaluation, that those can be raised in kind of a lawsuit over the risk management rule. So I do think there's a lot that EPA kind of needs to look at here, and that there are kind of a lot of things that could result in litigation.
I don't want to speculate on what litigation will or won't happen, but you did hear Dr. Friedhoff say this morning that she's, not going to be surprised to see litigation on most of our actions. So
Yes, I think she actually answered that question at 8:30 this morning. Why don't we have a few minutes left, go to some of the questions that have come in over the chat. For Brian, why do 6G exemptions need to be time limited if the ECHL can be met?
Well, I think I'd go back to the statute, which I believe does say that there is a time limit on that, that EPA must put a time limit on it.
I believe you're right. That's 6G2 says that, and that it can be renewed. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Also on 6G, a question, should industry request 6G for any critical use up front in case the use is banned? And I'm unclear what they mean, but up front, but early, very early in the process, I'm assuming is what they're asking.
Yes, we've encouraged folks to come in as soon as they become aware that they may need a 6G exemption. Hopefully before we've got a proposal out the door, because if it is appropriate for us to address it, we can do so in the proposal. Otherwise, we would have to do a separate rulemaking if it's appropriate to put a 6G in place.
So Brian, would that mean one should be able to figure out if you're vulnerable at the risk evaluation phase? Once you've seen a risk evaluation phase,
I think that's correct. I think as we go forward, I think, of course, people who didn't think about this during the risk evaluation phase on the first 10, I'm sure EPA was not emphasizing that people should be thinking about exemptions at that stage, but certainly as early in the process when you realize that you may have a critical use that you would like to pursue an exemption for, the sooner you talk to us about it is probably beneficial to all of us.
I have a question here on our conversation related to chemicals that are in articles. Could the panel comment on whether it says EPA expects, that's, I guess would be to Brian really, industry will need to move to full material disclosure in order to obviate these problems that we've observed with a company not knowing that they had a chemical in an article?
Well, I guess I may not follow the question entirely, but I think that, it goes back to this notion of, how well can companies know their supply chain and understand what is in their products that are coming forward. So, I think that it goes back to what we were talking about, is how well both can companies understand their supply chains, and how can EPA ensure that people are aware that we're looking at this particular chemical and these uses that may fall under regulation. Does that make sense? So.
We also comment that the environment is included in the definition of unreasonable risk, even though the predominance of the dialogue, certainly all morning, has been around human health, which I think is an accurate observation.
Mm-hmm. Well, certainly the risk evaluation evaluates risk to the environment as well, and then certainly some cases they haven't found an unreasonable risk in some instances. So to the extent there are unreasonable risks to the environment, we will need to address those in rulemaking as well.
Okay, and I think this question is pretty straightforward. I'm not sure they got the terminology right, but I think I understand what they're meaning. Can EPA regularly review the lists and add new chemicals as appropriate through a rulemaking process on a short schedule, such as every 2 years? I believe that refers to the identification of a chemical as a high priority and then moving it to risk evaluation. I think that would be to you, Brian.
Yeah, I think they're speaking to the prioritization process for risk evaluation, the identifying those chemicals. And we're currently in a process to identify the next round of chemicals. We have to have 20 in risk evaluation at any one time. So as the risk evaluation is final, essentially another chemical is, I'm oversimplifying, but essentially another chemical has to be identified and prioritized for risk evaluation at that point and initiate that process. I don't know if Jeff spoke to that earlier in the risk evaluation process, but it's sort of the step that precedes risk evaluation.
And that does not have to be done by rulemaking, right? Is that correct?
There's a process laid out in statute to provide notice and comment for prioritization. So there is an opportunity, and as it goes back to some of our discussion about how people are informed and aware of the actions the agency is taking. But the prioritization process is an open and transparent public process that allows people an opportunity to comment on what EPA is doing.
Thanks. All right. Well, with that, I think we are ready to wrap up the second panel this morning. I really want to thank all of our panelists for your participation and your thoughtful comments, as well as all the work that all of you do in this really important space of TSCA implementation. So thank you so much, and I'll turn it over to Madison.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers for taking the time to join us on this wonderful and informative panel. Thank you to Jim, Jonathan, Kathy, Brian, and Meredith. We really appreciate you joining us this year. We will now take a break before our special lunchtime panel. This is a new addition to our annual TSCA conference. At 12:45 p.m., we will have a special lunchtime discussion with former toxics assistant administrators. We hope all of you can join us in 15 minutes. So thank you so much again to this panel. Welcome back from the break, everyone. I hope you all had a chance to grab some lunch. We will now begin our special lunchtime discussion with former toxics assistant administrators. You're welcome to put any questions for our speakers in the Q&A box. Please submit them as soon as you think of them. No need to wait until the end of the discussion. As a reminder, there is no CLE available for this portion of today's conference. I'll go ahead and hand things over to our lovely moderator, Lynn Bergeson, Managing Partner at Bergeson Campbell. Thank you, Lynn, and thank you so much to all of our speakers.
Thank you, Madison, and welcome back, everyone. And thank you for joining us for this special edition to our TSCA 7 years out. We thought in planning this session, it would be such a terrific idea to gather administrators, each of whom has had a role in TSCA, either old TSCA, transitioning TSCA, and new TSCA. And as you know, two of our panelists are on the steering committee, and that would be Jim Jones and Alex Dunn. So we reached out to Dr. Goldman, who of course, as Dean of the Milken Institute School of Public Health at GW, has been a longstanding co-sponsor of this program and very instrumental in shaping the program. My own colleague, Jim Adala, former assistant administrator, and Steve Owens, who is now, as you know, working in entirely different but related capacity. So what I thought we would do is show all of the pictures of our participants in this discussion. And then if you, Madison, could put up the next one, just give our viewers kind of a temporal outline of where people served and who, by whom they were appointed as president at the time. What we're going to do over the next hour is really just have a very open discussion about thoughts, considerations, disappointments, opportunities, kind of a free-ranging discussion that might help gravitate toward how we are at where we are at right now with TSCA implementation. I'm going to ask each of our participants to maybe give a 2-minute just overview of whatever they wish to discuss. There was no attempt to align topics here, just a couple of minutes about your stint or things on your mind now or anything you'd like to share with the audience. And then we'll talk about specific questions directed to some assistant administrators in particular and more open questions addressed to all. And I thought we would start with Dr. Goldman and then proceed in the chronology set out on the chart here. So Lynn, why don't you take it away?
Well, thank you so much, Lynn. And I should say, for the sake of historical accuracy, there were assistant administrators who preceded me who are not on this panel today.
Well, true that.
But nobody was probably more surprised than I was the day that I was called and asked if I might be interested in this job at EPA. And I, I think very fortunately for me, because it turned out to be a great experience, I wound up going for it. But, in 1993, when I arrived at EPA, there was a considerable distrust of political leadership at EPA. And many of you can remember that, that had followed an era where Bill Ruckelshaus had come in and had really done some wonderful things to change the direction of EPA, but still there were many among the career employees who just distrusted people who were political, felt that everything coming from them was coming from the White House. And also, though, I faced, and I didn't realize it would be like this, a huge backlog of EPA actions that were necessary, but were piled up at OMB. In some cases had been languishing there for a period of years and actually had to be completely redone because they were no longer up to date. So, what was really surprising for me was, a great staff EPA had. I had only known the regional staff in Region 9, mostly Superfund. The Washington people were very different. I think more thoughtful, more analytical. I loved working with them, but they did not really necessarily always recognize their role in protecting health and the environment. Unlike they in some ways were separate and apart from the rest of EPA. And I think that's been a cultural issue throughout all time, in terms of this part of EPA. I actually, found the industry to often be very constructive when we were able to work collaboratively with them. And that oftentimes people in the environment and public health community were unaware of our existence, or if they knew about us, they didn't like us very much because we were approving things they felt that were bad, like pesticides. A big surprise for me was the inability for chemicals to get test data, and the fact that we practically had to do a risk assessment in order to generate the data to do a risk assessment, which I felt was a massive catch-22. It's a major issue. But overall, well, I guess the other huge surprise, I have to say, was the election of Newt Gingrich and his people, the anti-regulatory backlash that began very soon after my arrival at EPA, and that we were actually defending risk assessment, which I was not the biggest promoter of before going there. And that, you know, our very proactive agenda around FQPA and expanding TRI and other things, which we were able to carry through, but we were being hit very hard by the congressional backlash against EPA, against regulations. So, I mean, overall, it was rewarding. We did accomplish FQPA amendments. And I know that the two Jims who are on the line are the people who actually had to implement largely those things, but that was quite gratifying. We were able to expand the TRI. We were able to work with then Representative Harry Reid on developing a framework for amending TSCA. And we had some collaborations that were pretty amazing. Our collaboration with the Environmental Defense Fund around testing high production volume chemicals, which was a voluntary program that the chemical industry came in and did with us, was pretty gratifying. I also found gratifying the work that we were able to do globally to begin to actually negotiate treaties on POPs and prior informed consent, which I think have been very important. Public service is great. Any of you on the line who might ever be thinking about it, I would encourage you to do it. And in particular, EPA was a great place to be. So
Great.
that's mine. Thank you, Lynn.
No, thank you, Dr. Goldman. Jim, you want to take over?
Sure. I'll just, that was a great segue. You said the magic words about public service, Lynn. I wanted to start there because joining public service, and not just at EPA, but I think I'm a 20-year, I think I got my 20-year pin while I was there, even though my time on that little time scale was very short. But I've had the opportunity to be a federal employee since starting out as a GS4 summer intern in OPP. Okay, that was a long time ago, as you can tell by the difference between my official photo there and all this gray stuff now. And the long story shorter is, first of all, be nice to your summer interns. You never know when they could turn out to be your boss.
There's a story there, right, Jim?
Well, it's very important. I know there's a lot of folks listening on the line that have summer interns in their offices, whether they be private or public. Number one, and then number two, for public service, for me, it was important. And I even talked about this in my confirmation hearing about having, I grew up with, I guess what they call with a family of limited means, if you will. And my parents are both high school dropouts. My 4 grandparents came through Ellis Island. And because of Pell Grants and student loans and other kinds of things, fellowships and stuff, I got a overeducation, if you will, and made it, to be in Washington. And I really thought it was important to, as part of public service, to have various Washington jobs on the Hill and then at EPA to give back. And so that was for me a very important part, just even before I got to anything. And before I started as a college intern, I didn't know a FIFRA from a TSCA, from a pesticide regulatory matter to a CFR site. I've learned a few things since 1975. I did start when I was 8. You can do the math. Anyway, and anyway, bottom line is public service is a good thing. Enjoyed my time at EPA, just like Lynn said. She scooped most of my important things to talk about when we were there, and that's okay. But again, and some of you may have heard, we were all talking a little bit with a hot mic before we were officially on. But some of the things about the issues seem to sound the same, stay the same, but they're not. But they're always important. And there's always important because people are trying to struggle with where should you properly regulate? Where do you draw those lines? How do you protect the public and communicate to the public and all those things that are part of public service? And even if you're only in this job as a political person for a couple of years or 4 years or 8 years at most, right? By definition, it's a time limited thing, even though the people at EPA have been there, the senior career employees of, 20 years doesn't even begin to talk about some of the people that have devoted even a longer time of their career to EPA. I'll stop there and move on to the next person.
Thank you, Jim. Steve.
Oh, well, thank you, Lynn, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this. It's wonderful to be with not only the other panelists, but folks who are viewing this out there. I'm a dues-paying member of the Environmental Law Institute, and so I unfortunately can't get my CLE today. I've been a little bit busy, but but I'm grateful at least for the chance to be on this panel. One thing Jim Adala did not say, which is a little known secret, is that he and I were in college together. He's older than I am, as you can tell by looking at us, but that. He was a teaching assistant in one of my classes when we were undergraduates together at the same university, and so Jim could take all the credit or blame for whatever else I've done since that time. So, but I came to EPA in kind of a different path. I had been the director of the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality under Governor Janet Napolitano for the whole 6 years that she was governor, and in 2008, when President Obama was elected, she had supported his candidacy and she was one of the co-chairs of his transition team, and I assisted with the transition. And then former Administrator Carol Browner, who I know many people on this call know, and along with David Hayes, were co-chairs, I believe, of the environmental piece of the transition and identifying who was going in. And because Governor Napolitano was soon to be leaving her job and becoming the Secretary of Homeland Security, I had to get a new job as the director of the Arizona DEQ, and I'd had an interest in going into EPA, and I think fortunately the leadership and the Obama transition also had an interest in me going in, and then Lisa Jackson was named as the administrator to be of EPA, and she and I had become very good friends because she had been the director of the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection while I was the Arizona DEQ director, and we had worked together on a number of issues. And then Gina McCarthy also had been the director of the Connecticut Environment Department at the same time, and so the three of us had done a lot of work together. And when we were considering who was going to go where, Lisa called me up and said, I'd like you to be the assistant administrator for OPPTS. I resisted the temptation to say, what is that? When she asked me about it, but I did say, not quite as bluntly as this, but why would I do that instead of some other office? And other than the fact, she said, well, because I'm asking you to do that. She explained that one of the highest priorities of her leadership as the new administrator of EPA, and also what we thought at the time, members of Congress, was going to be to reform TSCA, and that we needed to begin to get the office, then the pollution Office of Pesticide Prevention and Toxic Substances, still a god-awful name, get that office in shape and get ready to begin implementing the new TSCA reform legislation, which presumably was going to be passed any day now, since we had a new president with majorities of his party in both the House and Senate, and clearly this was going to happen at some point in the first year or two of the Obama administration. So I thought that sounded like an interesting task to take on, and I joined EPA. Little did I know it would take them. I joined EPA in 2009. It would take them 7 years to kind of get around to actually passing TSCA reform legislation, but we went into it with a great deal of enthusiasm while I was there. I was very, very fortunate while I was the assistant administrator. I'll just say that up front, that I had Lisa Jackson as my administrator, and I had Jim Jones as the deputy assistant administrator in my office. And so when you have the ability to work with two people like that on a common task, made my life very easy as the assistant administrator. And when I was leaving, I don't think there was ever any question about who was going to be the next assistant administrator of EPA, and that was certainly of OPP. Then it was OCSPP, which is one of the things that we did while I was there, but that was going to be Jim. Just two quick things and I'll shut up. One, with regard to the name, we did change the name from OPPTS, I have to say that slowly so I won't screw it up, to OCSPP, which is almost equally as difficult to say, but it was actually a very lively discussion we had within the office as well as with Lisa Jackson about, one, whether we could change the name of the office, and secondly, what would we change it to. The initial conversations were about the Office of Chemical Safety and just calling it OCS. But because pollution prevention is a very important ingredient of that office and a very important mission of EPA, we decided that we needed to give it its due, that program office, as well as that duty of the agency, and put it in the name. The consequence is that we came up with yet another unpronounceable acronym for an EPA office. But we thought it at least was a bit more programmatic and descriptive for what the mission of the office really was. And just the last thing is since others have talked about their interest in public service, I have been in and out of government. I'm back in government now, and the job that I have today. But I had started my career with Al Gore. I'm originally from Tennessee, and he and I became friends when I was in law school at Vanderbilt, and he was a first-term member of the U.S. House of Representatives in the dark ages, many years ago, when he and I were both a lot younger, and I wound up becoming the chairman of the legal counsel on the subcommittee that he was the chairman of, the Investigations and Oversight Subcommittee of the House Science and Technology Committee, and did that. And then when he became a senator, was his chief counsel in the Senate for a period, and then eventually moved back to Tennessee and became his chief of staff in Tennessee as state director there. But in that capacity was when I really first began working with people at EPA. We had been involved in the original version of the Superfund legislation way back in 1980 when I was in law school, and helping Gore for a summer when I was on his staff, and then subsequently in the Senate when they were doing the SARA amendments to the 1986 amendments to Superfund, and then other things that we worked on, including issues related to pesticides and toxic substances and workplace safety and things like that. And so then when I went to Arizona, became the director of the Arizona DEQ, as I've indicated, and appreciated the opportunity to go to EPA and finally work hand in hand with some of the people I've been working with indirectly in all my previous jobs. So it was a wonderful experience, and I'm very grateful for the time that I had there. So Lynn, I'll stop talking now. So
No, Steve, that was great. Thank you. And great segue to Jim Jones, your deputy. So Jim, take it away.
Yeah, thanks. I had the honor and the privilege and the pleasure to serve directly with three of the other panelists. As Steve mentioned, I was his deputy the first 2 years of the Obama administration. But many years before that, I was Lynn Goldman's special assistant. And Jim was her deputy at the time. And so I supported Jim as well. I think when he was the AA, I was the deputy office director of the pesticides program. I think most people in this space know I was a career employee at EPA for 25 years before. Steve may have thought it was a no-brainer, but I was shocked when I was asked by Lisa Jackson to fill his shoes when Steve moved back to Arizona in 2011, the fall of 2011. But as Linda mentioned, I had really an amazing opportunity to both work on the development of the Food Quality Protection Act, not from a policy perspective, but I was sort of holding the pen while the policymakers like Lynn and Jim were calling the shots, which was really a remarkable experience. But then I spent the next 10 years of my career at a number of different jobs in the Office of Pesticides Program, working with a really incredible team implementing the law, literally from the day it passed to meeting of the tolerance reassessment deadline in 2007, which is when I said, I think I'm ready for something else, and I became a deputy in OCSPP. And then Steve actually was okay when Gina McCarthy asked me to be her deputy in 2011, which was a remarkable 8-month experience before I got this call from Lisa Jackson asking me to be the assistant administrator. And I had worked with Steve for a number of years. We were sort of banging our heads on TSCA reform. We had principles out within 6 months of the administration starting, and it just was going nowhere. And then suddenly in 2013, it I would say took off. It still, we spent 3 years working with the Hill almost every day with the Senate in particular, but the House as well, Democrats, Republican, the industries, the NGOs. on what became the Lautenberg Chemical Safety Act and the topic of today's webinar. So it was really a remarkable experience being the AA. It was a remarkable experience the entire 30 years I was at EPA. I wouldn't trade in a minute for any of the jobs that I had. They were all quite amazing, remarkable, and gratifying. And as everyone has noted, that the people who work at EPA are quite remarkable and dedicated. It was a great run.
Great, Jim. Yep. Finally, our most recent former AA, Alex Dunn.
Well, thank you, Lynn. Thank you to ELI, and hello to this fabulous panel. I have had the great pleasure to interact with many of you over the years as a constituent, advocating on, when I was at ECOS, advocating for states. I know I made the state position on preemption known, I believe, to Jim and others, while the TSCA amendments were making their way through. So how did I end up in OCSPP? I think we've all said it sometimes is a bit of a consistent surprise. And I think I'm one of the few people who was able to, in one administration, be both a regional administrator and an AA. And so my context was, I came from ECOS, was very state oriented. And so my first service to EPA was in 2018 to early 2019. And I went up to Region 1. And we all know New England. It's a very, if you want to color the country in, it's a very blue part of the country. And I survived. I survived in a very, very environmentally oriented, climate change oriented part of the country as a representative of an administration that, Lynn mentioned, that there were career staff can have skepticism at any time about political appointees. And there was a fair degree of skepticism at the time of anyone coming in from the Trump administration. And my regional experience was just absolutely amazing. And I think because I was able to be effective in a pretty polarized environment in New England, they thought, well, what better role than to bring her back to Washington and give her an easier role, which would be OCSPP. And so I came to headquarters, and Washington is home. So I was living with family when I was up in Region 1. But came back, and I like to say that I was able to help raise our statute, which is turning 7 today. So able to help raise our statute through its sort of 4th and 5th years of age, essentially. And if anyone has been around a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old at any point, the statute and the office had that feel of a lot of energy, a lot of desire for independence and to get it right, and a lot of things to learn. And so I'll just say that the priorities that I kind of focused on when I was there was, I did walk into an office in January 2019, and I like to say I left Region 1 during a government shutdown, and then I left my term as AA during a pandemic. So I don't know if I was ever destined to say goodbye to my EPA staff, who I loved working with, and the staff members. I never really got to do formal farewells from either position. And being in OCSPP during the pandemic, we might have time to talk about later, was a very unique role because of the FIFRA process for approving disinfectants, right, and all of the uncertainty around how to manage COVID when it first became a public health emergency. But to focus on TSCA, to walk into that office after Region 1, which is known, they say they're known for being #1 because they are, a pretty modestly sized region, one of the smaller ones, with a lot of long career leadership that had kept the office very stable. And then to come into OCSPP, which I like to say was as if you were running a business enterprise that was given an entirely new business plan but never reorganized around the business plan. So people were organized in groups that were not necessarily aligned with the statute, which I'll call the new business plan. So we did do organization. You know, Steve talks about renaming the office. We reorganized, OPPT to create the new chemicals division and to create the existing chemicals division and to create the division that would support the Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, which is a new creation of the statute, and to really try to put risk management and risk assessment in different boxes, because that was such a unique function to sort of assess the chemical in its individual capacity, and then to manage the identified risks as like a two-part process. So we really, had to learn from our colleagues who had been, there was a lot of chaos, not because people weren't frenetically working. And in fact, it was, you could see the steam, rising, daily from the offices until we became a virtual agency overnight in March of 2020. But people worked so hard to do it right, but there was so much scrutiny on what right was. I will say the accomplishments that we were most proud of when I left was that we did finish the first 10 risk evaluations, and that was something that we talked about our administrators. I was under Andrew Wheeler. For those of you who know Administrator Wheeler, he was a longtime staffer on the Hill, was very senior and had worked on TSCA and was absolutely passionate about statutory deadlines. And so he really wanted to see EPA perform and meet the statutory deadline. So when you read the press about how hard people worked and maybe how perhaps grueling and unforgiving the environment was when I was there, I think it was because, we were all really trying to deliver on this, can we hit these deadlines for these first 10 chemicals? And we missed, we only got one done on time, but we got them all done before the change in administration. And the other thing that I'm really proud of is we'll talk later, I'm sure, about attrition and attrition in general in the office. And there was a lot of attrition that was, some people attribute to people not wanting to work under that political leadership, but people also attribute to the fact that I went to a lot of retirement parties for people who had been 35 years of service and 40 years of service, and it was time for them to go do what they wanted to do post EPA service. So we created the first outpost of OCSPP. Steve, it rolls right off the tongue. The first outpost of OCSPP in Research Triangle Park, and hired 30 scientists to support. Some of them are supporting FIFRA, but about 2/3 of them were hired to support the TSCA program, with this idea that maybe not everybody wants to work in Washington, DC. And the TSCA program has always been a uniquely DC centered program. It's not spread out in the regions generally, the way other programs are, like water and air. And would it be possible to hire people who could be OCSPPers and OPPTers in another geographic location? And RTP is known as a heartbeat of science, and it worked. 30 new scientists joined the program over a 9-month period. Is the most aggressive hiring that had been done in a long time. 29 of them had PhDs, and the other one had a master in physics, which was not much shy of a PhD. So it was a great opportunity. I agree with my colleagues. The work was hard. The team was amazing. The mandates were tough. And yet at the end of the day, I think everybody knew we were really trying to deliver on the incredible potential of the statute.
Thank you, Alex. Listening to you all, you're a very collegial group, you overlap, you know each other. I'm going to ask a question that some of our listeners might be wondering. Do you have an informal, AA handbook that you contribute to and then pass on to the next one to help just, harvest your shared experiences? For example, you all have experience with implementing complicated new laws, FQPA, Lautenberg. mean, how do you, transfer knowledge between and among AAs in an area as technical as OCSPP is?
I
Lynn,
found it was
I'll start
useful
with
to
that.
work for them all.
Right, Jim was our AA handbook for a while, I would say, but I would also say, when I was AA, I used to occasionally have lunch with all the former AAs, and that was actually really useful.
Right.
But of course, in this day and age, it would have to be a Zoom meeting or something like that. But I think that you're raising a good point. I mean, I think that for me, it was very helpful, to be able to get that perspective. Almost, I would tape that last session that Jim chaired, because those issues around risk management, how safe is safe? What is the role of small business in setting standards? How do the different statutes, not only that affect EPA, but affect other things, all really come together in the process. We all had to grapple with those issues, and it probably the agency could benefit from more connectivity, across these generations. But anyway.
Yeah, just optimizing shared experiences. Rachel Maddow has a new podcast series called Deja News. And when you're talking about, your PTSD and reminiscences over some of the issues that we're considering now that you considered previously, Dr. Goldman, it just struck me as an opportunity to harvest and transfer and just enable new administrators to benefit from the extraordinary experiences of his or her predecessor. Jim Adala, what I know you're a big believer in transfer of knowledge and networking.
Yeah, that's in my next life, whenever that is, it's very uncertain, but I want to create for all of you. I will invite you all personally when the time comes, but I want to start what I'm thinking in my head as a kind of podcast thing. Rachel can have hers. Mine will be called From the Park Bench. We repeat history so you don't have to. So you listen to all these stories from people like us and many others in the network of not just the opinion makers, but even just practitioners. I mean, someone who worked for a company, for example, for 30 years, or someone who worked at an NGO for 20 and 30 years. And at my point in the career, I mean, I've known, I have my Rolodex, but that's itself is an archaic term, of course. But anyway, there's people to contact to try and pass all that on. EPA's first lawsuit for a pesticide, I think, was issued within a week of its creation in 1970. I worked as a GS9. I was on my way up for Steve Jelinek when he was AA for then OPPTS in 1979, and TSCA was very much old. TSCA was then an infant, right? It was 3 years old, and some of these issues that came up similarly, if you will. Anyway, so I mean, that's all part of it, and there should be there is, I call it the magic handshake, but also there is a sense of transition between people, and the appointees always have different backgrounds. I mean, coming from a region, as Alex says, coming as a scientist like Lynn, the other Lynn, et cetera, coming as a career, but who knows, all those secret things and where the bathrooms are, which appointees for the first few weeks probably don't know, but Jim knew them all, and all that. So, I mean, that's the kind of different backgrounds you come in when you come to these kind of jobs, and you try and then, mush it all together, which can, which takes a separate learning curve, and then some sort of personal skills, because you can also alienate the staff within about a day and a half of, you tell me, Jim, how often does it take one of the new bosses to alienate the career staff within moments upon arrival, just by the first few things they do or don't do? Or they have an open door, they don't have an open door, they don't look like they trust people, they do look like they listen at a briefing. You always follow the recommended policy advice that the staff always tries to get. I've determined it's always the third option in a briefing. I could go into that later on a question maybe, but it's always the third option at a briefing, which is what the staff wants you to pick. And you have to try and discern that. And sometimes you'll switch that around if they get wind that that. etc. So there's all those tricks that you have to learn as you get the job. Jim, you've seen more of us than anyone else. Jim, what do you think?
I loved working with all of you. Alex, you never know. We may have an opportunity for me to work for you.
Well, you know, I was going to say, I distinctly remember, Jim, I think you were with HCPA for a time, and I went to one of your conferences, and we sat and had literally had a soda at the restaurant and just talked. And I remember Steve coming to town pretty regularly from Arizona. And I give so much, it was always so lovely because he some of his practice, he actually did have matters in the office, but he would call and say, Alex, let's meet for coffee. And he never mentioned the matter that he had before the office. It wasn't about, you know, talking to the AA about some issue that he had. It was, how you doing in the job? How's it going? How can I help you? You know, and Jim, I could always rely on for good humor and sage wisdom. So, you know, I think that is really what makes it very special. And Dr. Goldman, I guess we just have to put on our bucket list a coffee or a soda.
Well,
Yeah.
Jim, you know, your comment about, you know, the career staff, my very favorite issue that was brought to me, not by Jim, but the other special assistant, was the complaint from some of the staff that they couldn't tell when Jim Idala was serious and when he was.
And we still can't.
Anyway.
Well, that's the thing about keep them guessing and figure. And again, they got to try and hide. They got to try and hide option 3 to somewhere else in the deck. So again, that's an old story of mine.
Yeah.
But also, how do you survive in any of those jobs if you have no sense of humor? But anyway.
Well,
sense of humor is Steve, did you want to say something?
yeah, I would just very quickly, just with regard to what Alex was saying, I had the good fortune to have met Alex when she was at ECOS way back, and when she was doing a terrific job there, and then she became the Region 1 administrator, she said, and I thought, well, that's a great job. And then when she was thinking about taking the position to become the AA for OCSPP, I chatted with her, and because my first reaction was, why would you leave the job in Region 1, which is like a great place to come down to DC with all the challenges that were there. But, you know, she had the right motivations and obviously did a terrific job when she was the AA. But I appreciated her willingness to talk during that time because, you know, one of the things that happens when you're in these positions, you meet and you care about a lot of people, how well they are doing at the agency. And that was a difficult period of time for some people in OCSPP. And also to whatever I could do, as Alice said, to help her understand or be more familiar with, I guess is a better way to say it, of things that had gone on when I was there and who's who, what perspectives they had on things, and the stuff we had gone through early on. And similarly, when I became the AA, I'd had the good fortune to have known Linda Fisher for many years, going back to my days of working for Al Gore on the Hill when she had been at EPA and then subsequently at DuPont when she spent some time. But and so one of the first things I did was sit down with Linda and talk about the old days, what did it look like, and then Jim Jones had helped. He set up a meeting with Jim Gulliford, who was my immediate predecessor, who, like you, Alex, was a regional administrator. In addition to an AA. And he was very gracious in giving me his time and expressing his thoughts on what had gone on immediately before I got there. And then other folks over time, like Jim Idala, we spent some time together talking about all kinds of things thereafter. And then I got to know Lynn. It's just, you know, it's just a great network of people. And, you know, the challenge, Lynn Bergeson, and having a written handbook is that it's kind of out of date the moment it would be published because things are so different and they change so much. And you just have to figure out how to take the good from what you learn from others and then apply it to the circumstances that you are in now in order to get things done. So You know, whoever comes after Michal Friedhoff, I hope we'll do the same thing with her and Jim Jones and Alex Dunn and everyone else to learn about how they can do the job better than any of us did. So,
Well, reflecting on all of your tours of duty, as it were, as AA, is there any one or several things you wish you had known on day one of the job that you didn't get in the handshake or the handbook that was never written that you found very important at the end of your tour of duty?
well, I'll just say on that one, then I wish I'd known that we're going to do TSCA reform for 7 years.
True that. True that.
Maybe hiring Jim Idala before that horrible oversight hearing that he staffed Mike Sinar for. Thank you for that, Jim. But yeah, bringing him on board.
We were being nice to you. We actually shared the questions with you before that hearing, since you're a fellow Democrat, because that was otherwise a sinful practice before any oversight hearing. But that's a whole separate story.
And
anyway.
he was jumping up and down and saying, there will be no honeymoon. There will be no honeymoon.
I guess for me, I'm just trying to think, it's sort of what you don't really realize in it. And even though we can hear these words, and Steve and I have just before this, we're talking a little bit, just the crazy day, just how everything that happens, it either blows up the schedule, or you have to, yes, you must fit in these 2 other briefings or something, or the administrator calls and suddenly that blows up the schedule and you're running up there, or the hill, of course, because they're omnipotent, at least in their own mind, and things like that. So there's just that sort of total, it's not even chaos, it's just sort of the press of business. And what I remember from our time in the 90s, right? The West Wing, people remember that show. What was weird is, you know, in 1 minute you're briefing about whether you're going to nuke some other country or start a war, or, you know, something like send troops into some place, and then the next day you're pardoning a turkey for Thanksgiving, and it's all on the same day schedule. And that's the part I remember the most, and I guess I can describe that, but I'm not sure until you're there you really feel it. The other favorite one, Lynn, you'll like this one. I won't name names, but since the female special assistants could follow you into the bathroom, they couldn't follow me. They'd even bug you there about something, and we know who I'm speaking about. Still wish her well, etc. And Jim Jones probably knows who I'm talking about, but he can't tell either. So
we were sometimes very short on time, Jim. I mean, you know, the briefing book always followed me into everywhere I went. One of the things that, and what Jim says absolutely true, and I'm sure we all experience it, every moment of every day was wrapped up around the job. I mean, it was amazing for me when it was over, how great it felt to just be able to take a walk a few blocks without thinking about work, answering the phone, or at that point, the pager, whatever it was. You're completely absorbed in that job. You have no personal time. But I don't know, it also was a magnificent opportunity to serve amazingly. So
let me turn to Jim. Jim, you had but you know, you came up the ranks. So what was different being the chief cheese versus even the almost chief cheese versus the subordinate chief cheese, or whatever, over your time? You've had all those different positions, as you indicated.
Well, you know, because for so many years, I was either, you know, as a direct report to the assistant administrator. So either as an office director or as a DAA, that there was a solid 10 years of that. And so there weren't really elements of the job, the AA job, that surprised me that much, because I was, well, especially as a DAA, you're literally sitting right next to them. And having been an office director, I was used to the decision-making role. So I can't say that I was surprised by aspects of the job. There are things that in hindsight I wish I had done differently regarding some of the programmatic elements of it, but the job itself, I felt like I had my eyes wide open about what was entailed, because I'm literally sitting next to the assistant administrator for 3 different ones: Jim Gulliford, Steve Owens, and Gina McCarthy for 6 years.
Well, so what was that you do different then? That's a close enough for government work kind of question.
Well, I really ESA, I wish I had done differently. I think I had gotten so like if you couldn't literally draw the restriction, a proposed restriction exactly to the science, which was so expensive to do, you couldn't put any restriction. Well, that I think is flawed public policy, and that we could be doing things that were directionally correct without having this direct line between I got this risk mitigation, I can show you the calculation to that. And we got so, and that's one of the reasons why, I think it's useful to have people come from totally outside, because an insider is so bought in this context. So you've got to have that direct line between the science and the risk mitigation. At the end of the day, nothing was getting protected, and we're just getting sued and losing. So I absolutely wish I'd been more effective in that space.
I was going to chime in. Oh, Steve, please.
No, you go ahead, Alex. I'll go after you. So.
Okay, I was going to chime in. The question was sort of, what do you wish you knew when you went into the job? I am a people person. I really always want to create an incredible work environment, and I had experiences in smaller organizations over my career where I was able to really make an impact on the workplace culture and environment. And I think I came into OCSPP, and we all know, you can read the headlines. The employee scores were low, their happiness scores were low, people were overworked, they were frustrated, and it was not really all political. It was just that there was so much work to do under this new statute, and again, like not necessarily a new roadmap. And I think I maybe like Jim Jones, I wish I had done better at changing the workplace culture. But what you realize is, it is very hard when you have limited time to really impact people's day-to-day feeling about their jobs, right? And so we created a lot of credit to the chief of staff who's still there supporting Dr. Freehoff, Tom Tyler. Great kudos to Tom, who helped me kick off a Great Place to Work initiative. And I guess we're like, well, if we name it, it shall be. This shall be a great place to work. And we meant OCSPP. We really tried to move the needle on making it an office that people would choose. And then every other week we'd hear that people were jumping ship and going to the office of water and going to the office of air. And, we were like, we were sort of, paddling up against the current. But I think, as someone who as a leader really put great value on wanting people to really enjoy their work, and knowing that that's why many career people are in the federal government, because they're passionate about it. It was really hard to be there at a time when people were, openly, not 100%, but a lot of people were openly unhappy and trying to make a difference, but feeling like, you were just, it was just incremental and slow. And I know that Dr. Freehoff has continued those efforts to improve just the culture of that office, which had gone through a lot of stress and turmoil. And like I say, not just political, but just having the new statute. And meanwhile, the FIFRA program is running like this well-oiled machine, not when Jim was there, but or FQPA was passed when Lynn was there, but by contrast, across the river, which they're now no longer across the river, they everyone over there was like, yeah, things are good. And we're like, things aren't so good over here at 1200 PA.
Well, and you had the added stressor, Alex, of dealing with this thing called the pandemic. And, all of that invited. So, Steve, I know you wanted to contribute to this conversation.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to the earlier that I was kind of joking a little bit about, wish I'd known it was going to take 7 years, but I also wish I had known it would take so long to get things done administratively at EPA. Some of that had to do with the OMB. review process. Otherwise, other things had to do with the internal review process and things like that. I started to think sometimes if we hadn't had an administrator like Lisa Jackson, who was as supportive of what we were trying to do on TSCA issues, and I hadn't had Jim as the deputy for so long, how long it might have otherwise taken to get things done. But there is one thing, and also I wish I had been a little bit more foresighted in terms of if it was going to take so long to do TSCA reform on the Hill, there were some things we could have done sooner within the office to get the ducks in a row. We were moving pretty quickly. We were doing action plans that I think had already been initiated by the time I got there, but we got them through fruition and wound up doing 10 chemical action plans in the 2009, 2010 timeframe. But one of the things that we did, thinking that if and when TSCA reform ever happened, was that we were going to have to prioritize chemicals and identify ones that we'd work on first and get it ready. There's a provision in TSCA section 5B4, which gives the agency the authority to create by rule a chemicals of concern list. And, we thought, well, this is a good thing. It's never been used at that point, but since we're getting ready for TSCA reform, we'll put together a little list and run that up the chain and get that in place. So we'll have it. And we thought we came up with a list of, I believe it was a dozen chemicals. Jim Jones can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was 8 phthalates, 3 flame retardants, and then BPA, bisphenol A, on the list. And we thought, who could argue with this? These were kind of no-brainer substances in terms of prioritization and things that we would want to work on. But we sent that over to OMB in May of 2010. Jim, I think you eventually withdrew the rule in September of 2013, which after things started moving on the work plan and everything else. But so I think it probably still holds a record for the longest pending rule at OMB rather, in the history of administrative review process. But and it never was approved. But when it became clear that it was never going to be approved, Jim, I think you were over with Gina McCarthy and OAR at that point. And I will say, by the way, I was not happy when Jim left to go there, but one, I didn't think I could deny him that opportunity. And secondly, I had learned very early in my career as a state director that you just don't say no to Gina McCarthy when she wants something. And so when she called, I said, yes, ma'am, you can have Jim. But when it was also clear that the TSCA reform wasn't going to happen, 5B4 was not going to get passed, Wendy Cleland-Hammett, who was then the director of OPPT, and I sat down and started talking about what can we do in that office to do an internal list of chemicals that we would want to start working on now or then, and if and when TSCA reform ever happened, the agency would be ready to go with a list of chemicals. And over those conversations, and then her team began to develop a list of criteria, which we took stakeholder comments on and had some listening sessions and all that kind of thing. And then that was getting close to being done when I left in late 2011. And then Jim came in and he pushed it over the finish line, and the work plan chemicals list popped out in February or March early on in 2012. Eventually it was updated in 2014, and eventually it was incorporated into the actual Lautenberg Act, the TSCA reform legislation. So, we know that was eventually going to be the course. We might have done it a little bit differently, but it also kind of underscores the law of unintended consequences or unexpected consequences. That if we gotten the 5B4 through, we might never have done the work plan chemicals list, and it wouldn't be part of TSCA. So who knows? You just never know what you're going to run into on any given situation there at EPA.
I know each of you in one way, shape, or form continues to be very much engaged in TSCA. If you were to be in a position to whisper advice to Dr. Michal Friedhoff, what would it be?
Well, I've got a recommendation pending in front of her from my agency.
Separate and apart from your agency.
I'll be happy to whisper that.
Just like hang in there, or tough it out. It's a tough job. And
well, I'll take that for a second.
Yep.
Two points. One would be simple answer is test rules. I mean, getting test data in. I just remember a similar discussion with two leading NGOs, Al Meyerhoff and Lori Mott, for those of you that are other oral historians, in pesticides, about the 86 amendments, then became what became the 88 amendments, again, showing my age. But the bottom line was some fight over some part of the pending legislation. It's like, look, get the data in. You got to get the data in, and then the system isn't out of, self-regulation is too strong a word, but if data really show harm, things will happen almost regardless of Congress getting in the way, OMB getting in the way. Steve, you reminded me of that in the previous conversation we just had a couple of days ago. Anyway, but the whole point is you got to get the data in order to really set things off. And then that's not to say that you shouldn't act without the data, because sometimes as a regulator, you got to act with limited information. We've been talking about that all day today here at ELI, right? And all that. But that's the one point. The other point, to be a little more hopeful about, and this is actually an optimistic comment, which is it took FIFRA to become that well-oiled machine that you referred to, Alex. It took at least three major, attempts at legislation, 72 and 88 and then 96. And I'm no disrespect to the 75 and 78 amendments, but anyway, the whole point is simply that there's attempts, and Congress has got a role here. We talked about it, and Lynn Goldman talked about that. When Congress isn't going to play ball, well, it doesn't matter really what you want to do, et cetera. So we had the advantage with FQPA. We got a big slug of money on day one. Mihal talked about that this morning, right? She's never really gotten those kind of resources to make the magic and all that. And that wasn't given on day one, Alex, during the Trump administration, right? Congress didn't provide a lot of new money to help do the new amendments and things like that. So, things are different, but you got to keep plugging away. And eventually it will become a well-oiled machine. There'll be people who like that and people who don't like it. There'll be people who fight it and people who encourage it. And,
that's when you're doing something right.
Keep on going, I guess, as they say. So, that's my 3 cents. Go ahead, Lynn.
Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, I would add to that. Don't waste your time fighting rearguard battles. People never stopped fighting over the things they were fighting about before the legislation and the big compromises that, were crafted to make the legislation happen. So, moving forward, agree with Jim, you need the data, focus on your people. You need your human resources. That means not only going for the financial resources to not stop pressing for the fees and the resources that the agency needs to do its work, but also work on the morale of the people in the agency, the retention of your good people, rewarding them. They're going to hear a lot of negative things said about them by people who don't think they're going far enough, don't think they're going fast enough, think that they're going too far. But their morale is incredibly important. You don't want to lose them, and they will catch up. As Jim said, they will catch up. And so, you have to have faith in them.
Well, I would love to carry on this discussion beyond the time that we have allotted to us, but I wanted to reserve at least 30 seconds to thank, on behalf of everyone listening to this call and everyone who isn't, to thank each of you for your passionate defense of the environment, your service to the United States government, and to your implementation measures, whether it was for original TSCA, FQPA, or Lautenberg. We are deeply, deeply grateful for your service, and you've all done a fabulous job here in helping our listeners understand some of the challenges you faced when you were assistant administrator of the Toxics Division at EPA. So thanks so much for participating. Great discussion. And thanks for all you've done for EPA.
Thank
Turn it over to you, Madison.
Sure.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I also want to give a massive thank you to all of these amazing speakers for taking the time out of their busy days to join us for this fascinating discussion. Thank you to Lynn B for moderating and to Lynn Goldman, both Jim, Steve, and Alex for participating as speakers in this comprehensive discussion. We'll now take another break before heading straight into panel 3 at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So we will see you very shortly. Thank you all. All right, everyone, welcome back to TSCA Reform 7 years later. We're going to keep rolling with our third panel discussion of the day, or our third substantive panel discussion rather, new chemical review. If you are just joining us, we encourage attendees to participate in today's event by commenting observations in the chat. We will also save time at the end of the panel for audience Q&A. So please submit your questions as soon as you think of them in Zoom's Q&A box. Again, you're welcome to use the chat to converse with one another, but please submit your questions in the Q&A box, not the chat. Should you have any logistical questions, please feel free to message an ELI staff member on Zoom or email events@eli.org. I will now go ahead and hand things over to our wonderful moderator, Alex Dunn. Alex is a partner at Baker Botts. You can find her full biography in today's written materials, as well as the biographies of all of our other speakers throughout the conference. And I will hand things over to you, Alex. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Madison, and thank you to the Environmental Law Institute and GW and also Bergeson and Campbell for pulling this incredible program together. I hope that our attendees, if you're just joining us for the new chemical review panel, welcome. If you've been with us for all or part of the day, we hope you enjoyed the panels on risk evaluation and risk management this morning, as well as the lunch discussion with former assistant administrators. I have heard that the discussions have been lively and super informative, and this panel promises to be just the same. We will have a great group. As you see, our panel is featuring some real leaders in the new chemicals space. Sherry Barish, who, as you can see, is the acting director of the new chemicals division at EPA. So we're really fortunate to have Sherry. Welcome. I believe Sherry gets to make a reprise appearance at another panel as well. So so she is doing extra duty on this program today, and we appreciate that. We'll also be joined by an EPA veteran now at the Environmental Defense Fund, Dr. Maria Doa, who is the Senior Director for Chemicals Policy at EDF. Another EPA veteran, Dr. Richard Engler, Director of Chemistry at Bergeson and Campbell. And Dan, I don't know if you worked at EPA at all, so I don't want to leave out if you're an EPA veteran, but he's shaking his head, but notwithstanding.
Not yet, but I expect to be recruited right after this panel.
Yeah, all right. We all have to have career goals. So Daniel is the Director of Federal Toxics Policy at the Natural Resources Defense Council. The way we're going to handle this program is we're going to start giving Sherry about 15 minutes to lay out what's going on in the new chemicals program from her perspective. She cannot, and I'm in full agreement, she cannot in 15 minutes tell us everything that's going on in the new chemicals division, but she has, with the planning committee and with her own team, reflected on some things that she wants to highlight for us about the new chemicals program. We thought that was a really good way to sort of ground this because so much has been happening. And then we're going to turn it to, in this order, Dan, then Rich, and then Maria, who are each going to make some opening remarks and reflections. And that's going to take us to about 2:40. And at which point we're then going to go into our Oprah style roundtable where we have a series of questions. We've got people who are on point on the panel to answer in variety of orders. So you're not going to hear from the same people every time, but we imagine things will be pretty lively. So stick with us till 2:40 when we go Oprah style. But this, we really want to ground you all through these opening remarks with the really, important perspectives of the agency. Two major environmental organizations that are very focused on the TSCA program, and then Rich, who works with many private entities that are trying to work their way through the TSCA program and bring us that experience. So Sherry, with that, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thanks so much, Alex. I really appreciate, and I appreciate being part of this panel. I'm the acting director, as Alex said, in the New Chemicals Division. And on the 7th anniversary of the amended TSCA, I want to take a few minutes at the beginning of the session to share some thoughts, highlight some recent progress, and be transparent about some continuing challenges the New Chemicals program faces. Although I've only been acting director for about 2 months, I've been in the program for about a year. And I feel like I can say this program is on the path to success. And I'm going to ask Madison to share a slide. Okay, so hopefully folks can see that. I don't know if you want to put it in the full view there, Madison. Thank you. When I look at this slide, most people think of success as the image on the left, right? A straight arrow upward. But in reality, success looks more like the image on the right. It has a mostly upward trajectory overall, but sometimes goes sideways or even backwards a step before you can move forward again. And when I saw this image at my daughter's college orientation last week, it struck me that this image on the right is what success looks like for the New Chemicals Division. You can take it down now, Madison. In the past year, we've made a lot of progress on hiring, case throughput, transparency, finding efficiencies, and developing some key standardized approaches and policies, including today's release of the New Chemicals PFAS framework that will guide our work as we review new PFAS and new uses of existing PFAS. So I'll go over this again, but if anybody missed Dr. Michal Friedhoff's opening today, the framework just went live on our website like moments ago. So we can touch base on that later. And in the next panel on PFAS. In the past year, so we're mindful of both the statutory timeframes and our responsibility to ensure protections for human health and the environment. Our efforts reflect a commitment to putting sound science and robust processes at the center of our work. This time last year, the New Chemicals program only had, and I think people heard this from Michal this morning, 2 or 3 human health risk assessors to review hundreds of the new chemical submissions. And now, between new hires and detailees, we have about 12 human health assessors. In addition to the human health assessors, we're working hard to hire chemical engineers and exposure assessors, fate assessors, ecological assessors, and chemists to support our risk assessment work, and 5 new risk managers to help make sure that each case has more dedicated and consistent management, and to make sure that we get those significant new use rules out in a timely manner. Additionally, the Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention has recently received the authority to hire under Title 42, which allows us to bring in like world-renowned expertise. And the New Chemicals program plans to be the first out of the gate under this new authority. So we're working hard on that. This isn't all the staff we need, but it's a great start. We have built specialized training plans and programs for each of our disciplines and assigned mentors for all new staff. All of this is leading to increased communication among the staff, as well as increased productivity compared to this time last year. For example, from February to May, chemicals with completed risk assessments increased by 155%. So we went from about 20 cases monthly to 51 cases last month for risk assessment. And chemicals with completed risk management increased by 85%. Again, we went from in February from around 20 risk management cases completed to 37 in May. As you'd expect, some of those cases are what people refer to as the backlog, and I'll put that in quotes. In my new role, I've been trying to get a handle on this quote backlog, which is challenging, since any new case that's older than 90 days is technically part of the backlog, or as I would call it, the front log, right? So you have the cases that are old, not in the current fiscal year, and then as you don't complete cases in 90 days, they add to the backlog. So it's been a moving target. So in an effort to have a more static number to measure our progress, we looked at all the cases that are from FY22 and prior years to see if we're making any inroads. And we have. Between October 1st, 2022 and May 31st, 2023, the New Chemicals program has reduced the number of outstanding exemptions and notices that were submitted in fiscal year 2022 and prior years, so not talking about fiscal year 23, but older cases, we've closed 148 of those cases just since this fiscal year. So to me, that's really progress. We still have more to go, but it's definitely a sign of progress. Progress isn't always an upward line, as my slide showed. Those same people who do assessments are the ones who work on science policies, standard operating procedures, evaluating the causes for rework, and developing standardized approaches that increase efficiency and consistency. Managing the balance between casework and other aspects of our program is one of our challenges. In addition to standardizing our approach to reviewing categories of chemicals, we've engaged in a top-to-bottom effort to catalog, prioritize, and improve SOPs, science policy approaches, decision-making, and record-keeping practices related to our review and management of new chemicals. But we need more resources to get this work over the finish line. So although work moves forward on all of these fronts, until all our new staff are fully trained and have gained some experience in performing new chemical reviews, our success might look a little like that picture on the right, but we're moving in the right direction. If you're interested in following the numbers, we launched a redesigned statistics webpage for new chemicals. I think it came out around January, and we updated on a monthly basis. The updated page now includes additional information on the metrics the agency reviews for new chemicals, increasing transparency to the public, the regulated community, and other stakeholders. The new information and features help users understand the review process, throughput, and trends while highlighting the progress the program has made despite ongoing resource challenges. Sometimes we need to set new science policy or come to agreement on how to implement the latest science before we can make progress on our quote backlog. So, all of these things sort of keep us moving in that upward line, but it's not always straight. One example of a new science policy and a risk management policy is our newly announced new chemicals PFAS framework. And again, since I'm hoping that most of you heard from Dr. Friedhoff's address this morning and that you're tuning in for our PFAS panel that follows this one, I'm not going to dive deep except to say that identifying a clear approach for risk assessment of persistent bioaccumulative and toxic new PFAS or new uses of PFAS chemicals and developing some guide rails for our risk management decisions will help us move forward on a number of cases involving PFAS in the new chemicals program that will ensure that new PFAS will not harm human health and the environment. At the same time, it also allows certain PFAS to be used when exposures and releases can be mitigated. Some other big highlights in the new chemicals program. In May, we proposed updates to the regulation that governs the new chemical reviews. The rule updates to new chemicals regulations under the Toxic Substances Control Act. Proposed rule would align the regulatory text with the new TSCA, specifying that EPA must make a determination on each PMN, so pre-manufacturing notice, significant new use notice, and MCAN, the microbiological notices, received before the submitter may commence manufacturing or processing the new chemical substance. It clarifies the level of detail expected for information that must be submitted to EPA in order to improve information initially submitted and reduce rework. It clarifies EPA's ability to restart the clock if certain new information is submitted during the review of a chemical. It makes PFAS categorically ineligible for low volume exemptions and low release, low exposure exemptions. It makes certain PBTs ineligible for those same exemptions consistent with EPA's PBT policy. And just to note that the comment period is still open. It's open till July 25th. Some other highlights, you may have also heard about some of our efforts to increase efficiency and consistency, like our approach to implement a standardized and efficient process to assess risk and apply mitigation measures as appropriate for new chemicals with applications in batteries, electric vehicles, semiconductors, and renewable energy generation. And we call this the CAMS approach, standing for cathode active materials. It's related to mixed metal oxides. We've also conducted a broad outreach effort to reduce the need for rework in risk assessments associated with the engineering, the information that industry submitters provide during the engineering part of our review. We held 3 well-attended webinars to help educate submitters about how to reduce rework. The goal of that outreach was to ensure better quality submissions in the future and to improve efficiency. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the New Chemicals Collaborative Research Program, which is a joint program with EPA's Office of Research and Development to bring innovative science to new chemical reviews, modernize the approaches used, and increase the transparency of human health and ecological risk assessment processes. The research program is a multi-year effort. The Board of Scientific Counselors has reviewed the plan and research has begun. However, in fiscal year 23, the Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention and Office of Research and Development jointly requested nearly $7 million, and less than a third of that planned work was funded. So the work is moving, but at a slower pace. Again, one of our challenges. I want to end by saying that we know there is more we want to do and more that you want us to do, like bringing back our Sustainable Futures program. It's definitely on our radar, and as a future goal, as we gain resources and take care of the basics of growing and training our staff, increasing our timeliness on cases, and building the latest science into the program. So although our progress isn't always a straight upward line, the New Chemicals program is moving in the right direction. That's the end of my opening remarks, Alex.
Well, thank you, Sherry, and I'm going to turn it right over to Daniel. But I have to say, in the role of the New Chemicals program, you have to have an optimistic attitude because it is a very challenging program to work in. I think we all know that and have all had our experiences. So I like your squirrely, circly, but still going up. I think it's from my time there, that's very accurate. Dan.
Thanks, Alex. I just want to start out by thanking ELI and all the staff at ELI who helped put this together this year and all the previous years, and Lynn Bergeson and Bob taking the lead on organizing it and the whole planning committee that they worked with, and also my fellow panelists who I'm looking forward to hearing from and discussing this program with today. And I just want to note that it was either a work of programming genius or folly to follow the feel-good panel of the year with the former AAs with the New Chemicals panel. So that's my warm-up. So thank you for inviting me to participate in another of the annual assessments of the TSCA program following amendments to the law in 2016. It's hard to believe 7 years have already passed, and you definitely wouldn't be able to tell that just by looking at how things are going with the New Chemicals program, where as far as the public that is supposed to be protected from unsafe new chemicals is concerned, it has been 7 years of bad luck. And maybe that's going to change now based on what Sherry was just talking about. I hope so. I'm looking forward to when we can have this conference in person, or at least a hybrid, but this year it probably made sense to stay remote. There would have been so many elephants in the room, including those related to the New Chemicals program, that we probably would not all have been able to fit in the same room anyway. Most people who think about TSCA, which is a comparatively small group, recognize and maybe even secretly revel in how deep in the weeds one needs to get to be part of the TSCA world, more so than even the Safe Drinking Water Act or the Clean Water Act or Clean Air Act, but maybe not RCRA, which is the final frontier. As weedy and wonky as the law is, and I think that impenetrability is something that favors the chemical industry over the people most at risk from the chemicals that are supposed to be regulated under the law, the New Chemicals program in particular manages to provide a frisson of scandal in conversations about TSCA. Without any attempt at being comprehensive, 4 notable stories about the new chemicals program over the past 7 years, and very much including this year, are the allegations of career scientists turned whistleblowers who reported a string of abuses by senior managers, some of whom who have since departed the agency or changed jobs, weakening or reversing their findings of potential hazards from new chemicals, including new PFAS, to satisfy the agency's industry clients. Clients is in quotes there. For this, the program continues to be the subject of investigation by the Office of Inspector General. Second, the continued perennial and systemic lack of transparency of the new chemicals review process, which effectively excludes the public from knowing what is going on, let alone participating, including the delayed public notice of PMN submissions, the inaccessibility to the public of key documents absent a PhD in sleuthing on ChemView, and widespread abuse of CBI claims by PMN submitters who continue to unlawfully shield the results of health studies about their innovative new chemicals from public scrutiny. This is the subject of ongoing litigation. Third, the unscientific and indefensible so-called working definition of PFAS, which appears to have been concocted by the new chemicals program and which excludes without basis hundreds, if not thousands of PFAS from its definition, including some that have been found in people's drinking water. The program continues to approve new PFAS for entry into the marketplace and likely into the food web and our bodies forever, while pretending that they aren't PFAS at all. This is also the subject of ongoing litigation around a Freedom of Information Act request. The new PFAS policy announced this morning by Dr. Friedhoff will obviously warrant careful scrutiny to determine how significant and meaningful a change it is. Of course, we hope it is. Depending on what the definition is of PFAS that's used to implement that policy, it could still be the case that chemicals that are actually PFAS are not reviewed as such under the new chemicals program. And finally, the number 4, the recent streamlined approval of multiple chemical mixtures derived from plastic waste to be used as fuel under a program advertised as being to promote biofuels, for which EPA concluded that several of the mixtures had jaw-droppingly high cancer risks as well as very, very serious non-cancer risks. The new chemicals program did nothing to fill the data gaps that existed for these chemicals, and it appears took no steps to consider or address the risks posed to fence-line communities. These recent approvals are the subject of recently initiated litigation. Notably, these recent approvals and whatever additional ones we can expect to follow are crucial for the success of the chemical industry's plan to burn hundreds of millions of tons of plastic waste, primarily in communities that are already overburdened with toxic pollution, under the greenwashing guise of chemical or advanced recycling. Today, we're going to discuss some of the questions and issues that continually come up, one might say plague, the new chemicals program. Why does the program continue to lack meaningful transparency to non-industry interests like the public? Why does the program continue to approve new chemicals without filling data gaps and determining whether a chemical poses an unreasonable risk as TSCA requires? Why does the program continue to ignore the law's requirement, now 7 years old, to account for and protect fence-line communities and other vulnerable populations from unreasonable risk? In short, after 7 years, and one might go so as far as to say after 47 years, why is the new chemicals program still running as though its primary purpose is to rubber stamp the approval of new chemicals, including PFAS and plastic waste-derived fuels? And why is the chemical industry continuing to talk about the safety of its new chemical products while it also continues to hide most of the health information it submits to EPA, pressure senior managers to override the findings of career scientists, and take advantage of, if not actually help construct, subterfuges like the working definition and the streamlined approval of plastic waste biofuels? I'm looking forward to today's discussion, and thank you again for inviting me to be on this panel.
Well, I promised you all that this was going to be a lively discussion. So thank you, Daniel, for not holding back and just stating a variety of concerns that we're going to talk about when we get to the roundtable approach. So probably the right timing is to bring on Rich. Rich, you are not required to do a direct rebuttal to Daniel. but you might just have some opening thoughts that could be relevant.
Well, first let me thank the planning committee. I think we've got a terrific group today. It's been very stimulating so far. I'm looking forward to the discussion, and I'm looking forward to the next panel as well. And I also want to thank ELI for being the umbrella organization that pulls this all together. I mean, I've enjoyed this program every year, all these years. I hope next year we'll be talking about new issues, because it seems like we're talking about some of the same issues a couple of years in a row here. But let me say, the New Chemicals Division has a Herculean task to review new chemicals promptly. I mean, it is a significant challenge. We fully recognize that. And it's a task that's made much more difficult by the inexperience of the staff. Many of the staff are very new. Shari alluded to this fact, and we have to recognize, we as submitters have to recognize this fact. And I think that the broader stakeholder community needs to recognize that we have a lot of very new people. I mean, I remember when I started, I think I applied for the position in January or February of that year, was offered the position in like October, and couldn't start until December. So that's a long onboarding process to get people in. And that's just to get them in the door, right? They further have to be, right? Very few people outside of EPA or outside of the immediate TSCA stakeholder community knows anything about how TSCA work or how new chemicals review is done. It's hard to find experienced people. I certainly learned on the job, and most of the new employees do as well. And that means it takes time and effort to bring these people up to speed. And that's pulling the senior people away from evaluations that they have to do, because they have to train the new people as well as do evaluations and QC the new employees' evaluations. Many stakeholders have encouraged EPA to restart its Sustainable Futures program, and Shari mentioned it. The New Chemicals Coalition, in particular, views the Sustainable Futures program as an opportunity to not only help submitters understand better EPA's process, but help other stakeholders, non-submitter stakeholders, understand the products of the New Chemicals Review, and it can help train new employees. Right, the same policy and the same system that NCD reviews is how NCD performs its reviews is what forms the underpinning of Sustainable Futures. So the availability of that training, I think, is critically important. And EPA has had external partners do that training in the past. And our view is that EPA can continue to rely on those partners to do the training with relatively little staff effort. And Shari, I know you're working on it, and we appreciate that. And the sooner the better. I think everybody can benefit. One of the significant frustrations that we have, that submitters have, is that it's not unusual for the same substance to go through the review process twice and get two different results. And NCD's review should never depend on the individual that performs the review. I think everybody on this panel agrees that consistency is critically important. When that happens with one of our client submissions, we then engage with EPA to try to resolve that conflict and make sure that the answer is both correct from a scientific and from a legal standpoint. Unfortunately, the contact between the submitter and EPA is characterized as either that the submitter hasn't provided sufficient information in the first place, or that industry is interfering with EPA's review. And that's just not the case. We're trying to understand EPA's scientific point of view, why EPA might have two different points of view on the same substance, on the same issue, and trying to get to a correct answer. And Daniel, I agree, transparency is critically important. I think it's important for all stakeholders, and it's vital that EPA provide as much transparency as it can within the limits of Section 14. That means, unfortunately, for Shari, that means more work for her and her staff, and that is a huge issue, right? Not everything can be a top priority, but it is. I mean, I think we agree it's required by the law. EPA has been reflexively claiming lots of information as CBI in its work products, in particular in its new chemicals reports, even information that is available to the public. So EPA found it in the public domain, they put it into a report, and then they redacted it. And I think that is a practice that's lingered from the past, and that's something that the NCC has been requesting that EPA take more effort to make sure that it's not
it's not overprotecting CBI. EPA is obligated to protect CBI that's been appropriately claimed and substantiated, but it's also obligated to not protect information that's in the public domain. Now, we work very closely with our clients that only truly confidential business information is claimed as CBI, and we encourage other submitters to take a more judicious view towards CBI claims. Everybody's life is easier if only the truly confidential information is claimed. EPA continues to challenge CBI claims justifiably, and submitters can make EPA's job easier and their own job easier by not overclaiming in the first place. It's really better for all of us. I also want to echo some comments from earlier in the day that we desperately need clarity on what it means to be not likely to present unreasonable risk under the reasonably foreseen conditions of use. I think the EPA has yet to, even though we're 7 years in, really wrestle with what that means and elucidate what that means. From my perspective, right, we've assisted with literally hundreds of submissions. EPA interprets that the current implementation is that means that any hazard other than low hazard for health and environmental hazard, that means that there's a possibility for an unreasonable risk, that everything is therefore reasonably foreseeable. And that renders moot the meaning of what is reasonable. And it is true that once something is listed on the inventory, somebody could use that substance for any TSCA use. That is, anybody could use it for anything. But if Congress had intended for EPA to prohibit conditions of use without EPA's review, Congress would have written Lautenberg to look like FIFA or REACH. It would have implemented a registration system rather than what we have. And we've had instances where EPA has used analog or model data in preference to measured hazard data on the substance, not because the study was inadequate, but because the analog or the model was more conservative than what was provided on the substance. That's not using the reasonably available information, the best available science. That's a outcome determinative selection. Similarly, exposure data provided by the submitter is dismissed as not representative or of what others might do, which may be true, but if the data are not going to make a difference in the outcome of the review, what is the point of developing the data in the first place? It simply adds cost to bringing the new chemical to market. It adds burden to EPA to look at the data and then reject it out of hand. So the way that we see TSCA implementing, or New Chemicals Division implementing TSCA, is diminishing the value of data that's provided. And frankly, I would, EPA's hazard-based approach, I would bet a lot of money that if EPA ran the safer chemical ingredient list through the New Chemicals program, the vast majority of the chemicals on the skill list would be regulated, and all the surfactants would be banned from consumer use, because that's what we're seeing in the New Chemicals program for surfactants, even surfactants that are very low hazard. Low hazard, but not that are very low hazard for surfactants. They still have the standard surfactant hazards. And finally, and sort of related to that, I worry that the combination of EPA's hazard-based approach and the discounting of reduced risk as a risk-based factor in New Chemicals review are a significant barrier to the commercialization and adoption of more sustainable substances, something that we're all looking for. We're looking for more sustainable chemical technologies. Our clients are certainly innovating in that direction. The market is demanding it, but the New Chemicals review process is being implemented in a way that's a significant barrier. EPA has consistently dismissed the supply chain effects of the regulations that it issues, but it is in fact true that customers, when faced with a choice between an existing chemical that has no TSCA restrictions and a new chemical that has TSCA restrictions, even restrictions that only require protective measures that are already in place, customers opt for the unrestricted substance, either because of their perception, justified or not, their perception that the restrictions are evidence of enhanced harm, and or the fear of enforcement risk, TSCA enforcement risk. They simply, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to keep the records and be able to produce those records if EPA comes knocking on the door with an inspection. They just fall back to their old standard run-of-the-mill existing chemical that has potentially higher hazard than the new chemical that's been restricted. We've been asked over and over again by various people at all levels within OCSPP, when is industry going to get over SNRS? And I think the answer to that is when every chemical is subject to some restriction. That when EPA has completed its Section 6 evaluation of all the 40 some odd thousand existing chemicals and done all the risk management reviews, and if things go as they seem to be going, EPAs will have issued risk management rules on all of them, then everything that's not low hazard will carry some restriction. And then isn't that exactly the registration system that EPA rejected as a model for TSCA under Lautenberg? Let me stop there. I want to let other speakers talk, and I want to get to the discussion.
I think Rich's last comment is what they call a mic drop. Boom. Rich, thank you for provocative responses. And I know that we will expect nothing less from Maria in her very passionate comments that she will bring forward. So thank you, Maria, you're up.
Thank you, Alex, and thanks for inviting me to participate in this forum. I would also like to thank the Planning Committee and ELI. I think my experience maybe and perspectives are a little bit different than Rich's on how hazard-based the program is. However, what I would like to focus on is taking a few minutes about giving greater consideration to a wider range of stakeholders in the new chemicals program, stakeholders who are affected by the decisions EPA makes. Just pointing back to the Lautenberg Act, Congress made a number of changes to TSCA that indicate that there should be greater consideration of stakeholders in addition to the industry. These include the requirement that EPA make an affirmative determination of whether the chemical may pose an unreasonable risk, and to do so without consideration of costs or other non-risk factors. I would note that this means the determination also should not include a consideration of the relative risk of a new chemical to similar chemicals on the market, despite attempts of some to resurrect this age-old argument. This is an argument from years ago when I was a baby chemist with the program on this chemical is a little bit less toxic than what's on the market. It should also be placed on the market. Another requirement is that EPA consider the risk to potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulation. This includes the fence line communities, workers, and also, and very important, the requirement to consider reasonably foreseen uses. Although submitter may not be interested in reasonably foreseen uses, they are important in terms of what we all may be exposed to. And I know it may seem daunting to use TSCA to give greater consideration to other stakeholders, particularly given the amount of work EPA has on its plate. And I agree with Rich, there are a lot of new people there and they're getting up to speed. However, I think the limiting step is as much policy and priorities as workload. A lot of EPA's new chemical workload is rework. A significant proportion of assessments have to be done 2 or more times because of additional information provided by the submitter, often after EPA staff identify risks. And this has been a long-term problem that predates Lautenberg. Certainly it was a problem when I was at the agency. And it's encouraging that EPA has recently started to try to address this in its TSCA New Chemical Engineering Initiative to increase transparency and reduce rework, and as part of its recent new chemicals proposed rule that Sherry talked about. But freeing up EPA staff time is only one part of the equation. It will also take a policy change to more fully consider the risks posed by new chemicals to all of us, and in particular to those at higher risk. And those at higher risk, such as fence line communities and workers, are often exposed to higher levels of a specific chemical and also higher levels of multiple similar chemicals. So how does this relate to the new chemicals program? Well, there is certainly innovation in new chemistries. There are many, many similar chemicals with both similar uses and sometimes both similar and more unusual uses that are reviewed under the new chemicals program. And when I talk about these similar chemicals, I mean what the program often considers to be categories of chemicals. And you see this a lot, you know, for different uses, whether it's plasticizers or lubricants, flame retardants. You see a lot of similarity across them, and in the properties of the chemicals and also the hazards and the exposures they're expected to produce. And then often a particular producer will submit multiple similar chemicals over time, and sometimes multiples at the same time. Just think of PFAS as an obvious example. And the communities that surround the manufacturers are exposed to these multiple chemicals that were the subject of separate PMN submissions. Also, many of these similar chemicals have similar uses. Consumers or workers may be exposed to multiple similar chemicals. There are many examples. One of my favorites is diisocyanates. There are a lot of diisocyanates that traditionally have gone through the new chemicals program, and workers will often use multiple diisocyanates. And then on top of this, there are the exposures from reasonably foreseen uses, including changes in production volume or different uses in addition to the use the submitter wants to market. So assessing the risk can be very straightforward with minimal additional resources, such as when a company submits multiple PMNs together. And particularly when these are similar, EPA can decide to look at the combined exposures and risks from these chemicals. EPA often evaluates these chemicals together. They're often consolidated. They go through the process together. I don't think it would be a huge amount extra to consider the combined risks that folks face from these chemicals. And even where this is not the case, asking EPA to pull together the information needed to consider cumulative risks, including from reasonably foreseen uses, need not require large resources. EPA's new chemicals databases contain information on most, if not all, of their new chemical submissions. Who's producing it, the uses, physical chemical properties, toxicity concerns, among other data. This information was available and used when I was at the agency. I imagine it is even more robust given the additional PMNs, low volume exemptions, other exemptions that have been submitted since then. Based on my experience, I'm keenly aware of the limited information EPA generally has for each PMN or LVE as part of the submission. That's why EPA built systems that rely on information from earlier submissions. EPA assessors look at these databases to get information on similar chemicals. They look for the analogs. And that information helps them in the assessment of chemicals. So these databases can also help them consider multiple exposure to similar chemicals. And they can identify whether a submitter had previously submitted similar chemicals in the past, including in the very recent past, and whether it's likely to be produced at the same facility. And so the information can be used not only for fence line communities and workers, but also whether consumers are likely to be exposed to similar chemicals. And this is particularly important in EPA's consideration of PFAS that come through the new chemicals program. I know there was an announcement a little bit ago on PFAS, and there are many PFAS that have been submitted over the years that have consent orders that are still in place. And given all we know about PFAS, the exposures from these PFAS should be considered when new PFAS PMNs are submitted. And in addition, there are multiple PFAS PMNs that have been submitted over the last 10 years, including very recently, for the same use by an industry that is growing domestically. EPA should consider the cumulative exposures the PFAS base present from this use. So as I noted earlier, the new chemicals databases also include information on uses that helps with identifying reasonably foreseen uses. One example that comes to mind involves certain trimeltate esters. And EPA has received PMNs for these. They're often used as plasticizers. But in the cases I'm thinking about, one PMN came in where it was being used as a plasticizer. Another PMN came in where it was being used as a lubricant. Certainly the use for one, and they're very, very, very similar structurally and in terms of their properties. Certainly the use for one is the reasonably foreseen use for the other and vice versa. And this information is in the database. And I think it's often a matter of just connecting the dots and an issue of priorities. And again, I understand the issue with resources and with the new staff, but I don't think that precludes using the information that EPA has and considering giving more importance to the other stakeholders, fence-line communities, workers, consumers, the rest of us. In addition, EPA can also adapt tools it's developing under its existing chemicals program to address exposures to fence-line communities and cumulative risks, and tools for cumulative assessments used in its sister pesticides program. This would be an efficient and effective use of its limited resources. And I also, want to give a shout out to something that Sherry mentioned, and that's a collaborative research program with ORD, and we'd like to commend you for that. But in summary, focusing on these other stakeholders as Congress intended is something that EPA can do and should do.
Thank you, Maria. And I have to say we are amazingly on time. For those who have not checked the chat, if you're looking for continuing legal education credit for this program, panel 3's code is legal 9251. That's legal 9251. And I'll say that at the end. Okay. We've got a hand up from Rich. So I guess I'm not going to go right into our pre-planned questions, and I'm going to roll with this free flow for as long as it remains, a stable process. So Rich.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up with something Daniel said, and one of the questions that we got in the Q&A, and that's the role for and Maria as well, the role for other stakeholders. It is
Which is our first question, Rich. So you're good.
So the question was about the role of unions, and when I saw that as we were beginning the panel, it occurred to me that I think one of the places that the wider stakeholder community can be involved, even before a PMN is submitted, is helping EPA develop the models and the policies that it's going to use when it's reviewing submissions. It's already a challenge to get reviews done timely, and having very broad stakeholder input in the very short time frame that EPA has is going to be a challenge. But if to the extent that input can be brought into bear in the way EPA reviews PMNs and LVEs and other submissions, I think that's really the role there for the stakeholder community. And as EPA has been reaching out, I don't know, well, I know some of the models are being updated, but I think a lot of the models are slated for review and for additional work. And that's where I think the stakeholder community can really provide a lot of value to EPA and have their voices heard.
But you're saying early, Rich. So
no, actually, in the way that PMN's reviewed, not in a particular PMN, but like in the engineering review, the role of the unions in helping inform EPA what the workplace exposures are like. EPA's workplace exposure models are decades old. Those, if to the extent that those need to be updated to reflect the modern reality, I think unions could really play a role there. And similarly for fence line communities, EPA's exposure, EFAST, and general population exposure models can take input from the fence line communities so that the EPA's models are taking appropriate account for those exposures.
So I'd love to get some feedback on that, because this is, our first question was around transparency and engagement. So Rich is sort of positing maybe in the structural setup of the program, but I think I heard from Maria and we'd love probably if Sherry wants to chime in, that your vision of transparency and engagement is actually on specific chemical cases, right? No.
Well, I think let me just, I think the issue is, for me, who's the stakeholder? And if you think if the fence line community is the stakeholder, then when you're looking at the risk that a PMN presents, looking at it in isolation, to me, is just not a good assessment of the risk, particularly if there are similar chemicals that have come through the PMN process that are being released, that the folks are being exposed to. And this is this incremental increase. So there's that. And then there is the if I can maybe segue into transparency, if the transparency is just for the submitter and not for the rest of us, I think that is a fundamental issue. And I'm going to jump into the plastics pyrolysis oil example, where this was reviewed under the approach for bio-based fuels. And I have some experience with the program. And when I looked at the website for bio-based fuels, before I was even aware of the PMNs that became an issue, and I have some level of sophistication, I had to reach out to EPA and say, am I understanding this, that this would include waste plastic derived oils or oils from tire pyrolysis? And the answer was yes. And so what does that mean in terms of transparency for everyone else? I know TSCA is an in the weeds program, and we all can get into the weeds, but are we thinking about the broader range of stakeholders?
Daniel, and then Sherry.
Sorry, there's a lag while we unmute. Thanks, Alex. So the thing that popped in my head, Rich, when you picked up on Darius's question was, and it also again builds on what Maria was saying, is part of the transparency that would help numerous stakeholders participate. Well, one I mentioned before, which is just the health studies, and you acknowledge that, Rich. I think that we need, people need the information in a timely manner so that they can contribute within the time frame of getting the PMN processed. And so if the public doesn't even know that a PMN has been published until whatever 10 days or something before the review period, and they don't even get actual information that they are entitled to and should have under the law, then they don't have a meaningful role. But in addition, for a lot of the PMNs, we don't find out where this chemical is proposed to be manufactured. And so if you don't know that, then the unions who might be involved in that location are left out, and the people living at the fence line are left out. So the transparency is a huge part. I mean, I think we all acknowledge this as to what it's the accessibility for the public into this entire process.
Okay. So I guess I just first want to say that I'm intrigued by the idea that Rich posed about having unions or, and I think Maria, maybe fence line communities participate in the development or providing information and input to, make sure that our models are looking at the right, having sort of the right information to model from. I think that actually is, like I said, a very intriguing idea. We are working to invest in 2024 some money in updating, and particularly our exposure models, Some of them are, so some people have heard about our CBI system. I think that Mihal has talked about it being duct taped together and things like that before. And I think we actually have some models that run on, Windows 7, which is not going to be sustainable. So some of it is even just, the simplest of things, right? Is just trying to make sure that we have models that can run on modern day equipment. In doing that, it seems like there are opportunities to look toward, ways to enhance or upgrade those models. So I just wanted to say that I think that is an idea that's really intriguing, and for folks who want to speak more about that, I think we would be interested. And I think on the role of transparency, I think in general, right, that is, and I think a lot of the panelists said it, it is a challenge in this program because we're balancing both getting an information out there, getting it out there quickly, getting those Federal Register notices as we're, out to let people know that PMNs have come in. There's a lot of bureaucratic pieces, honestly, to move that. And so we're, doing those notices as timely as we can. I understand that that probably does impact, people's time to look at things. I think, the ChemView system isn't in the new chemicals division. That's not a system that we're the owners of, but obviously we're the inputters, the information that's a system that we use. But I think we all understand that there are, challenges there and improvements to be made. I think our other challenge is that this balance with confidential business information, right? We really, Congress requires us to protect that information. I think, I guess to Rich's point that, working with submitters to make sure that they're not over claiming CBI is an important place. And maybe that's something that we can do more on, or where EPA has some kind of predisposition to claiming, over claiming on our end, something that might already be public. I think that's something that, we're very open to. So I think, but it is a challenge, and all of our work, although we're not quite doing that yet, is supposed to be done within 90 days. So it adds like an extra piece to that. So I just wanted to jump in.
Could I follow up, Alex?
Yeah.
I did want to agree with Rich. I think it is a very good idea on the unions. And I think given their expertise and also their experience, and I think talking with the unions, particularly in terms of the hierarchy of controls and what EPA can consider more to encourage staying up near the top of the hierarchy of controls and not going down to PPE and administrative controls, because the latter ones take, it's a burden on workers, and it takes a lot for the workers and their supervisors to, to make sure that the workers are being protected with that. So I would agree with that. And I also have to agree on the over redaction. I think of both sometimes of the industry material that gets redacted, but also the risk assessments. It's it would be helpful. There are things that are redacted in risk assessments that we've looked at that are like why? So that would help somewhat for sure.
So we had so many prepared questions, but the chat is particularly live for this panel, which is great. Sometimes that doesn't happen. So I'm going to pull something from the chat. So this is not on our plan, but maybe Sherry, to you, that there's Mr. Taylor has posted that the EPA has stopped allowing revisions to low volume exemptions. Is this trying to boost metrics by closing out LVEs faster and forcing refiling? Is that the purpose? I'm reading the question, and having been at EPA, I don't think that would be the purpose, but I'd love to hear your thoughts, and maybe Rich or, who puts them through might have a comment on that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I could just say that's not the purpose. I think the purpose is, we are resource constrained, and there are things that can't be done when we get them in. Either they don't have all the information they need, or it's something that's sort of not appropriate for the 30-day review, and it's more appropriate for a full, a review as a pre-manufacturing notice. So I think a lot of it is around sort of just managing the effort and the resources, and saying if that's something that we don't have the time to assess or are unsure of, it's complicated analysis, then really those things belong more in the PMN space. I don't know, Rich, if you want to.
No, I do not think that it is an effort to improve the performance timelines. I think there are legitimate reasons to deny some LVEs. What the New Chemicals Coalition found is that there were some denials that were being issued based on EPA errors, and we were particularly concerned that that submitters were being punished for EPA errors, or we felt like it was submitters being punished for EPA errors. But we've gotten it's gotten to a point where it's clear that if the information that led to EPA denial was in the submission and EPA missed it or they discounted it inappropriately, that EPA would go back and look at those. But if the EPA was necessary, if the information that was needed for EPA, or the information, if additional information was needed to get EPA to grant the LVE, if that was not in the submission, that would be an appropriate reason for EPA to deny. So I think it's leading to better LVE submissions and the reduce of rework on EPA's part. And again, improved, improved throughput on LVEs.
I want to ask Maria or Daniel, I know the LVE program, which I remember being taught was sort of a creation of the agency to, it's not really necessarily in the statute. It's a tool to move certain applications more quickly because they are low volume. And some PFAS came onto the market through the LVE program, which I believe Dr. Freehoff early in her tenure said that no more LVEs for PFAS. Do you all have any comments or thoughts on the LVE program?
Right. I mean, for an LVE, it's a will not present case. And I think LVEs have been granted for many chemicals where that case really can't be made. And there should be, PBTs, I would say across the board, LVEs. I mean, PFAS is, as you noted, and there were other chemicals. And if you look historically at the numbers of LVEs, relative to the PMNs, I mean, all those chemicals, there were so many chemicals that were granted exemptions, and that I would argue it's not really a will present for these things. And so hopefully going forward, this will be something that it's not just it's a low volume, let's approve it.
Daniel, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm thinking that the LVE is something that reasonably constructed the way Maria just kind of described it could be a worthwhile sort of thing, an off-ramp for the will not presents, something that people could agree on is an okay thing to have. But it was abused or misused. I don't know what exactly the right term is. All these PFAS got approved under LVEs, which is totally inappropriate. I don't even know what low volume you would have for a PFAS that would get it under the threshold, since it's, they're part per trillion problems with PFAS. And similarly, I mean, CBI is a little different than LVEs, obviously. I mean, that's a very serious thing and it's an established thing in the law. But if it's systematically abused, those are the kinds of things, and industry sort of, not Rich's clients, but others sort of have their way with, claiming health studies or other things as CBI that isn't appropriate. And, EPA lets that happen and, categorically doesn't substantiate those claims. those things undermine the credibility of the program. And, it brings me no joy to be the one to, or not the one, but one of the ones to, call out the problems with the program and how it's functioning. And I understand that it's absolutely Congress's intent to have new chemicals come onto the market through a rational PMN process. When the system gets gamed over and over and over, the streamlined biofuels, plastic waste is another example. It really undercuts the whole process, and I actually think it slows everything down more. It makes it harder to get the funding for the program that I think probably everybody watching today agrees the program needs. So, I don't have a really concluding remark about that, but I think the LVE it could be a symbol of actual innovative ways to make things work better. And unfortunately, it also has been recently, at least, and I know Mihal's worked to address that, a symbol of sort of a good idea going wrong.
Sherry, did you want to follow up?
I just wanted to give like a little factoid, because this is one of the questions I think, Alex, we had on our list. So we had gone back and looked, and, over from 2010 to 2022, LVEs were at their highest in 2016. So 558, it's on our new statistics webpage if anybody wants to look. But the number submitted has dropped, down again. And in FY22, we received 284 LVEs, which is sort of like on par with the number of PMNs. We sort of get, sort of about half and half. I mean, there's obviously, some other types of notices in there, but there was, I guess, a peak in around 2016. And so maybe those things that Mihal had, that OCSPP has put in place, and some of these future ones like that are in the proposed rule upcoming around PFAS and PBTs being ineligible, will sort of help get it back to the place that Dan was talking and Maria were talking about, where it's a useful tool, but not maybe an overused or misused in some people's, words tool.
So could I come around, Alex? It's partially a question. I know it used to be about 50% before, and I think you just said it's about 50% or equal numbers between PMNs and LVEs. That's a huge percentage, given that it's an exemption from the main part of the program. So I would encourage, EPA looking forward, right, when you're exempting half of the submissions
well, they're not all getting approved.
They get reviewed. They do get
right.
Yeah, I don't know.
No denial.
They get reviewed, and if there is something, they get raised up the chain, and so they get additional scrutiny. No, I understand that, but think just looking at it, if the numbers are equivalent between what is exempted from the full review and then the full review.
And I'll let Rich jump in first, but I do have something I want to add. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I think saying an LVE is exempted from full review is a significant departure of what happens. LVEs go through the same review as PMNs. The information set that we put into an LVE is the same as what we put into a PMN, and EPA's review and the output from the process is the same. But the threshold for EPA to grant the LVE is higher than for EPA to allow a PMN to market. EPA, it takes a very different view of may present and will not present. So I don't mischaracterize the review of the LVEs. And I think a lot of folks that don't actually work in the weeds of LVEs don't recognize how much of what's in an LVE is actually binding on the submitter. The LVE only allows the submitter to manufacture or import, so no one else can operate under the LVE. Production volume is bound. If you buying below 10,000 kilograms, which many of our clients do, you're limited to the use specified, you're limited to the manufacturing site, and you're limited to the releases and exposures that are described in the LVE. So the LVE has the regulatory restrictions built in to the submission, and the grant of the LVE is predicated on all of those things.
And the piece I was just going to add were, sort of two parts. So one, Rich already said it, but in terms of the actual process that we go through to review the LVEs, we use the same process. We just, speed it up. But it is the same process. We get, all the same disciplines are looking at the chemical substance, and that part, it goes through the same process. I will say this is, my personal view of the reason why there might still be as many LVEs compared to PMNs, although it seems to have dropped way off since 2016 in terms of total numbers of LVEs, is that because this program had not really been moving PMNs for quite a while, until maybe the last 6 or 8 months, that people were looking to sort of narrow and reduce their volume and move their chemicals through the LVE process. And I think it became a popular option.
I think it was a popular option before Lautenberg. And while I agree that the same assessment often gets done, they're fundamental, and I used to call them, the LVEs, like mini consent orders. However, if they're the same, then you would think they would just be PMNs. But what's the difference between submitting a PMN? Why submit an LVE? They don't go on the inventory, so there aren't SNRs. Other folks can come in with LVEs. EPA often, not always, realizes they have multiple LVEs. The question is, do they get, and I'm also familiar with LVEs. So there are differences and there are similarities, and the finding is different for an LVE than it is for a PMN. And so that's a fundamental difference. That's a statutory difference. The exemption in the statute has a different finding than Section 5E. So there are differences, even though many aspects of the review are the same.
So I'm going to pivot us, because we have about 16 minutes left, and I want to make sure we touch on some other topics. So really, maybe it's a good pivot from LVEs, as Maria just said. So the alternative is a PMN. And Daniel, since you didn't comment on the LVE round, battle round, let's bring you in. Let's bring you in on the PMN round. Let you open the floor with some thoughts. I mean, we have some questions that we exchanged amongst each other. But given our time, I'm just going to say, so what really concerns you about the PMN process? We talked about the biofuels, or the plastic derived fuels. We've talked about consent orders and reasonably foreseen uses. So I'm just going to kind of give you the floor on PMNs, and then I think it'll spark some discussion.
Thank you. I would have been fine just having another 20 minutes on LVEs, actually. I think that everybody watching was like glued to their screens for that. Okay, PMN. So, well, I mean, we've touched on some of the key things, so I don't want to just, repeat myself. It's the transparency and the public participation is extremely important. The participation of other people, and I saw Darius actually made a good point in a follow-up about not just people where it's manufactured, but where it's used. So that's a good addition. The transparency on what the actual risk assessments are, those are all key. I think actually I wanted to talk about another piece which hasn't come up, and I know it's just floating right under the surface and everybody's thinking about it, which is the backlog. It actually has come up in a few ways, but the backlog, I think that's sure to use up at least 20 more minutes of this panel if I set
yeah.
it up correctly. So I think that the backlog is, and I'm going to hear heads explode, I think. I mean, it's a little bit of a myth and a construct that industry has used very effectively, and sympathetic members of Congress have used very effectively to beat EPA, figuratively, I hope, over the head to rush along approvals. And I also see in the chat some people are saying, hey, our stuff isn't getting through at all. So that's a legitimate point that we could also talk about why that is and where the disconnects are. But just talking about post-Lautenberg, there's no entitlement to a 90-day review. In fact, there was never an entitlement to a 90-day review because there was always an extension, right?
Right.
And beyond that, the law was clarified to say EPA could not approve a new chemical without being able to make the finding of no unreasonable risk or putting in place, the restrictions to ensure no unreasonable risk, including getting more data. So that takes time sometimes, and EPA is supposed to be getting that data, which by and large, I'm not saying, universally, they're not doing enough. And and it's even telling to me that, and I'm not being at all personally critical of Dr. Friedhoff, like when she starts talking about the new chemicals program in her talk today, the first thing she talked about, and I think felt compelled to talk about, is the metrics of how fast we're moving the backlog and the transparency that I think Sherry referred to earlier as well. On the website, you can see how fast, where's the backlog and how things are moving. Nothing wrong with that, of course, but that should not be the driver of the program. I knew I'd get your hand up, Rich. And also just to say, in the idea of bringing in more stakeholders and more, having the program work for more than just the submitters, that is for sure an important stakeholder, obviously, and there are others, and that's part of what we're talking about. I think there are other backlogs that are equally, if not more important. And so, so there's a backlog on PMN submissions. There's a backlog on reopening 5E consent orders from, previous consent orders that were problematic and didn't really comply with the act. There's a backlog we read about, I think earlier this year, on submissions of AD or posting of AD notices on the web. There's all kinds of backlogs in the system if you want to look at it that way. And that one of did you meet your 90-day limit, which is fictitious, it gets all the oxygen. And the EPW hearing this, I think that was last year, so much about the backlog and I think probably a lot of the AAs who were on the call would acknowledge that they're put on the defensive quite a lot over the backlog, and that is just a distorted focus and way to think about the program, both what the priorities are and where EPA should focus its time. And I'll also just put in my acknowledgement, I understand that for sure that the program is underfunded. We, like I think everybody else, supports more funding for the program. And, I recognize that is a factor. I don't want to just pretend like I know it is, like I think it isn't.
Daniel, let me ask you a question. If there's if the 90 days or 180 days with the unilateral extension, if it has no purpose, why did Congress put it in the statute?
I think that's a good question. I can't speak for each member of Congress.
And they didn't change it, right? Because wasn't it there before the Lautenberg Amendments?
Yes, it was 90 before plus 180 for cause. Yes,
they didn't change the 90 days, and I would say that is a good guide, a good aspirational goal, the 90 days or the 180 days, but they did change the law to say you had to make a determination about a chemical.
I agree.
And so that has primacy. So that requirement is judicially reviewable. Did EPA make a determination, a proper determination, whether a chemical posed an unreasonable risk before approving it? The 90 days, has there ever been a lawsuit over EPA not meeting a 90-day deadline? I don't think there has.
No, Mike, because every submission that I'm aware of, and Alex and Sherry, you may know better than I do, submitters have voluntarily suspended the clock so that all the cases that are pending are still at day 89 because there's been the submitter agrees to let EPA take more time. So there've been no, as far as I know, there've been no formal exceedances of the 90-day limit, but submitters don't want to take an adverse position to EPA, so they agree to give EPA more time to do their work. The submitters have been very, very patient. Some give up and withdraw. We had one client go out of business while their PMN was pending, and they're just gone now. And as far as I know, that PMN is still pending, and I don't know who's suspending it now. But I mean, 90 days is in there for a reason.
So
I mean, when I'm just gonna, the moderator just chime in, when I left, you know, we had tried to bucket why they were backlogged, right? And I don't know if those sticky notes are still up on the wall in a conference room. Sherry will remember, but
I remember that.
it was a lean management effort to figure out why they were backlogged. Some of them, the agency had gone back to the submitter with a question, and the submitter just was like crickets, gone, never responding. Maybe they lost interest in it. It just, so we tried to bucket them by saying, okay, which ones are waiting on the submitter, and then which ones are waiting on, like, as Sherry said, you know, human health review, which ones are waiting on the final report, which ones are waiting on, EPA sent the consent order to the submitter, but the submitter has not returned to the consent order, right? And so we tried to sort of put them in a variety of buckets, and it turned out that about 50, it was almost half and half, like 50% were sort of, you know, things stuck at the agency or within, you know, due to constrained resources, not enough people, or maybe, you know, legitimate scientific concerns. And then others were stuck because the submitter had gone, you know, just disappeared or wasn't responding or didn't want to sign the consent order, and so was unhappy with it. So I wonder if we're still there, but we did try to kind of root cause it, because there's a lot of reasons why they're overdue. Sherry.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just jump in. I mean, we haven't redone a lot of that analysis. Right before I came like a year ago spring, I think they went through that, and we, you know, red, yellow, green, you know, all kinds of ways to try to sort of to understand what's in there. And I think that some of it is resources, and that's why some of it is moving, right? I said, you know, this from October to May, we moved 148, you know, FY22 and prior cases. So that's, you know, some of those were, you know, maybe those are green cases, you know, there was nothing sticky or hard. There are cases where there's science that needs to be sort of sorted, or the latest science is happening, but we need to figure out how to implement it. And again, all that, you know, some of that takes time. And then some of it, like you said, can be on the submitters end, whether it's around not, you know, getting back with information, or even getting back with information and then we have to digest and figure out what to do with, or not signing a consent order, or not agreeing. So I think it probably those same rationales exist, you know, whether it's still 50-50 or some other percentage, but we are trying with our new resources in terms of people, particularly in human health, we are trying to, you know, in general, first in, first out, right? Like we're trying to get to the oldest cases, while we, you know, look at cases that are part of these standardized approaches that we've developed, like the cathode active materials, you know, mixed metal oxides and things like that, where we have a standardized approach that we can apply. We're trying to move those sort of in groups or as, you know, collectively. So go ahead, Maria, I see your hand.
Yeah, thanks. So getting back to what Daniel raised, I mean, if the PMN came in and EPA did the review based on the information on the PMN, I'm pretty sure that in almost all cases, they would make the 90 days. Particularly, we just discussed how the reviews were similar to what they are for the LVEs. But a lot, as Alex was just talking about, and Sherry, so much of this relates to rework, relates to waiting for the submitter to come back. But as Daniel noted, you know, some folks, certainly not everybody in industry, but some folks in industry and some folks in the Hill have sort of crafted this, and they did this immediately after Lautenberg, as all because EPA is not doing its job, and it's not, and it has, for some reason, it is never, people haven't, I think, realized the amount of work that EPA does to redo things over and over when they get information that really should have been submitted with the initial submission. So I would think that if EPA were to sort of put out statistics to look at it that way, and look at where there's one or more, and you did a little bit on your engineering initiative, but I think that should be reflected in your statistics, because I think you're getting beaten up a lot for trying to be helpful in many cases. So
Maria, I respectfully disagree.
okay.
Oh, wow. I thought he was gonna say I respectfully agree. I was like, whoa. Let's go. We've got 5 minutes left. So this is the final round. And so if there's anything that you felt like you had to say, this is it. So Rich.
No, Daniel had his hand up, so I want to let Daniel.
All right, Daniel, I wasn't sure.
I was just going to say I respectfully agreed with Maria, but so we can.
Okay. All right, let's do a final round. There's 4 of you. We've got basically 4 minutes. You've each got a minute. That we had a long list of stuff. There was no way we could get through all of it. What point did you want to make for the record? We've got a lot of people listening. Go.
Let me. So one of the things we put on our like extra time and I think it came up with something that Daniel mentioned, and it's something we talked about on planning. And we certainly, there are cases where we disagree with EPA scientists. And I hope that everybody on the panel agrees that EPA scientists are not always right. I think Daniel, you'd probably find instances where you disagree with EPA scientists. So if that's true, if the EPA scientists are not always right and an external stakeholder disagrees with an EPA scientist, who gets to mediate that disagreement?
This is a lightning round. So Sherry, fast answer.
My fast answer is the law sets it up that EPA decides, right? That is the way that TSCA is written. It's not written like other statutes where there's even a public comment period, like in the NIFTY's permitting world or something like that. That being said, there's a reason why we're open to outreach, and there's opportunities for discussion, and there's, from pre-notice all the way through. So I think though that the way that it's set up is that, EPA is the one that determines.
All right.
My answer.
Lightning round. Maria?
One thing I would like to touch on is testing and the importance of testing. And it's not only important for the PMN, it's important to, improve the information on the PMN, because EPA does things with so little information, but it helps when these similar chemicals come in. And there have been many cases in the past where additional toxicity data or testing for byproducts or testing in terms of whether you're exceeding a certain level, a level of particularly toxic component of a new chemical. I think EPA's really cut back substantially on testing. And, after all, Section 5 is regulation pending the development of information.
Right. Well said. Daniel?
Yeah. I'll let Daniel go.
Rich.
No, yeah. So, it's regulation pending the development of information, but then you develop in the information, the regulation doesn't change.
Oh, man. We could keep going. Daniel?
Yeah, we could.
All right, Daniel, are you hopping in?
I am. So, I just want to announce that there's going to be an after panel tonight at the Hay Adams. We're going to keep going. I will buy the first round, and anybody who wants to come down can listen to us talk more. We'll go back and finish the LVE discussion probably before midnight. I actually just wanted to, 2 things. Well, first, I actually wanted to thank Steve Owens for mentioning the 5B4 program, the chemicals of concern list. He was absolutely right to try and move that through. Cass Sunstein is the one who killed it for other historians and interested people. And he was honorable to try and move that along with Jim Jones. And I also appreciated Jim Idala doing a shout out to Al Meyerhoff and Lori Mott. So I just wanted to flag those things. The two things I would say, the biggest thing I would say is a lot of industry interests. I don't mean that pejoratively, but the ACC, Steve Risotto's on my screen and some other people. The industry has a lot of voice in Washington, D.C., and including with the new chemicals program and with Congress. And there are a lot of things that I've articulated, that Maria has articulated, and even that Rich has articulated that need to change with the new chemicals program. And the only way that's going to happen is if people use their voices to bring public pressure on the agency. That's how things are going to change. So the approval of PFAS, the bogus working definition, which they're tiptoeing away from now, there's all kinds of things that need to be fixed. And those don't happen just as a result of those of us in Washington who are talking on panels at ELI. No disrespect to this panel. I think it's amazing. We need, it's public pressure that's going to get any administration, Trump administration, Biden administration, any administration to move. That's what's going to take. And in particular, I think the two most urgent things, but there's many, is the PFAS and turning off the tap on PFAS. Absolutely. That is a ridiculous notion that we're still approving PFAS given the crisis we're all living in. It's in our rainwater as well as our food and everywhere else. So that is just not, whatever's happening, more needs to happen. And then this approval of plastic waste derived fuels is, it's the next crisis that is going to happen if EPA continues to approve these fuels and doesn't withdraw the ones they already did, because the industry is, I think I might have said in my opening, is planning to burn hundreds of millions of tons of plastic waste in incinerators and EJ communities. And all of that is going to go through the TSCA program if they allow it to happen. And so people really need to raise their voices and fight that.
Well, I want to, Sherry, I am going to give you the last word because I think you have survived, that you were outnumbered on this panel in some respects. And so we're going to give you the last word, but also want to thank Daniel for teeing up the PFAS panel, which will follow after the break. So commercial for that. And Sherry will be back for that. And I want to thank Maria and Rich for a lively discussion. Sherry, I'm going to give you the last word, and I'm going to remind people the code for CLE is legal 9251. Sherry, I'm going to pass it to you.
Yeah, I just want to address the alternative fuels, biofuels, plastic waste issue to just say that, I just want to look to where we're heading in the future. If people know that we put out a proposed SNR, which includes testing for plastic impurities of concern that would also be effective on the PMN submitter, so that the feedstocks, when we improved them back in the mid 2010s, we only knew so much and now we know more. And so related to the SNR, we're looking for testing. So I just wanted to respond to that. And then I do want to say that, sort of going back to my original graphic, that there's obviously a lot to do in this program and a lot to get our hands around, but we are really working hard. And I guess I want people to know that especially the public, to the degree that they're participating in the conference, that, we are public servants in this program, and people are very dedicated and care a lot about people. This is a mission-driven program that people feel very close to. And so I think people who are working there, whatever's off every day to try to get these assessments done and do them in a way that protects people and the environment. So I just want there not to be any mistake that people are working hard, even if things are taking long. There's a lot of complicated challenges and not enough resources in this program, but people are really, are doing their best to do that and move things forward. And I also want to say that where we are today in terms of listening to our career scientists is a different place. So I know you started out with that, Dan, but I just wanted to address that people do feel heard. We have a great differences of scientific opinion process that people can work through. We're moving cases through that were sort of, back from the time, related to the allegations so that we can work through those. So I just, I wanted to clear up that we're just in a different place, I think, than even a year ago. And it's now a positive place to work, and we're getting things done. So, remember our squiggly line, but we're working toward that.
I think that's a really great way to end, and absolutely respect for everyone who works at EPA and gets up and does this every day. It's hard work and we appreciate it. So turn it back to Madison. Thank you to ELI and GW and everyone, Bergeson and Campbell, for putting on this program. Thank you to the speakers. Madison, the floor is yours.
Hello again. Thank you, Alex. I also want to take a moment to just thank all of our wonderful speakers in this panel. Thank you to Alex, Sherry, Maria, Richard, and Daniel for their fantastic remarks on this important discussion. We so appreciate their participation in today's program. So thank you all. We will now take our final break of the day before beginning our PFAS panel at 3:45 p.m. Eastern. It's sure to be an interesting discussion, as people have been alluding to all day, so we're very excited. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice break. We're now going to head straight into our final panel of the day, PFAS. As a reminder, please put your questions in Zoom's Q&A box as you think of them. There's no need to wait until the end. We encourage you to also chat with one another using Zoom's chat function, but please do place your questions in the Q&A box. Our steering committee has also graciously offered to address some of the questions that we don't get to, and we'll post some responses on the ELI webpage for this event shortly afterwards. And I will now turn things over to our expert moderator, Bob Sussman. Bob is a principal at Sussman and Associates. You can read his full biography in today's written materials, along with the bios of everyone else who has spoken. So I will turn things over to you, Bob. Thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah, thanks, Madison. And it's great to be here. This has been a very challenging and productive day. The three preceding sessions have been lively and substantive, and I think we've all learned a lot. And now we're heading into the last session of the day, which I think also presents some important and significant issues. As many of you know, PFAS pose one of the biggest environmental and public health challenges that EPA is addressing. All parts of the agency are engaged, and this includes the TSCA program. TSCA comes into play in several ways, from the new chemical and new use authorities in Section 5 to the existing chemical testing requirements in Section 4 and the reporting requirements of Section 8. Of the major EPA laws, TSCA is the only one that provides authority to restrict commercial PFAS manufacture and use. You heard Assistant Administrator Friedhoff talk at length this morning about a new framework for reviewing PMNs and significant new use notices for PFAS. This is an example of the interface between TSCA and managing PFAS exposure and risk in the commercial space. To talk about how well the TSCA program is addressing PFAS, we have a diverse and knowledgeable panel. Emily Donovan co-founded Clean Cape Fear, a grassroots community action group working to restore and protect North Carolina's air, soil, water, and food supply from PFAS contamination. Ben Grumbles is the executive director of the Environmental Council of the States, which goes by ECOS. And before holding this position, he was appointed by Governor Hogan of Maryland and confirmed by the Maryland State Senate as Secretary of the Maryland Department of the Environment, and served in that position for several years. Matt Clausen is the manager of EPA's PFAS Council. The council is a cross-agency body of policymakers charged with using EPA's authorities, expertise, and partnerships to mitigate and reduce PFAS pollution and protect public health and the environment. Steve Rosado is a senior director of chemical products and technology at the American Chemistry Council and is the lead staff at ACC, engaged in federal and state policy on PFOA, PFOS, and other legacy PFAS. And last but not least, Pam Miller is the founder of the Alaska Community Action on Toxics, abbreviated ACAT, which was created in 1997. And she serves as the ACAT executive director. She brings more than 35 years of research, education, and advocacy experience to her present work. To provide a broad EPA perspective on the issues, we're also joined by Sherry Barrage, who participated in the last panel on the new chemicals program, and David Wadowski, who is the director of the division within the Office of Pollution Prevention and Toxics, responsible for information collection and management and testing. So to jump in, I'll be posing a series of questions and looking to specific panelists to get the discussion started. I hope we can have lively give and take as we've had in previous panels, and we can crystallize the key issues for our audience. Towards the close of the panel, we'll also be looking to the chat for questions from the audience, and we'll try to tee those up as best we can. So the first question here focuses on the role of TSCA in the lineup of EPA offices and programs that are addressing PFAS. And the question is, how is TSCA unique? What is TSCA doing that other parts of the agency are not doing? And then secondly, a more subjective question, which is how well TSCA is performing its job. Again, many things are happening across the agency. How is the TSCA program faring? What is its contribution to EPA's overall roadmap for PFAS action? And to get us started on this issue, we're going to turn to Matt Clausen of EPA. Matt?
Great. Well, thank you, Bob. Thanks for the kind introductions, and thank you to the organizers and everyone here today, as well as the audience and this great group for the panel. So I'll start by saying that my background and expertise is not uniquely in the TSCA space, and I have certainly learned a lot during the day so far, which I think Bob referred to as both challenging and productive, which I think is a great description. And I think my perspective today is about how our TSCA work fits within the broader framework of EPA's PFAS strategic roadmap. And I'll very much lean on Sherry and David to fill in the details as the discussion moves along during this panel. As we think about our PFAS strategic roadmap, which our administrator, Michael Regan, announced in October of 2021, we like to think about it in the context of the 3 Rs. We think about it in terms of research and restrict and remediate. And another critical focus of our work is on what we call getting upstream of the problem. And so from those 3 Rs, I think, TSCA is at the forefront of the restrict portion of the roadmap. And it's really the authority we have, I think, as Bob alluded to being able to get further upstream of the PFAS problem than any other authority we have. There's other work that we're doing, for example, under the Clean Water Act to set technology standards for industries that discharge PFAS, for example. which also is a significant way to get upstream of the problem. But TSCA is even further upstream of the problem and really provides a critical complement to the other research and remediation work that we're doing elsewhere at the agency. And so I wanted to touch just very quickly on the main points of the work we're doing under TSCA and the related work in OCSPP that fits within the broader PFAS strategic roadmap. And I won't spend too much time because I know a number of these things have come up earlier in the discussion so far today, including from Assistant Administrator Friedhoff first thing this morning. But I wanted to lay the overall landscape that's hopefully helpful for informing the conversation ahead. One of the important things we announced concurrently with the roadmap in October 2021 is our national PFAS testing strategy. And one of the unique parts of TSCA is its ability to require testing, as we've heard throughout the day today, as those authorities were strengthened through the Lautenberg Amendments in 2016. And we're really leveraging that authority through the PFAS testing strategy. One of the things that challenges our work on PFAS and challenges the PFAS work of EPA and other agencies more generally is just how little we know about particular chemicals and particular categories of chemicals. And the testing strategy is an attempt to do that work categorically, to use those TSCA authorities to require testing so that we can learn information on a category by category basis rather than one chemical at a time. We also committed in the roadmap to strengthening our oversight over both new and existing PFAS. For new PFAS, as you all know better than I do, the 2016 amendments even further strengthened EPA's gatekeeper role in getting upstream of the problem and reviewing chemicals before they enter commerce. And so, as Sherry mentioned in the last sentence, we're taking steps under our regulations to propose to eliminate eligibility for exemptions for PFAS in the new chemical review process. And of course, Assistant Administrator Friedhoff's announcement this morning with respect to a new PFAS review framework that better equips us to fulfill our commitment in the PFAS roadmap to ensure that our reviews are rigorous before PFAS enter commerce. And also a critical focus on existing PFAS through, for example, a significant new use rule proposed earlier this year to help prevent the reintroduction of legacy PFAS or their use in new ways. Another critical area that Bob alluded to as well is improving our data on uses and releases of PFAS. And there are pretty unique roles that TSCA has, as well as related work that David's team works on in the Toxics Release Inventory Program to collect data on PFAS. From the 8A7 rule that we're working on to collect significant information on the manufacturing, processing, and uses of PFAS, to the Toxics Release Inventory, where we gather information on releases and waste management practices. And so in terms of the latter half of your question, Bob, I think I would respond to the work that we've done so far in a framework that we talk about often in the context of our PFAS strategic roadmap, which is as we are learning more, we are doing more. And as we do more, we also learn more at the same time. And so many of the areas I just highlighted are among the first ways in which EPA has used some of the tools under the Lautenberg Amendments. And we continue to learn more as we deploy those tools and identify the best ways that what we learn under TSCA and the work that we do under TSCA can inform the other work to research, restrict, and remediate PFAS in our other program areas.
Great, Matt. Thanks. I'd like to turn to the panel, but before we do, I wanted to comment that there are give or take approximately 6,000 PFAS that are believed to be in commercial use or previously have been in commercial use. And those PFAS, of course, represent potential pollution impacts on future generations. And so that highlights the importance, Matt, of, as you said, of regulating PFAS at the source. And yet we have a long way to go on that. And we have barely touched the surface of the universe of existing PFAS, which are and commerce. So I guess my question to the panel is, does EPA need to do more? Do they need to tackle this universe of existing PFAS more urgently than they are? Where do we go with the TSCA program? Who wants to take a crack at that?
Bob, if I
Yeah.
can chime
Okay,
in.
sure.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, excellent. So first of all, I just want to say that ECOS, for those who don't know, it's the 51 environmental secretaries or commissioners appointed by each of the governors and the District of Columbia. And we have been working on PFAS issues, researching, learning more about the risks over the last 7 years through itrc.org. I'm wondering if Madison or Grace can put up the web link to ITRC, which is a good document, itrcweb.org, on all the PFAS work that state-led research initiatives. When EPA on October 18th issued the 2021, the comprehensive roadmap, ECOS, on behalf of all 50 of the states and the District of Columbia, issued a very positive statement in support of this comprehensive roadmap. And then in December, what I want to just simply say in terms of the role of TSCA, in December, ECOS unanimously passed on behalf of the state environmental commissioners, a resolution, and Madison or Grace, if you can put the link to that resolution, December 2021 resolution in it, requesting actions of all the different EPA offices, and also requesting actions of the president of all the other federal agencies involved for a comprehensive approach. And on TSCA, what the state said was urging EPA, using TSCA risk evaluation and risk management authorities, regulate all essential and non-essential uses of PFAS as authorized by EPA and release to states by January 1 of each year all available information on toxicity and health impacts from PFAS manufacturers. And also for EPA to develop toxicity characterizations for legacy and in-use PFAS and develop data and methodology to address those that cannot currently be characterized. So I just wanted to say that the states all recognize that TSCA, unlike some of the other federal environmental laws where the states are co-regulators, EPA really is in the lead, and they have a very important role for risk evaluation and risk management authorities. And we're encouraging them to do more, to provide more information. So this is positive news, the commitment for EPA to continue to be focusing on the risk evaluations to get out ahead of the problem, that states more often than not are the ones most directly responsible for managing and reducing risks in air, water, and land. Thanks for that preemptive move to weigh in and say TSCA has a really important role on PFAS, and PFAS is one of ECOS's top 3 or 4 priorities, and has been for the last year for sure.
Yeah, so thanks, Ben. I still like to challenge you and other panelists to opine on how well EPA is doing in tackling that existing universe of active PFAS that are being manufactured and used. How is EPA coming? And if you had to suggest that EPA do more, what would you recommend?
Well, the quick response as someone in government, and we have to focus on what's practical and achievable, is not enough, not fast enough, but they're making real progress. the resources, the funding is one very important component of it. And Michal obviously has been highlighting that. But I'm going to let others weigh in on this and engage throughout the panel discussion.
Great. Thank you, Ben. Anybody else?
I think Steve has his hand up and then me, Sherry. So Steve, maybe Steve could go first.
Yes, we're a very polite bunch. Thank you, Sherry, and thank you, Bob. Pleasure to be here with this great group of folks. Bob, first, I want to sort of challenge your 6,000 PFAS active in commerce. The number is a lot lower than that. The reporting rule proposed last year said 600. Registered in commerce since 2010. I think Dr. Friedhoff said 1,400 this morning. Not sure where that number comes from. But I think that highlights a critical point about the need for EPA to focus. The broader they make this definition of PFAS, the less focus they can put on those priority substances. So, we very much supported the testing strategy, which was an attempt to prioritize groups and subgroups of PFAS for further research. We're very supportive. We are engaged in the 2 test orders that have been issued. We are a bit concerned that there hasn't been a lot of transparency in terms of what chemicals are in those, the 24 categories that have been developed. We'd like to get a better sense of how the categories were created, what else is there. We think we can help the agency further refine and focus its efforts. And I think I'll stop there.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, this is Sherry Barish. I just wanted to say, I think we'll have a question particularly on new chemicals, but so in addition to the sort of framework, I think in terms of existing chemicals, I guess I just want to say that we have started 150 SNRs. We have a batch that came out and we have more to do that are for active regulated PFAS. So PFAS where there is a consent order, but to do the follow-on SNR that hadn't happened at the time, that holds others who might then make that same chemical on the inventory to those same conditions, or to come in as a significant new use if it's for a different use. So I think that's just another aspect that's sort of more toward the existing chemicals, but happens through the new chemicals program.
Emily?
Yeah, I know we're jumping ahead into a little bit of the definition debate, but I just want to point out that we all need to remind ourselves that these are not naturally occurring compounds. So if an EPA database says that it has 14,000 PFAS in it, it is reasonable to assume they came from somewhere. And we need to take a little bit of ownership on that. And we also need to understand that of those compounds that the EPA has documented, and whether the definitions, I agree, the definitions need to become consistent. And I do think it needs to be the most protective of human life and our environment. And if that means that we need to have a very broad definition, then we need to have a broad definition, because again, these do not naturally occur in the environment. And these are man-made chemicals that industry has profited tremendously off of by putting them out in the market without the necessary health data to back up whether they were even safe to begin with.
Thanks, Emily. David, you have a comment?
I was just going to follow up a little bit on Steve Risotto's point about how many are in commerce. We looked at 2 different sets of PFAS, those that are on the TSCA inventory and those that are active on the TSCA inventory and reported as active under the active-inactive reporting that we undertook as part of the Lautenberg Amendments. And those numbers that Steve mentioned, the 600, plus or minus, probably a little bit more plus, are those that we identified through the reporting on the active inventory. And the 1,400 is closer to those that are on the TSCA inventory, many of which are not going to be active. And so, I mean, there are other PFAS that may be out there, maybe degradants, as you say, Emily, there's more out there, but there's a lot that aren't in commerce and that have historically either have been produced or degraded. I think that it's also important when we start talking about definitions. I had an interesting conversation earlier this week, and I think Maria Doa, that was on the previous panel, mentioned, that there's when we talk about subsets of PFAS that are appropriate to different contexts, that can be perhaps a more useful way, especially when we're talking about TSCA. There may be chemicals that we regulate under, or they have the authority to regulate under TSCA or manage under TSCA, and there may be those that are subject to Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, RCRA, other kinds of authorities that may or may not be the kind of authorities that we would have access to, and therefore wouldn't be looking at those same chemicals. And that's not at all to underplay the importance of this work, but I think it's important also to recognize that the authorities that we have and the chemicals that are subject to that authorities may be a smaller set than the many, many thousands that we're talking about.
David, maybe you can help clarify this point. My understanding is that TSCA applies to byproducts.
Yes.
There are a lot of byproducts that are produced in the PFAS universe, but those would not necessarily be on the active TSCA inventory. Is that correct?
Correct. And there may be also chemicals that are out of production and have been for some time, but have legacy monitoring, or the monitoring just terms up with their legacy, so they may be subject to different authorities than we would be able to pursue under TSCA. But your point is correct, Bob.
Okay. Steve, I wanted to go to you for the second question that we wanted to tee up, and this question is about the legacy PFAS universe, and then second generation PFAS that have now replaced some of the legacy compounds. I think of Gen X, which has replaced PFOA. There are certainly PFOS substitutes. What is your perspective on the difference between the legacy PFAS, which everybody seems to agree are not appropriate for commercial manufacturer use, and second generation PFAS, which have now come into the marketplace and for some compounds are produced and used in significant amounts?
Thanks, Bob. Really appreciate the opportunity. So I guess sort of kind of bit of history. The production of PFOA and PFOS and associated long chain products was phased out in the US, Europe, and Japan beginning in the early 2000s as the industry transitioned to the newer generation PFAS with stronger health profiles. As a result of that phase out, we have seen a dramatic decline in blood levels of PFOA and PFOS as reported by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. So we've seen, I think, 85 or greater % reduction in PFOS, slightly lower in PFOA. But because exposure is still occurring to those two substances, however, albeit at a far lower level, ACC supports the development of national drinking water standards for PFOA and PFOS based on the best available science and feasibility considerations per the requirements of the Safe Drinking Water Act. We also support ongoing efforts to restrict imports of materials containing these legacy products because they do continue to be produced in other parts of the world, but understand that there are significant challenges evaluating chemical use in complex supply chains. On to the second generation. As part of a stewardship program that was established by the US manufacturers in coordination with EPA in 2006, all new PFAS were subject to enhanced review under the agency's new chemical program. Many, if not most, PFAS approved since the mid-2000s were subject to consent orders that included testing requirements, and use restrictions. So the idea that these are untested, the idea is that the 20% of reviewed under the old new chemicals program just doesn't apply to these substances that have been reviewed for 2000 since the mid 2000s. These new PFAS have shorter biological half-lives than the legacy products, on the order of days or weeks as opposed to years, and improved safety profiles.
Any panelists like to respond to Steve? I guess I recognize, Steve, that many of the compounds did go through EPA pre-manufactured notification review, but one of those compounds, of course, is Gen X, and Gen X is subject to an EPA health advisory of 10 parts per trillion. It's one of the 6 PFAS that are covered by EPA's drinking water standards, and the EPA toxicity assessment identifies some significant adverse effects. So I'm just wondering and looking for reactions to whether the round of PMN reviews that occurred in the early days of examining PFOA and PFOS replacements really did the job that should have been done.
Well, I'll make a brief response, and then it looks like Sherry has some additional comments. I think if you look at the agency's toxicity assessment for Gen X, and if you look in the list of references, there are pages of studies conducted by the company as part of the review of that chemical under the new chemicals program. So there was a lot of interaction between the agency and the manufacturer to answer questions that the agency had. And I think I'll stop there. I mean, the agency reached the conclusion they reached. I was not involved. I can't say what, at the time, what the implications are, but it wasn't for lack of data regarding Gen X.
Thanks, Steve. Sherry?
Yeah, I mean, I guess to that point, Steve, I guess I would say maybe it was lack of data. So the new chemicals program, right, works in a data poor space and under, a fast timeline. And I also wasn't there when that was done. I was actually in Office of Water when we were doing that work, and in Office of Water when the Gen X toxicity development was underway. And I would say that the level of data generation and the quality of the data that was done to generate the information, had the new chemicals program had that at the time, there might have been a different outcome or a different measure. So I guess I just want to say that I think Gen X is a good reason why it's important that we don't just sort of jump to the idea that all long chains are bad and all short chains are good, right? That's not really, PFAS is a lot more complicated than that. And I'm sure David could speak to that with their, 74 categories or something. So I guess I think that, until recently, there hasn't been the level of data on even the legacy PFAS, right? Even PFOA and PFAS. And then more recently, Gen X and some other, PFBA, I think is one of the ones that has a draft IRIS assessment out. It's hard without that level of studies to make, an assessment that, you're sure of, which is why most of our assessments in the new chemicals program are for insufficient information, or it may present unreasonable risk. And we are, even before we had out this framework and not necessarily always associated with PFAS, we can ask for data, at least post Lautenberg. And so, I guess I would disagree that we had all the data we needed. We might have had all the data we could have in the new chemical space. But the newer assessments of Gen X, do tell us that maybe it's it's of higher concern.
Emily,
and since we're talking about Gen X, I think it's important to frame this from a community perspective, because when we woke up to front page headline news that Gen X was in our tap water, we could not find any information. Our state authorities had a difficult time finding information on what a safe level was in drinking water. No one for years could tell me if the levels that were in our tap water were safe to consume, and what our exposures meant. I raised my children on that water, and I still don't know. Granted, Gen X did not show up in our blood, but we do now know that the half-life is around 80 hours. And if we put that in perspective of the pharmaceutical industry, it's not acceptable for drugs to have a half-life past a couple of hours in our blood. And yet these chemicals are allowed to be in the environment and seep into our tap water. And the Gen X that was in our tap water was not manufactured Gen X, it was a byproduct. Gen X is showing up in my hometown's tap water in South Carolina. So it is showing up all over the country when people start testing for it. And that's just a whole nother topic for a whole nother seminar on monitoring and testing. So this is a huge, complicated problem that I think we always need to center around. What does this mean for communities? Because we're the ones living with it.
Thanks, Emily. I think we'll go to a related area, and I think, Pam, we're going to turn to you. So I guess I would observe that there are two lines of thought on how to address PFAS. One line of thought is PFAS are different. You can't really lump them into one category. You need to look at them individually. The data that you have on one PFAS may not apply to another PFAS. So you don't want to extrapolate the available information further than it could really go. And the other school of thought is that we need to be grouping all PFAS into a category, and the presumption should be that all chemicals in the category raise significant concerns and should be restricted unless there are good reasons not to. So, Pam, can you help us understand those issues?
I'll do my best, Bob. Thank you. And thank you all. I'm really honored to be a part of this panel, and just want to express my gratitude to Bob, the organizers, and my fellow panelists. So Alaska Community Action on Toxics is a small nonprofit environmental health and justice research and advocacy organization, and I serve as a principal investigator for community-based research in the Arctic concerning the presence and effects of chemicals in the Arctic, including PFAS. And while I don't consider myself an expert on TSCA, although we worked on the amended TSCA, I will talk about some things that I do know. The persistence and health impacts of PFAS have been known and suppressed by PFAS chemical manufacturers for decades. We also now know that PFAS are ubiquitous in the Arctic, in air, in water, in wildlife, as well as people. This indicates that something is fundamentally wrong with our regulatory system. PFAS are a global health, are causing a global public health crisis. And this is not an abstract issue for the millions of people and communities whose drinking water, air, lands, water are contaminated with PFAS, whose mothers are having to pass these persistent and toxic chemicals to their developing children in the womb and through breast milk, and who have to be concerned about the multi-generational harm wrought by PFAS exposures. So I'm going to talk more now about my experience in the Arctic and why I believe that we need a different approach than a chemical by chemical approach. The Arctic is a hemispheric sink for persistent industrial chemicals that are transported on atmospheric and oceanic currents, excuse me, from lower latitudes through a process known as global distillation, or also known as the grasshopper effect. These chemicals do not respect political boundaries, and we also now know that Arctic indigenous peoples have some of the highest levels of these persistent and bioaccumulative chemicals of any population on Earth. And this is because of their reliance on traditional foods that have sustained them for generations: fish, marine mammals, birds. These are foods that are not only important for physical sustenance, but also for spiritual and cultural sustenance as well. Alaska and the rest of the Arctic is warming faster than any other state in the US, and at a rate nearly 4 times as fast as the rest of the planet as a whole. This climate warming is exacerbating the mobilization of transport of persistent and toxic chemicals both within the Arctic and into the Arctic. And this accelerated warming is melting sea ice stores, permafrost and glaciers, and sequestered contaminants, including PFAS, are now being released in some of the most important ecological areas of the North and the Arctic, where people traditionally fish and hunt, and contaminating people's traditional foods. So all this to say is that I think there's a very strong scientific basis for regulating PFAS as a class, and without effective risk management for the entire class of PFAS, these chemicals will continue to accumulate and cause harm for generations. The short chain PFAS are not safe alternatives. They can be as persistent as longer chain PFAS, more mobile, and are more difficult to remediate. They show high persistence or degrade to other PFAS that are highly persistent. Evidence suggests that they have similar toxic effects, and fewer than 1% have been tested for hazardous effects. So I believe that a class-based approach is needed to prevent regrettable substitution and eliminate non-essential uses. And I think it's a false assumption that there is a safe level of exposure. Harmful effects can occur at levels lower than what EPA considers safe. We now see some of the short chain PFAS that are being measured in the Arctic, including Gen X and the FTOHs that are precursors to the longer chain C8 to 11 PFAS. These are present in marine mammals and in the bodies of people living in the North. I'd like to note that the Madrid Statement in 2015 that was signed by more than 200 scientists recommended a class approach to prevent the production and release of PFAS, including polymers, and to restrict these to essential uses. The wisdom of one of my board members, who is an Indigenous woman from the village of Port Graham, said, this is Violet Yetton, we do not eat just one chemical, we eat the whole fish. And in our community-based research, we found a number of PFAS in traditional food samples as well as in the blood serum, and all of these results are published, so I won't go into all the details. In Alaska, in addition to the long-range transport, we have 469 sites that have PFAS contamination of water and or soil, and this is primarily the result of the dispersive use of AFFF, PFAS-based firefighting foams. So with regard to PFAS and TSCA, I think there is progress, but it is, as Ben, I believe, noted, that it's too little too late. And we welcome EPA's proposed rule to close low volume and low release exemptions, which are loopholes, I think, for PFAS. However, the proposed rule does not address a third loophole, the byproducts exemption. It also does not revoke approvals for PFAS that have been approved through the low release and exposure exemptions. PFAS approved through these loopholes do not meet standards for pre-manufacturer notification exemptions. We need to close the door. EPA should stop new approvals and revoke those that were made through those pre-existing loopholes. The TSCA risk evaluations are too slow, and we believe that EPA should use rigorous, cumulative risk assessment that is informed by communities, and to consider additive and synergistic effects of chemicals, as well as other stressors faced by these communities. TSCA requires the protection of vulnerable populations, and this includes indigenous peoples of the Arctic who are reliant on traditional food sources. So I think there is a better approach happening in the European Union right now, and I support the EU PFAS restrictions that would largely ban the production, use, and sale of about 10,000 PFAS with a phased approach. And this is reasonable, and it's a necessary approach. In addition to their persistence, the known and potential hazards of the entire class of PFAS, including fluoropolymers and fluorinated gases, pose severe and unacceptable risks to humans and the ecosystems that we rely on. The unnecessary uses of PFAS should be stopped as soon as possible, and while time-limited derogations may be necessary for PFAS applications, it is important to motivate the development of safer alternatives so that exposure to all PFAS is limited. This is much more forward-thinking than what is happening in the US. We need to consider how to prevent harm and how to make communities whole. Thanks.
Thanks, Pam. Steve, I'm gonna go to you if I may here, and ACC is probably following pretty closely what's going on in the EU, and as Pam describes, it's really a different approach. What's your perspective on the EU approach, and particularly the concept that we should make accommodations for essential uses, but those uses do need to be demonstrated to be essential and not have any substitutes. What's your feeling on that as a way to go?
All right. Well, first, there's a lot to unpack in what Pamela said, but I think, no great surprise. I think ACC does not support a class-based approach to regulation of PFAS, and does not support the proposal in Europe. However, I will point out that the European proposal does acknowledge some very important applications of PFAS and has proposed derogations, and we expect there'll be additional derogations because these substances have a wide variety of important uses. But I think the approach of essentiality is the wrong approach. I think, sort of back to the way that Dr. Friedhoff sort of laid out the new framework, it should be focused on the potential, the releases to the environment and the potential for exposure. I don't think it's appropriate to argue whether something's essential. I think it really needs to focus on, is the process controlled and contained, and human and environmental health protected.
Thanks, Steve. David?
Thanks, and I wanted to thank you, Pamela, for the points and the information you shared. I think what you did was, among the things that you did, was help underline why this PFAS and the attention to PFAS is a priority for Administrator Regan and EPA, and all the facets of the work that we're doing that Matt mentioned and that Ben mentioned, is an imperative for the states and territories and for the planet. I wanted to touch a little bit on the notion of class and categories. Among the things that Sherry shared earlier is that as we learn more and as we do more to learn more and we engage in that continuous learning loop, we've learned that not all PFAS that may look the same act the same. They may look the same, but they may have different toxicological properties. They may have different persistence and bioaccumulative properties. So among our challenges, as we try to identify those and take an approach that goes beyond a chemical by chemical approach that TSCA does support, it also does support a category approach. And so when we look at trying to define those categories so that we can make our actions be greater than the sum of an individual chemical that we may be testing, perhaps through read across, and that's essential to our testing strategy, is how do you identify and define those that have similar and potentially problematic toxicological characteristics. As Sherry mentioned, as I already said, things may look the same structurally, but they may act differently in the environment, and they may act differently in our bodies. And a lot of the tools that we have for categories and category definition is based on structural characteristics and structural behavior. And so when we start, the agency is doing a lot of work in the Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention and the Office of Research and Development to try to gather more and more data so that we can try to crack that chicken and the egg problem. If they look the same, are they toxicologically the same? And until you find out whether they're toxicologically the same, can you say, what defines a category? We are doing a heck of a lot of work trying to understand those toxicological similarities. How do we identify what of those characteristics allow us to develop categories and use those categories to take a broader and a wider approach to the imperative that we have to address a very large set of chemicals that, as you've mentioned, have identified and as yet many unknown toxicological concerns that we need to address. And so that category process is something that we're engaged in with all the resources we have available. More resources would be great, but that's not stopping us from trying to move this forward in a comprehensive way, where we're looking at individual chemicals and using that individual chemical data to help us understand, define, and then potentially take action on a category-based approach, authorities that we do have under TSCA.
Any responses to David?
I appreciate what David's saying. I appreciate Pamela's assessment as well. And I also just wanted to put a finer point on the fact that all of this work, unfortunately, is happening at the expense of mothers who are trying to breastfeed and babies that are already born contaminated. And so everything that's happening is happening backwards to no fault of anyone but the chemical industry that did know for decades that these compounds were toxic and did not report them, and is now being asked to operate on good faith. And I have a problem with that. And I think the majority of Americans who get their blood tested and find that they have PFAS in their blood and no one can ultimately tell them what that means has a problem with that. And so I do think we need to remind ourselves when we talk about essential uses and category approaches that the cat's already out of the bag and there are no backseats. Every time this chemical is made, or any time any chemical in this category is made, we can never take it back. There is no safe disposal method currently available for these chemicals.
Yeah, thanks, Emily. I guess we're hearing from David that EPA sees a role for categories in addressing PFAS, but the question is, how long is that going to take? And your PFAS testing strategy, as I remember it, David, has maybe 60 or 70 subcategories. Perhaps that's not the right number, but there's certainly a lot of subcategories. And so how long is it going to take to get meaningful data on each one of those subcategories? And when we have that data, is it still going to be definitive, or will people say, well, there are 80 chemicals in this subcategory, you've tested 2. How do we know that the other 78 do the same thing? And will that not trigger years and maybe decades of additional testing? So I guess my question back to the agency is whether your type of approach to categories is going to result in improved understanding and action in a time frame that responds to the urgency of the problem.
That's a really good question, Bob. I mean, we have to recognize and we have to honor the fact that the sections of TSCA allow us and require us to take an evidence-based approach to what we're doing. And in some cases we've described, that evidence landscape may have a lot of bare spots. And so what do you do when you've got a lot of bare spots in that evidence landscape? And it's a big challenge for us because, as you said, we may be looking at something that we may define a category structurally. We have hypotheses that they may be toxicologically similar. We can develop, and we do develop, and we are developing approaches to try to assess similarities, toxicological similarities based on other kind of characteristics that we may be able to assess more quickly, but it has to be evidence-based. And so when you talk about the exigencies of the current situations, you know, and along with other panelists, we're trying as quickly as possible to take that evidence-based approach. I can't tell you a month or a day when we're going to have that work complete. It is complex, it is challenging. We are not resting, we are not sitting, you know, and avoiding doing that hard work, but it is hard work. And we are engaging and trying to engage with external parties, experts, and explore opportunities for expanding and innovating in that approach in order to draw as many of those threads across PFAS in categories in order to make those toxicological findings that we need to make in order to discharge our evidence-based responsibilities. So it's not minimizing the challenges that we've got, and we're working flat out, but I can't necessarily tell you when we're still trying to figure out and trying to determine and assess and analyze toxicological similarities, when we're going to be able to put a ribbon or a bow on a particular category or set of categories. That is going to be an ongoing enterprise. And we do hope that the folks who are participating, listening in, and those who may not be on this on today's event, be able to contribute to that continuous learning that we're engaged in, and that will help us engage in the doing and the management and the risk minimization that is our mandate.
Hey, Pam.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Just a quick comment to that. I appreciate the work that EPA is doing, and I think there's some serious limitations just based on the science of what we know about PFAS and their complexity, and the fact that not only are most of them highly persistent, they can also degrade to other PFAS. These are shapeshifters. And so I think the approach needs to be more inclusive of those chemicals that are transforming or degrading into other PFAS substances. Thanks.
And do the states, have they had a discussion of whether we need a category approach, and if we do, how many categories we ought to have, or whether we should have one big category?
Yes, there have been discussions. I would not say there's consensus among the 50 states. Where there is consensus is that PFAS contamination is a public health and an environmental emergency, and that regulatory actions are needed at the federal level and at the state level. And the recognition that when you take into account synergistic effects and cumulative effects, and you only have the science-based data and regulatory tools for just a few of a very small number of the chemicals, that more discussion is needed and action is needed to find the most effective safety nets, given all the chemicals that are there. But I don't, states have not reached a consensus on how many categories, 50 or fewer, or what the approach is. That is ongoing while we're using our existing state regulatory authorities and commenting to EPA on a variety of their regulatory proposals under their comprehensive roadmap.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Steve, wanted to go back to you. I heard you say that instead of the EU type category approach, which puts a broad umbrella over the PFAS category writ large, a better approach is to look at use and exposure and risk in the context of specific chemicals. But my question is EPA really doing that? I know that they're doing it at the margins, for example, by developing SNRs on PFAS that are not in active use, or PFAS that have been discontinued, but that doesn't embrace the large category of active, ongoing, commercially significant PFAS. And should EPA be doing anything using, for example, its Section 6 authority to look at commercially active PFAS? Should we be applying the TSCA paradigm of prioritization, risk evaluation, and risk management to major PFAS that are commercially active?
Well, Matt had his hand up, and Matt, I don't know, I don't want to kind of shut you off if you've got something you wanted to add first.
No, go ahead, Steve, and then maybe I'll chime in.
Yeah, I needed some time. That was a tough question, Bob. I needed some time to think about that. I think, that, the roadmap, is sort of, trying to fire on all cylinders, really trying to sort of get a handle around this issue. And I'll go back to I think what may be my prime point here is the need for focus. And I think you're kind of suggesting that in terms of looking at products that are commercially available. Now, understanding, the Emily and Pamela's point that there are degradants, that these products can break down to other products, but that is part of the consideration that goes into it. David's right, and this is a challenge to try and quickly get a handle on this group of chemistries. But the broader you make the group, the bigger the challenge. So, can we sort of prioritize? And maybe it's a matter of, where's the largest production? What are the processes that are used that might result in exposures? And that may come out from the reporting rule that is yet to come. Shortly, although again, we have some concerns about the breadth of that rule, but I think that's got to be part of this, and I'm pretty sure EPA is trying to do that. I mean, I don't want to sell them short, but it is a big challenge they face.
Matt?
Yeah, well, I was just going to make a general point that I think, Steve, I think alluded to more general, work across the agency, but I just wanted to highlight the fact that the work David highlighted under the National PFAS Testing Strategy and our coordination with the Office of Research and Development is a critical aspect of our work on classes and categories of PFAS. But that is also a significant theme and a significant focus across the agency in our PFAS work. For example, all of you know about the proposed drinking water standard we released back in March. We started that effort with a specific focus on PFOA and PFOS. And, through the work on that regulation, we're able to propose standards for 4 additional PFAS, as well as considering issues like treatment effectiveness and whether or not treatment technologies would work for that broader list of chemicals. And just right now, we have an advanced notice of proposed rulemaking open under CERCLA to consider many of these same questions, both classes and categories. And Pam mentioned degradants a few minutes ago. Those are specific things we're looking for comment on as we move ahead in other programs as well that fit very squarely in the question of and the topic of what we can do on classes and categories more broadly.
Thanks, Matt. Want to come at the EPA testing strategy from a somewhat different perspective, which is the community perspective, and tap into Emily's extensive experience with this issue. And I guess my question, Emily, is that when we talk about more data on PFAS, what's important to communities here? I mean, how do they approach the issue of developing data? Why should data be developed?
Yeah, let me, thank you so much. I really appreciate being here, and this has been a very informative and lively discussion. So let me just give you a little background information. I live near Wilmington, North Carolina, and we learned about PFAS 6 years ago when our local newspaper reported large quantities of Gen X were in our region's tap water. We quickly learned Gen X was not the only PFAS in our drinking water. The Cape Fear River is the primary source of drinking water for 1.5 million residents in North Carolina, and Chemours is located 75 miles upstream from where I live. To date, decades of irresponsible PFAS manufacturing from this one Chemours facility is responsible for contaminating drinking water in at least 7 counties, over 600 private wells, and over 500 residents with contaminated municipal tap water. In light of 3M's announcement to discontinue making PFAS, Chemours will now become the only US-owned manufacturer for PFAS. Nafion is made in Fayetteville. Chemours likes to promote it and uses in fuel cells, ion exchange membranes, and the hydrogen economy. Nafion byproduct 2 was found in our tap water, sea foam, seabirds, and 99% of blood samples taken from participants in the Gen X exposure study. 43% of the PFAS in my blood from that study are Chemours specific PFAS. And that doesn't include my PFOA levels, which are double the national average. Chemours' Fayetteville work facility made PFOA in North Carolina for 10 years before switching to Gen X. I raised my children on this water, as I said earlier. There are also high levels of PFAS in their blood, and we did not consent to these exposures. My community still does not have access to medical monitoring or comprehensive human health and mixture studies regarding our exposures. Due to a consent order, we now know that Chemours' Fayetteville Works facility dumped over 300 different PFAS into our drinking water supply. And there is literally little to no information on any of those compounds. And scientists have alluded that we likely were getting a one-to-one pass-through of what was in the river we were likely drinking when it came to PFAS at the height of the contamination crisis. So in 2019, I partnered with the Center for Environmental Health and other North Carolina groups to request that the EPA issue a comprehensive list of testing orders on 54 PFAS coming from Chemours. These were the compounds at the time of filing our petition that scientists were able to document in our air, soil, water, food supply, and blood. In 2021, the EPA accepted our petition and publicly granted it. However, they only granted 3% of the tests that we requested, so we decided to sue the EPA. The EPA motioned to dismiss our case, and the judge ruled in favor of the EPA. Recently, we filed an appeal to this decision because we believe this sets a dangerous legal precedent for the EPA to grant TSCA petitions in name only and then never do the actual work requested. And from my perspective, as a directly impacted community member, TSCA reform has yet to provide me or my family with the data that we need to make informed health decisions and have important conversations with our primary care physicians and specialists. We constantly read reports that PFAS cause liver damage, impact our immune system, increase our risks of developing cancers. But we can't have conversations about how we should alter our diet or lifestyle, preventative care from our existing exposures. I lost 2 friends last year that are my age to rare and recurrent cancers. We don't know if our PFAS exposures caused their illness, but we're pretty sure it didn't help. My organization believes EPA's failure to pursue essential biomonitoring data on the PFAS we requested in our petition, or our TSCA petition, violates our basic human rights to bodily integrity. For that reason, Clean Cape Fear filed a complaint with the United Nations this past spring, seeking redress from human rights violations associated with our PFAS contamination crisis. We believe that it is poor public policy to refuse to use existing TSCA authority to mandate health studies that our community deserves.
Thanks, Emily. Just in the interest of full disclosure, I need to mention that your moderator, Bob Sussman, is the counsel of record for the plaintiff groups in North Carolina. Matt, let's go to you.
Sure. Well, thank you, Emily, for sharing that. I think it's reasonably obvious that our ability to comment on ongoing litigation is is limited or non-existent at the moment. I might turn to David to see if he has anything else to offer there, but I know, we're, as we've shared earlier in the context of both the PFAS roadmap and our TSCA work, the national PFAS testing strategy, we think will be a significant step forward in the information that we know to help fill the gaps in what we know and what we don't know about PFAS. About a year ago, I had the opportunity to travel to Wilmington, Emily, to attend the conference you and community groups around the country put on, and I learned an enormous amount about the challenges you all are facing and the on the ground challenges that exist. And so I absolutely understand those and appreciate your perspective, while we're less able to comment on the specifics as we move forward.
And I'll add that, I'm sorry, did I cut you off now?
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, so I mean, the operating within the authorities and in some cases the confines that TSCA Section 4 affords us requires that we take certain steps in providing an evidence base before we issue a test order. We are working with companies to try to elicit voluntary submission of PFAS test data, exposure and toxicity data prior to and outside necessarily the confines and the structure of the Section 4 test order, so that we can gather more information and identify those opportunities to share that information. We're also doing, as Matt mentioned earlier, other things too, and we have other mechanisms to gather information on potential exposure. We have our ongoing chemical data reporting activities. We have our toxics release inventory that has expanded massively the number of PFAS that are for which environmental releases and waste management activities are required. And we're going to continue, and we do continue to expand the number of PFAS that are subject to toxic release inventory reporting. And we are planning before the end of this calendar year to finalize our Section 8 rule under TSCA, which is going to mandate the reporting of manufacturing, processing, use, and chemical specific data on PFAS. And so we're trying to wrap our regulatory programs around as much of this as we can. And that's, again, not to minimize the concerns that you, your family, your community, and communities across the country and across the world have. And we're working within the authorities that we've got as diligently as we can. And I'm sure there are things that we could do better. And we're open to those kind of suggestions, recognizing, again, our authorities, our resources, and the approaches that we have available to us. And we are part of, hopefully, of a large team and a large group, both in the agency and elsewhere, that are trying to address the critical issues that you've identified.
Thanks, David. Let's move on to the PMN program and sharing. We've been talking about PMN program and PFAS all day here, and Mihal got us started first thing in the morning, and we talked about it on the PMN panel, and here we are on the PFAS panel talking about it again. I had a question for you. I've been trying to take a quick look at this new framework, which is now available. It's up on the web, so people can find it and they can read it. And there is, I think, well, let me step back. I think in line with the discussion that we've had, this new framework is very much all about differentiating between PFAS that go through the PMN process on the basis of the potential for exposure. It's also about generating data in a more systematic and I think ambitious way than has been the case previously. What caught my eye is the concept that if EPA feels that exposure is either non-existent or very limited and that safeguards are in place, then the door is open to new PFAS. And I think a question that a lot of people, including me, are going to ask about this, Sherry, is, okay, since we're dealing with compounds that are highly persistent, that accumulate very readily, and also have toxic effects at part per billion and maybe even part per trillion levels, can we really be sure that these substances are being controlled in a way that prevents exposure and risk?
Sure. So I guess just for people who haven't read it, and I don't know if some of the folks from ELI want to grab it off the web and put it in a, put the link in the chat. But so, we have a number of PFAS that are cases, PMNs, and some significant new use notices that have been sort of sitting in our quote, backlog. And, we really needed to find a way to think about these, address them, move them forward, and also really think about, how to approach the risk mitigation. So on the risk assessment side, it is challenging because of the persistence and the bioaccumulative nature, right? To take in a typical new chemicals process or evaluation in the risk assessment, it is not, although we look at acute and chronic, it is not necessarily always capturing sort of that PBT, that persistence bioaccumulative toxics, the persistent and bioaccumulative part of the nature, right? And that effect over time. And so we felt like if we could look at these incoming PFAS and decide if they were likely PBT, likely persistent bioaccumulative toxic, according to our 1999 policy and what we understand about sort of the array of information that's out there, we would be able to look at them qualitatively instead of necessarily quantitatively, although we're identifying the hazards and we're doing our usual engineering analysis, that we might not ultimately have to sort of calculate the precise risk because it wouldn't necessarily be representative of the sort of P and B, particularly nature of the chemical. And so that enables us to move on to the risk management. And depending on sort of the level of certainty about it being a PBT, we can sort of understand that there either isn't enough data. So maybe it's in our risk determination world, it might be a choice that is insufficient. If there is, on the other end, a PFAS, maybe it's a SNUN, a significant new use for something that's existing where we have data, maybe it's PFOA, for example, or it's a new use for PFBA or something that we have a fair amount of data on where we don't need an analog. Maybe that gets you all the way in the risk determination onto the, to the presents sort of risk determination. But largely these PBT, PFAS, where we can find an appropriate analog, we can look at them and we need more data, right? So they're not for sure. And so they don't fall sort of in the presents determination, risk determination, but they fall more in the may present. And both in the insufficient and the may present are opportunities under TSCA to get more data to make sure that we're one, in the first instance, making the right decision and putting in the appropriate risk management. And then ultimately also, even in the cases where there is manufacturer moves forward, the opportunity to get additional data that may or may not change our understanding, as David alluded to before, PFAS, our knowledge on PFAS is evolving. It also presents sort of outside the Section 5 framework, it presents an opportunity to take that data and share it with the national test strategy. So there is that sort of additional supplemental piece to the framework. When we get to the risk mitigation end, which is really, I think, where you're asking around, Bob, is sort of this exposure and release,
Right.
you know, how we divided it up on the risk mitigation side. I think that we felt that there are uses where, or processes where they're virtually, you know, fully enclosed, that the risks, the releases to the environment are negligible, and the exposures to workers, you know, are fully controlled, mitigated, and sometimes that mitigation is going to come through our consent orders, right? That might not, you know, may or may not be happening now, but those full mitigation could happen through our consent orders. And then ultimately, it's not something where it's inherent, the product's use isn't inherent in either a release to the environment or a consumer exposure, right? And so in those cases, we felt like if we at least got physical chemical data, that we would understand, you know, about the volatility of the product, and some information that would tell us whether or not we really could mitigate, particularly inhalation worker exposure, because that's sometimes can be something that's more difficult. And that upfront test data in those cases would help us decide whether or not that could move forward, or that more testing would be needed, and maybe additional controls. And I think, and then for, I guess I'll call it the sort of second category that's outlined in our document, where there might be some low levels of releases. You know, it's mostly controlled, but there are some releases and, you know, potential exposure to workers that can't be mitigated. That's where we want to look for even more upfront testing. And then sort of finally, in the final group, is where the use itself, right, is inherent in the use, is that it either is dispersive in the environment. So I think Pam brought up the firefighting foams. That's not something that necessarily, you know, its use results in its release in the environment. Or there are products, and I think Mihal mentioned today, you know, maybe a cleaning product, a consumer cleaning product with PFAS, you know, goes down the drain. It has potential or expected exposure to consumers. And that's a place where we want to do sort of full upfront testing. And so I think the idea behind this framework is that, one, as companies think about producing new PFAS, they understand sort of what the you know, testing might be and the kind of mitigation that we're looking toward. And I think it may also, you know, have folks thinking about where there's a PFAS they want to go forward through, a closed system with no releases and no exposures, you know, is really the place to be if you want to move that product forward. Otherwise, there's going to be more testing and you know, additional risk mitigation as you go sort of I guess down the chain of from least exposure to more exposure, and more least release to more release. So I think it was a way for us to, you know, take our information from our risk determination and sort of put it into action in a way that makes sense, but still allows, you know, there are critical industries out there that our economy or national security depend on. And if they're going to do it in a way without those exposures and releases, then there's a way to move forward. I think that's.
Thanks, Sherry. That's great. Any initial reactions by the panel to the new PMN and STUN framework?
I see Steve's hand up.
Yeah, no, thanks, Sherry. And, you know, we've just, you know, obviously haven't had a chance to look at it. It sounds a lot like what's been going on since 2006 under the stewardship program, voluntary stewardship program that EPA and the industry committed to. So, we're going to look at the details, but that's what you've described, seems a lot like what has been going on for the last, 15 years.
Any other comments? This is certainly an approach that, even though there are lots of safeguards built in, there's more testing, and there's certainly new PFAS that are not going to make it under the criteria that you've laid out, Sherry. But that said, this is an approach that potentially green lights new PFAS, and a lot of folks are saying, we just think it's a mistake to allow commercial production of new PFAS because today's commercial product is going to be tomorrow's contamination.
Yeah, and I don't know, Matt or Dave want to add in, but I think under TSCA, there's sort of a role for ensuring, obviously, the safety of human health and the environment, but there's also a role for allowing for innovation, and new products moving forward and things like that. I think the number of PFAS that are going to fit into new PFAS that are going to fit into our, as you call it, green light. Although I think I would, I think there's maybe it's a yellow light, testing and other things that happen there. But for PFAS that fall into that category where they're able to proceed, I think that's smaller compared to sort of the other categories, because having manufacturing facilities that are willing to invest in the kinds of systems that have, full worker protection, engineering controls and, and other things, as well as closed systems where they're, the kinds of releases that we're talking about are negligible to the environment. That's not every manufacturer, and that's not for every PFAS, right? So I think that's really going to be a narrower group, and and we're still looking at the data and information that we get, and as things evolve, we'll know more. But I think it's in a way to approach this problem in and I think what this administration thinks is sort of a reasonable path forward until we learn more and know more. I mean, as we get data that comes out of the national testing strategy, that's not we'll all benefit from that data, including the new chemicals program. And maybe in that way, we go down to a more quantitative approach when that data is available. But in the data limited world we live in, I think this is, we think this is sort of a reasonable path, and we wanted it to be transparent. I don't know.
Thanks, Sherry. We are nearing the end of our session, but I did want to give Ben an opportunity to answer a question about the states. And the question is really this, Ben. There are some states, certainly not all of them, but a significant number who are moving ahead with PFAS use restrictions, reporting requirements. They're getting into the product space and trying to eliminate PFAS uses that they deem problematic. Why do you think the states are jumping in here? And is there a potential collision between state activity and activity at the national level by EPA of the Congress?
Thanks, Bob. It's only a matter of time before someone presents the question, is there a crazy patchwork quilt developing, or is there a single federal cookie cutter solution? And the answer why states are and have been getting involved increasingly is the science is clear that this is a public health and an environmental emergency. And there are a lot of authorities and opportunities under state law to provide while implementing or waiting for national standards, neighborhood solutions. I want Grace or ELI staff to put in the chat one final ECOS report that speaks to this issue, and it's the report on standard setting, states setting standards, enforceable standards, guidance documents, health advisories. How many are doing enforceable standards, whether it's drinking water or soil standards? How many are doing guidance and advisories, and why? And part of the answer is that's put that link on our website to the report that was issued and updated in March of this year, is that citizens are demanding to know, is the water safe to drink? Are the biosolids safe to spread? Are the food and milk safe to drink? Are the consumer products contributing to the problem? And as you note, there are a lot of things states can do while waiting for the science or waiting for the national TSCA process or other federal environmental regulatory guidelines to be finalized. And I just would say that states, it's a combination of state authorities, initiatives, state legislatures. The great, I don't want to say it's great news, I would just say it's encouraging that over the last 10 years, and definitely over the last 5 years, there's a dramatic increase in the number of states that are testing for exposure and monitoring, not just drinking water, not just surface water, fish tissue, soils. This is a very important example of how states as laboratories of innovation and action absolutely need to be active and part of this approach that definitely, particularly under TSCA, relies on federal science and federal leadership to supplement and support state initiatives.
Thanks, Ben. That's a great note to close on here. I wanted to thank all of our panelists for their contributions and for setting aside the time to participate in the discussion today. Lots of important and difficult issues. I don't know that we solved all of them, but we sure had a good and thoughtful discussion. So thank you very much. And Madison, we're turning this back over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
With that, we have finished each of our panels for today. Thank you so much to Bob, Emily, Matt, Ben, Pamela, Steve, David, and Sherry for taking the time to speak on this panel and to address these important topics. You covered such a wide array of issues related to PFAS in such a short time span, and we're so appreciative of your time. Please stay with us for just a few more minutes as we move to the concluding remarks for today's program. I'm going to hand things over to one last special speaker in a moment to provide those closing remarks, ELI's president, Jordan Diamonds. Before I hand things over, though, a couple quick notes about CLE. So we've sent out all of the CLE codes. Please fill out the Google form that we have put in the chat, and it's also in your email if you're looking to receive CLE. The CLE code for panel 4 was Toxics 0226. That's Toxics 0226, all one word. So please fill that out if you're seeking CLE. We also have a course evaluation that we'll be putting in the chat. We'll also be emailing it out to you, so no worries if you don't want to fill it out right now, but there's a specific general course evaluation. We would love your feedback, and there's also one for Pennsylvania attorneys. So please be on the lookout for that. And just a huge thank you again to everyone today. Now I'll turn things over to Jordan Jordan Diamond has been the president of ELI since 2022, and previously Jordan was the executive director of UC Berkeley Center for Law, Energy, and the Environment. So Jordan, I will hand things over to you, and just thank you all. Thank you to our steering committee, to our audience, and to our speakers.
Great. Thank you, Madison. And hello all, and thank you for being with us through a meaty, meaningful, and lively discussion today. As Madison said, I'm Jordan Diamond and have the pleasure of serving as the president of the Environmental Law Institute, and I am very happy to have the opportunity to provide some closing comments today. So first, we are thrilled to have hosted this annual conversation about TSCA. As reflected throughout the day, EPA's continuing efforts to implement the 2016 Lautenberg Amendments to TSCA. We now have 7 years of experience behind us since its passage, but actualizing the intent of the amendments is far from a simple matter of implementing a well-worn playbook. Quite the opposite. From in-development risk management actions and risk evaluations to new chemical reviews and new testing orders and information gathering rules, this is an incredibly complex area with critical impacts at play. And the stakes for human health and the environment and for the economy are significant. Litigation has occurred and predictably will continue to occur, and in many cases necessarily will inform new TSCA implementation, especially as EPA moves to issuing in final an increasing number of risk management rules in the upcoming months and years. All of this and more is why we are so pleased that eminent experts, including the folks doing the work at EPA itself, came together today to provide updates and perspectives on what's happening now and soon. While EPA has run into some implementation delays due to policy changes, resource challenges, and other factors, they have been pushing on implementation and execution. Today, we heard not only about those efforts, but also engaged in dialogue about some of the concerns from industry and a variety of NGO stakeholders. I wholeheartedly believe, and this is part of why ELI exists, in the benefit of having space to talk openly and have robust discussions. And I know the conversations that we had today will inform future debate and action in this space, which is why I'm particularly grateful to all of you for being part of that. To recount how much territory we covered today, we started off this morning, I'm on the West Coast, so quite early this morning, with broad reflections on the current state of TSCA implementation. A huge thank you to Lynn and Bob for your thoughtful insights to start off our conversations. In the first keynote discussion, we heard from Assistant Administrator Friedhoff on the status of EPA's efforts in implementing TSCA as reformed by the Lautenberg Act. And we are gratified that Dr. Friedhoff announced an important new framework for addressing new PFAS and new uses of existing PFAS. While we're all reviewing the document, the framework should add clarity to a critically important area of EPA's all-of-agency approach to addressing PFAS. And we're grateful for EPA's continued work in this critically important area. So thank you, Dr. Friedhoff, for the discussion and your leadership and dedication to implementing Reform TSCA. Thank you also to Dean Lynn Goldman for your introduction. Then in the morning's first panel, we heard a robust discussion on topics including use of TSCA Section 4 testing, Section 8 information gathering authority, EPA's whole chemical approach to risk evaluation, the use of new approach methodologies, the use of EPA of data received under the EU's so-called REACH program, and cumulative risk assessment and TSCA risk evaluation. Thank you to Eve, David, Rashmi, Jeff, and Jennifer for your thoughts and participation in that first panel. In the second discussion, we heard different perspectives on EPA's authority to manage chemical risks and options for deploying its authority. Topics range from EPA management of workplace risks, whether EPA's risk management rulemakings are adequately addressing environmental justice and health concerns, and potential legal challenges to final risk management rules. I want to thank Jim, Jonathan, Kathy, Brian, and Meredith for your insights and participation. Midday, we had a special lunch discussion, including 5 former assistant administrators who oversaw EPA's toxics office. And I want to thank Lynn Bergeson, Lynn Goldman, Jim Ayadala, Jim Jones, Alex Dunn, and Steve Owens for your participation in that panel. Then we moved to the third panel discussion, with included varied perspectives concerning new chemical review under TSCA, including concerns for workers and fence line communities, testing, transparency, and timeliness and consistency of reviews. Thank you to Alex, Sherry, Maria, Rich, and Daniel for your rich participation there. And in the fourth and final panel discussion that just ended exactly 4 minutes ago or so, we heard about PFAS under TSCA, including the unique role of TSCA as compared to other EPA programs in addressing PFAS, the effectiveness of TSCA implementation in addressing PFAS, whether PFAS should be regulated on a category or chemical specific basis, and more. I sincerely appreciated the range of perspectives and depth of information offered by the panelists. And so huge thanks for that go to Bob, Emily, Ben, Matt, Pamela, and Steve for your participation in the panel, as well as to Dave and Sherry for being available to provide additional perspectives. So in short, I want to thank each of you, all of the participants that added to today's event and created such a thoughtful and dynamic discussion. I think the word lively was used extensively throughout to capture and describe the conversations that were ongoing. And then I want to say a special thanks to our fabulous ELI team, especially Madison Calhoun and Grace Romer for their flawless preparation for and execution of this all-day event. I am grateful for all that you do. A heartfelt thank you as well to our steering committee for their work planning this robust content for everyone. Lynn Bergeson, Bob Sussman, Jay Pendergrass, Alex Dunn, Eve Gardner, Swati Raisam, Martha Marapice, and Jim Jones. Thank you for the thought and care you put in every step of the way. And finally, warm gratitude to Bergeson and Campbell's team for their help preparing the written materials for today, all of which are located on the event webpage that you used to register. Thank you for that goes to Lynn Bergeson, Heidi Brown-Lewis, Emily Scherer, and Chad Howland. So I hope those of you in the audience found the discussion as interesting and informative as I did. Thank you for your thoughtful questions and your engagement throughout the day, and I look forward to seeing what was catalyzed. A final note that Madison has asked me to give on CLE credit. If you are seeking continuing legal education credit for any of the 4 panels, please be sure to review the CLE information on the event webpage. Madison also went over the CLE information this morning. Please be aware that this program is only approved for CLE credit, she mentioned, in Vermont and Pennsylvania. Many states have reciprocity with those states. So if you're seeking CLE in a state outside of Vermont and Pennsylvania that does not offer reciprocity, you will need to apply for CLE credit on your own with your state bar. That being said, to request a certificate of attendance to use to obtain CLE credit, please fill out the form that was emailed to you. You should have received the link from our events team yesterday. If not, it's also located in the chat. Please be sure to include each unique code in the form that was given during each panel you attended. After we verify with our software that a virtual participant was logged into the webinar, and we provide and has provided accurate codes, we provide them with a certificate of attendance via email. This will come from the email address cle@eli.org, which is also the address you should use if you have any questions about CLE. If you have any other questions about the event not related to CLE, you can email events@eli.org at any time. And with that, the housekeeping notes are over, and please let me return simply to say thank you again for joining us today. We hope to see you again next year when we will host TSCA Reform 8 years later. But until then, from all of us at ELI, thank you and wishing everyone well.